The Matrix, a science fiction film created by the Wachowskis, is probably one of the most influential movies ever made. The story starts when computer programmer Thomas Anderson, operating as a hacker under the alias Neo, discovers the truth about the world he's living in, as he becomes aware of the existence of something known as the Matrix. After looking for a man named Morpheus, who can tell him more about the Matrix, he encounters another hacker named Trinity. After a failed attempt, which led to Agent Smith capturing and bugging him, Trinity takes Neo to Morpheus. Morpheus vaguely describes the Matrix as this all-encompassing prison, as the world that has been pulled over Neo's eyes, blinding him from the truth. He also admits that no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself, he states. So Neo gets offered a choice in the form of two pills, a blue one and a red one. If he chooses the blue pill, he remains in his everyday life and believes whatever he wants to believe. But if he chooses the red pill, he'll set foot in the real world and find out what the Matrix truly is. All I'm offering is the truth, says Morpheus. And so Neo takes the red pill and tumbles down the rabbit hole. The Matrix is considered a philosophical film that contains many existing philosophical and religious themes, like prophecy, love, truth, karma, the nature of reality, and living in a simulation. But there seems to be a particular close connection between the Matrix and Plato's allegory of the cave. In this allegory, presented in Plato's Republic, Socrates describes a group of people chained to a wall within a cave their whole lives. The only reality they know of is the mere shadows projected on the wall in front of them, and they believe these are real entities. Then one of the prisoners is freed. He leaves the cave and gets to experience the real world outside. But when he returns to the cave to enlighten the other prisoners with the truth, he faces resistance. This video analyzes the Matrix film through the lens of Plato's allegory of the cave, while exploring the following question: do we, as human beings, actually want the truth? Please note, this video contains spoilers that reveal the plot. The prisoners of the cave are chained so that they cannot move their legs and necks. They can only sit and watch the wall in front of them, but cannot look around, cannot see each other, nor the wall they're chained to. Behind the prisoners burns a fire. There are people in between the fire and the prisoners. These people hold sticks with several forms: birds, horses, dogs, which project onto the wall. So all they've ever seen are mere projections of objects that appear in the real world, a world that's alien to them. When one of the prisoners is freed and ascends from the cave into the real world, he experiences sunlight for the first time in his life. He is confused and needs time to adapt, as he has never seen the daylight before. But when his eyes have adjusted, he encounters all the forms he recognizes from his life in the cave. But they're different this time. Instead of mere silhouettes, he sees the actual entities, full of color and with profound detail. He then realizes what he thought was real was in fact an illusion. Similarly, Neo has been imprisoned without being able to see the prison. When he wakes up from the simulated reality, his naked body lies in a pod filled with liquid. He notices that his body is full of plugs and then sees millions of other pods with humans connected to what seems a giant machine. After a supervising drone notices that Neo has awakened, his body gets unplugged and discharged into a sewer. After Morpheus' ship, the Nebuchadnezzar, retrieves Neo, he needs some time to adjust to the real world, just like the escapee from Plato's cave. A fundamental difference in experience between Plato's character and Neo is the kind of reality they face. In Plato's allegory, the liberated man ascends from darkness into the light, from the lower level within the cave to a higher level outside. This ascension serves as a metaphor for gaining knowledge and becoming a philosopher, and thus obtaining a clear world vision. Plato's reality presents itself as generally more beautiful in comparison with the cave. Also, the freedom of movement in the outside world is a vast improvement. Overall, the real world seems way more pleasurable, and it would be pretty absurd to exchange it for a life in the cave. But the Matrix is different. Morpheus told Neo that if he chooses the red pill, he will show him how deep the rabbit hole goes, referring to the children's novel Alice in Wonderland. Tumbling down a rabbit hole resembles a descent rather than ascent into reality. This idea comes to fruition when Neo falls from a relatively pleasurable reality into a hellish wasteland devoid of sunlight run by machines. As opposed to Plato's reality, the reality in the Matrix isn't beautiful. It's terrible. Those plugged into the Matrix live in a vast, colorful, sunny world, although with a green haze, resembling the late 90s. They also have access to an endless variety of human pleasures. But in the real world, there's only one human city left, Zion, where people live under subhuman conditions, stuck in the outskirts, continually threatened of being obliterated by machines. So one could argue that, in the case of the Matrix, living imprisoned in the cave is more pleasurable than living freely in the outside world. Shortly after his liberation, Neo initially refuses to accept the truth. "No, I don't believe it. It's impossible," he says after Morpheus showed him what the Matrix is. He showed a typical reaction of someone confronted with the harsh reality. As the architect of the Matrix states in the sequel, denial is the most predictable of all human responses. We can see this when, for example, we discover that one of our parents isn't our biological parent, or the person we consider our greatest enemy turns out to be our parent. In such cases, the truth carries such a magnitude that accepting it shakes one's identity to its very foundations. Such a massive shift in perception generally terrifies people. Neo asks Morpheus, "I can't go back, can I?" To which Morpheus answers, "But if you could, would you really want to?" Flat-out disregard of the truth is common. Many people prefer living in a safe bubble of lies to looking outside for the truth. Living in a cozy false reality can be pretty convenient and comfortable. You just have to remain ignorant of everything that could burst your bubble. So instead, you go along with the deceptive narrative of the herd, often amplified by mass media and entertainment. But we also see the opposite happening, like people opposing common knowledge, adopting a false truth, like the idea that Earth is flat. So truth, by and large, can be easily fabricated. Merriam-Webster provides a definition of truth that goes as follows: a judgment, proposition, or idea that is true or accepted as true. Morpheus' goal is to liberate the people from the Matrix, but he also realizes that as long as these people are part of the system, they're the enemy. First of all, because so-called agents protect the Matrix. These agents function a bit like a security program to keep Trojan horses and other malware out, and every human projection is potentially an agent. Second of all, most of them aren't ready to be unplugged. Similarly, when Plato's enlightened man tries to persuade the people in the cave to go outside, he meets resistance and ridicule. Plato describes such endeavor as inserting vision into blind eyes. It's a waste of time trying to convince someone of the truth if they aren't receptive to it. Morpheus also states that many are so hopelessly dependent on the system that they'll fight to protect it. Similarly, Socrates asks if these people wouldn't kill the person offering them the truth about their existence. Nevertheless, Plato points to the philosopher's responsibility to act in the interest of the unenlightened ones, even if they're hostile, just as Neo, Morpheus, Trinity, and the other liberated humans do. In Plato's allegory, we see that liberation ultimately positively affects the man who is freed. Also, Neo eventually accepts the truth and embraces reality. But what if someone knows the truth, but hates it so much that he chooses a false reality? Here's where a character named Cypher comes in. Cypher admits he regrets taking the red pill, saying to Neo, almost assuming he feels the same, "I know what you're thinking, because right now I'm thinking the same thing. Actually, I've been thinking it ever since I got here. Why oh why didn't I take the blue pill? End quote. But Neo's body language clearly shows that he is not on the same line as Cypher. Even though he's stranded in the same dark world, he seems rather happy with his liberation. Neo finds meaning in it and sort of takes on the role of Plato's enlightened man, as he takes responsibility to help the people still imprisoned. Moreover, he had always felt that something was off when he was still plugged in and unaware. He felt that he didn't belong there. He wasn't happy. Through his liberation, he found what he was looking for, which probably compensates sufficiently for having to face the bleakness of reality, especially because people regard him as the one, which makes his existence even more meaningful. Cypher, on the other hand, doesn't enjoy reality in the slightest. He also shows little faith in Morpheus' prophecy of the One. Eventually, he plugs himself into the Matrix to attend a secret meeting with Agent Smith. Although his argument probably falls on deaf ears, he tells Smith, "You know, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realize? Ignorance is bliss." End quote. Cypher is well aware that he cannot unsee what he has seen, which results from encountering truth. For him, being ignorant was great until Morpheus came along and threw a wet blanket on the party. When the veil of ignorance has been lifted, there's no going back. The truth lies naked in front of us. We cannot unsee that the person we thought was our father isn't our biological father. We cannot unsee the betrayal of a partner we previously believed to be a trustworthy person. A relationship between people changes when its fundamental story turns out to be a lie and reality is not as beautiful as it seems. The relationship was more enjoyable before the truth came out. Sure, it was based on an illusion, but in exchange for not knowing, we felt connection, love, intimacy, pleasure, and, ironically, trust. Truth destroyed all that. Cypher realizes that he's fundamentally stuck in a reality he despises, so he asks Agent Smith to plug him back into the Matrix to make him someone rich and influential, like an actor, as he stated. But most importantly, he wants all of his memories of the real world wiped. In return, he gives him Morpheus. Cypher essentially made a hedonistic decision, exchanging reality and freedom for blissful ignorance. Interestingly enough, he reveals his idea of reality and freedom to Trinity, which makes his decisions reasonable in his eyes. During Cypher's attempt to deport Morpheus, Trinity reminds him that Morpheus set him free. But Cypher disagrees and says that all he does is follow orders of a man who lied to them. And if he has to choose between that and the Matrix, he chooses the Matrix. Trinity then argues that the Matrix isn't real. But again, Cypher disagrees, saying, "I think that the Matrix can be more real than this world." The people liberated from the Matrix have the technological ability to plug themselves into the system and be part of a simulated reality as their so-called residual self-image. They can upload programs directly into their minds that contain skills like martial arts, and load various items into the Matrix, like guns. Lots of guns. So they were exposed to an illusion first. Now, they have become illusionists themselves. When Neo goes back into the Matrix for the first time after his liberation and visits the city he lived in, he sees it in a different light. He realizes that none of his memories ever really happened. He recognizes places where he used to eat, work, live, but lucidly, with the knowledge that they're just simulacra. The same must have happened to Plato's enlightened man, going back into the cave for the first time after his ascension, regarding the shadows on the wall. It probably leaves one disillusioned, perhaps disappointed with the lack of mystique these appearances once had. Finding out how a magic trick works makes it a lot less appealing. Truth, therefore, often goes at the expense of enjoyment. An example of this is a legendary character in Western Christian culture called Santa Claus. which originates from the early Christian bishop Saint Nicholas. For most children, Santa Claus is a truly magical experience. The idea of an old bearded man traveling from the North Pole in a sleigh pulled by flying reindeer. According to the legend, Santa's elves make toys and other presents in a secret workshop, and Santa brings them to the children on Christmas Eve. With all the stories, songs, fairy tales, and films about Santa Claus, his annual appearance is almost a religious experience to the infant mind. But when children are around the age of 6, their parents begin to tell the truth about Santa Claus. Many kids react emotionally and in disbelief. A once so much enjoyed illusion is crushed and loses its magical appeal. Hence, it's not uncommon to experience nostalgia for the good old time when we were ignorant of the truth and when a surrogate truth was more appealing. Cypher experiences such nostalgia as well. However, interestingly enough, people can still find joy in what they know is fake. An example of this we see in The Matrix is the behavior of a character named the Oracle. The Oracle appears as an elderly woman, but is a program that initially served as one of the founding forces of the third current version of the Matrix. But when she finished her purpose, she went into exile and started supporting the resistance. Even though, as a computer program, she's very well aware of the world's illusory nature, she seems to enjoy it. She clearly shows delight in the smell of cookies, smokes cigarettes, loves candy, and the sunset. We see the same happening with the Merovingian, a character from the sequel The Matrix Reloaded, who's passionate about the French language and loves beautiful women and serving them dessert with a happy ending. He also seems to enjoy the taste of olives, like a true Frenchman. Of course, as these characters are both software, these enjoyments could be part of their programming. Nevertheless, they show the human capacity to treat an illusion as if it's real. There's a philosophical term for this phenomenon, namely suspension of disbelief. Suspension of disbelief is the intentional avoidance of skepticism, critical thinking, and logic when facing something unreal, like a work of fiction. For ages, humans have eagerly consumed illusions as entertainment, from cinemas and theater performances to the puppet shows of the past. Likewise, Plato's character can still choose to act as if the silhouettes in the cave are real entities, temporarily suspending his disbelief in exchange for enjoyment and having a good time with his old, unenlightened friends. When it comes to the Matrix, the possibilities regarding the enjoyment of fakery are endless. Unlike the illusionists in Plato's cave, the Matrix produces an illusion that we can consider better than reality. We can see this with today's technology as well. How people can immerse themselves in a video game is almost like they're living a second life, an existence mostly more pleasant and rewarding. But the objects that appear on the screen aren't real, but mere projections. To enjoy them as if they were real, one needs to suspend that truth temporarily. Likewise, characters like Neo and Trinity could delight in the Matrix, perhaps by enjoying a romantic dinner and an evening walk along the river Seine in Paris. Anyhow, humans seem to be able to temporarily accept and appreciate the lie when it suits them. Do we actually want the truth? If asked, most people will probably answer yes to this question. But when exploring Plato's allegory and the Matrix, we discover that the human relationship with truth is not that simple. In some cases, we welcome the truth. In other cases, we hide from it, temporarily suspend it, reject it, and even wish to forget the truth if we had that option. One of the most striking examples is the character Cypher. Both Plato's work and the Matrix show people's disdain for a truth that threatens their reality. We tend to attach to the familiar, the comfortable, the meaningful, and are sometimes willing to defend it with our lives. When it comes to the latter, we just have to look at how people are ready to die for their religions and political ideologies. So again, do we want the truth? The answer seems to be, it depends. We tend to handle the facts selectively, as the truth appears in many different forms, with different magnitudes. Truth can uplift us. It can leave us indifferent, but can also make us depressed and miserable. For example, in Plato's allegory, learning the truth has virtually no downsides. The only downside is the hostility by those in the cave. But aside from that, it's pretty evident that Plato's truth leads to something better and would uplift almost anyone. But in the Matrix, the truth is less enjoyable. However, the effect that truth has on us doesn't necessarily depend on the truth itself. It also depends on the person receiving it. In the case of Neo and Morpheus, the state of the world provided them with meaning and legitimized the battle they were fighting as liberators of humanity, which is quite an incredible goal to have in life. On the other hand, Cypher pokes fun at that goal, which shows his cynicism and lack of meaning he found in his existence. People tend to adopt surrogate truths to cover up a painful reality. By contrast, others love painful realities, but these are often instrumental to their already dark worldview. People from both camps also tend to ignore facts that oppose how they want to see the world. In many, if not most cases, they share their worldviews with like-minded people. Sharing a certain truth, regardless of whether it's true, has benefits. Again, look at religious groups, political movements, and even the Flat Earth Society. Being part of such groups can provide people with purpose and social connections. In the Matrix, for example, we can see how the belief in the One binds Morpheus and his people together. The downside is that adopting opposing views as a member, even if they were true, could lead to other members ostracizing you. And here's where the dark side of suspension of disbelief comes in. Some, if not many, are willing to turn a blind eye to the truth, not just for innocent enjoyment, but also out of convenience. For example, someone keeps subscribing to a false belief against one's better judgment just to belong or out of fear of being ostracized. All in all, people seem pretty opportunistic when it comes to the truth. We want a truth, not necessarily the truth. We want a reality, not necessarily the reality. But the truth and the lie often have something in common. They both appear as stories. So could it be that we fundamentally don't want the truth, but a story to believe in, identify with, share with others, dwell on, and, perhaps most importantly, to provide us with a sense of meaning and belonging? Thank you for watching.
$1796, so we're going back a ways, and you know how stupid people were back then and how smart everyone is now. I mean, that's clear. The majority, quote, shall prevail is a rule posterior to the formation of government and results from it. It is not a rule binding upon mankind in their natural state. There, every man is independent of all laws, except those prescribed by nature. He is not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow man without his consent. Holy crap. Holy cows, man. Imagine that concept, huh? Yeah, well, you could just step back from it and imagine just one generation after the next incarnating here, you know, the pure conscious and awareness that we call the Holy Spirit, just kind of, you know, reduced down to what seems to be an individual state. And it's just one crop after the next. They come here, they focus on all the crap and the ways of the world. You know, they're a part of all the things that the system wants them to be a part of. And they just stay away from all that other stuff the system tells them not to be a part of, including upholding rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and being a whacked out sovereign citizen, right? It just happens to work perfectly. But not so much anymore, because folks like myself are talking common sense from a common core, energetic position that kind of is somewhat relatable to all people at this time, more and more as we experience as well. So we're on divine timing here, right? Everything is as it should be. It's perfect in its imperfection. And as we move forward, more and more folks will realize, oh, that's the reason that we incarnate in this realm and what we're actually doing here. It wasn't all the side quests, right? It's just like a video game. You got the main missions and then you got side quests. How many folks buy Grand Theft Auto or whatever the games are where they have the open world, and instead of going on the mission to complete the game or develop their character attributes, spend time at the strip club in the game, right? Fucking the hooker only to kill her and throw her in the trunk because it's interesting. We want to see what's going to happen. It's cool. You know, so that's the metaphor in a way. That's the allegory of what we have going on here. We have an open world simulation. There's main missions that are programmed into the game, and then there's side quests and fuck off time. And most folks never take on the main missions because they spend their whole time side questing and fucking off. Most of the audience and most people are not going to come to watch and listen because they're going to have to do some fucking work, and they're lazy, procrastinating, cowardly slaves. That's most of the audience of the United States corporation, if you haven't noticed. So they're always going to water seeks its own level, right? So that's one way of putting it forth that we would buy into and would make sense. In a way, what you would have to say is, I'm too good, or I'm too real. I'm too focused on what's important and what's meant to happen that most don't want to focus on or activate for, right? The people who are ahead of their time, who are doing what needs to be done, who are sacrificing to put themselves and their life on the line to get it done and having results, they're not going to be propped up. They're not going to be as well known. Maybe once they die a couple hundred years after that, someone will take some more notice, right? The flock, the masses, the Babylonians, tend to stay in their cults. Testing. Bit low energy today, but I've been worse. I'm one of those slaves that I was talking about there in the intro. It's been fucking off and side questing recently. And I realized today also that kid might have been right about most of my charisma being in my beard. I accidentally went to go trim my hair and my beard, and I went down too low. So then I continued. Then I had to bring it all the way down. So we're starting over. But a lot of my energy, my inspiration, my motivation, my charisma went with the beard, it seems. So every time I think someone here is moronic and slavish and foolish, upon reflection, I realize maybe they're onto something. So if I'm a bit low energy today or not as focused as usual, that's the reason why. Much like Samson, I believe it is. A lot of my spirit went with the beard. I just don't feel... Am I good on movement? Hold on, let me check the movement. Seeing some strafing. I don't know what that's about. It's always something, right? But, okay, so I have a bunch of stuff up there. I got 40 things just sitting and or prepared today. It's usually a mix of stuff sitting and stuff that I bring up recently. And then I just go off on a tangent for 4 hours and get to little, if any, of it. But I'm going to address Keith, because Keith emailed me, and he's got a whole narrative here. He took his time, energy, attention out. Normally, I would just ignore this, or I would respond and then ignore. But I figure, let me try something different today, because why not? Do whatever I want here. I trimmed the beard, and I lost a lot of my inspiration and motivation. I just don't care. I'm fucking off and side questing more recently, spending a lot of time with myself, not really engaged with the world, so to speak, and its activities, which is contrary to what we're used to here on this broadcast. But as such, I figured I would give Keith his 15 minutes of F-list YouTube celebrity fame, non-fame. So, okay. Short story long. Keith reached out to email me. I'll just go over it. I don't know if this is legal or not. Is it legal to this is the thing, right? And it kind of gets into what this whole point is. Is it legal to read someone else's communication to you? I don't know. But I'm doing it because Keith is very interested in me giving the audience notice, because I might be doing harm to them. So I'll just go in order. Instead of going backwards, I'll go in order. He emails me the other day. Hi, Paul. For follow-up, something other than the etymology of the word government, because he keeps emailing me saying government doesn't mean mind control. Ment doesn't mean mind. I contend that it does. He's citing certain things. I would think that this would be beyond self-evident and obvious, but like most things, it's not. It's up for debate. So beyond that, the etymology of the word government, I'm writing to address the narrative shared among your many acolytes that the United States is a corporation based in Washington, D.C. As a person of influence, you likely wish to ensure that your teachings are grounded in established legal fact rather than frivolous theories that consistently lead to severe judicial sanctions for those who attempt to use them. By the way, I don't know where he comes up with all this. I've never stated any of this as my legal beliefs or how I present at court. Quite the opposite from what I remember. Oftentimes, if not all the time, I give the presupposed caveat, right? That this is a what I suppose it may be. And then going through these various pieces of information and pieces of the code, it leads me to believe that my suspicion is correct. But I can't prove it. I don't think anyone can prove anything. This is precisely the point of what law is, has always been, or has become, is basically just a bunch of arguments about people's beliefs that are then certified and supposedly substantiated by somebody's authorized position, right? So someone out there is called a judge, a pope, whoever, whatever. Their perspective is infallible according to the system. They're gonna level, or reach a verdict, make a judgment, or create a belief, and then that belief is going to go down in history as a true statement. I can't figure out how that happens, but we never address that part, right? We never address the part of how does another man become more infallible than me and have an ability to create a perspective that is more true than mine? If we're all equal under the law, we all have equal consideration. Well, then how is anyone else's belief more true, more based in some fact or authority, right? More applicable to me or everyone else than my belief is? I can't get anyone to explain that to me to a satisfactory standard where I can understand it or accept it, right? And this might be part of my big problem in life. Is you could explain something 1,000 times and I still don't accept it, and you can cite or correlate all day, every day, right? As I've done here, I don't cite, I correlate. But again, even my correlation with what I suppose or suspect or may believe does not make it true or factual. It's just evidence to the fact that some man or some woman at some time repeated this sentiment based in what they believe to be the spirit of the law, that they've created the record of the letter of the supposed law or the legalistic process, right? If that makes sense. So we'll continue on here because, again, I'm not saying that the United States definitely is a corporation. I suspect that all of history is this process of the isms taking over the land and the people and the mind and heart of the people. And one of those isms is fascism, the merger of state and corporate powers. I then go to various aspects of the code and various words and terms and aspects of procedure that tend to make me believe that that's truer than anything else I've seen or heard, right? A good example is, right, because Keith's going to give me all this and give me his citations or correlations, and I'm just going to ask him at the end of it, Keith, why do we have a United States at all? Where is it? What is it? And if it's not a corporation, why do we need to vote for presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers? Now, in my book, in my world, I just wrecked him, as some like to say on here, right? That just that one question wrecks any presumption of belief beyond what I've laid out, right? Again, it's what I suppose. I can't prove it one way or the other, but I suppose there's a corporation and a corporate takeover afoot. And one of the reasons that I believe that is because everyone's running around saying they're part of the United States, aka a District of Columbia, okay, that as far as I understand, incorporated at some point. And because it incorporated, we have to vote for presidents, vice presidents, treasurers, secretaries, and other aspects of a corporation. Either that or United States is a motorcycle club, right? And I'm kind of being a bit flippant. But it's like when you join a club, a motorcycle club, you need a president, a vice president, a treasurer, a secretary, on and on and on and on. Almost as if even motorcycle clubs have mirrored this idea of corporate structure and procedure. Okay, so, but again, none of this means proof. None of this means that what I'm saying is true, especially for you. Again, I'm just supposing what it seems to be, and I know that it seems to be very difficult to get any straightforward answer on this one way or the other. All we have is a bunch of people's individuals or collective bodies of people, their beliefs and what they suppose or what they have down on record, and then we're all here arguing over it. So the narrative shared among your many acolytes, the United States is a corporation based in Washington, D.C. As a person of influence, you will likely wish to ensure that your teachings are grounded in established legal fact. See, that was the term right there. Established legal fact. What makes something, and Keith, if you're out there, please click the link or call in so you can explain to me how life and the world works, because I'm a very immature person, right? I've been told that all my life. I'm very immature. I'm not as responsible and accountable as I could be. And in certain ways, these are true statements. I will accept that. Okay. In other ways, I think that it's a cop-out, but I may need explaining to how this all works, right? Like, how does something become a established legal fact? Because in my wacky world, established legal fact means usually, and it's not all the time, a bunch of white people get together in suits and outfits and claim to be a part of some endeavor, and then they just keep repeating certain things over and over again long enough and often enough to where everyone else or the majority of other people who hear this start repeating it. That's the closest thing I can come to how something becomes an established legal fact. Someone decides it, the group repeats it, and they repeat it enough to where everyone else witnessing the group starts to repeat it, and it then, voila, becomes an established legal fact, right? So again, and if you're here and you're not Keith, but you have an understanding of this, because I'm obviously not a lawyer, I'm not licensed, I'm just some conspiratard sovereign citizen on the internet who's lucky if I can keep my shit in my life together. Again, outside of obesity last year, folks who've been here for a while know that. It's pretty sad and pathetic. Okay, so take some leniency on me. Okay, take some leniency on me and understand I am a trailer dweller as well. Okay, I'm a very low living individual with few, if any, certifications and credentials, and I don't understand at all. This whole broadcast is basically I don't understand how life or any of this works, but I've looked into it, and now I believe that I may, and then I put out what I believe. And then everyone tells me why I'm wrong because these people over here already have a market on beliefs and we have to follow their beliefs. Okay. So if anyone can understand how that works and bring some clarity to me, you can appear or present instead, in the stead of Keith Williams. Okay. And others, because you all seem to have this similar way of speaking and this similar way of perceiving, and it doesn't jive with what I'm perceiving. So I may need you to explain it to me. Okay. So my teachings, these aren't teachings. I've said that many times over the years. I'm not here to teach anyone anything. I'm here to tell you what it is that I believe or suppose or my experience, and then draw a conclusion for yourself from that. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't claim to be the arbiter. I don't even think that's possible. And I find it ironic when you folks write me to tell me all about how these folks over here are the arbiters. They are the legal experts, and what they say goes, right? So in a way, it's a bit non-bit, because I come on here at times as the Honorable Judge Unslavvius, pretending, I guess, everyone else is official who does it. I'm pretending that I'm a judge and I have a perspective and a belief, and that I could lay down a ruling, and that becomes true for me and apparently everyone else in the equation. That's not a real thing. I'm LARPing, okay? And I'm doing that LARP because I suppose everyone else in a costume is doing the same thing, and that just may be my mistake. That may be my error, right? Okay, so right, grounded in established legal fact rather than, quote, frivolous theories that consistently lead to severe judicial sanctions for those who attempt to use them. I haven't had that experience either, by the way, because this is another consistent narrative that I'm up here acting like I'm an expert, telling everybody what it is factually as if it's proven. And it's leading to a whole line of people who are having loss, injury, or harm done to them, severe sanctions. I've not experienced that. Quite the opposite, actually. Myself, and I'm one of the participants. Hi, thanks for being here. Have been to court, as we know, 6 times in 5 years. I'm still here yapping. I didn't sign anything. I didn't pay a fine. Okay, I didn't comply or cooperate beyond a certain point. So much so, I'm now bored with it, because I actually thought they were going to slay me and skewer me, and I was going to be part of those extreme sanctions. And then this was all, if not put to bed, this is all going to be part of a story arc where it didn't wind up good for me, but that's okay, because I guess I have some subconscious need to be tested and challenged here, or like some self-sabotaging mechanism that goes on here where I believe that I'm not like worthy enough or good enough, or that I need to suffer in order to prove something. There's a lot of sub-psychological aspects that are potentially at play there. But it actually went so opposingly for me and what I believe to be the truth, and to the opposite, and many others who come here, that actually the results have led me to believe that I do know what I'm talking about to an extent, and I am correct. And if nothing else, my mere belief or lack of belief on the other side is what allows me to move through court and not be, as you put it, severely sanctioned. Okay. And again, we point out many others who come here. Julian's an example. Brian O'Shea's an example. Clayton would be a similar example. Joshua is a great example. Out of 5 cases, he's got 4 dismissals. Okay, so again, Keith, not doing yourself much of a favor when it comes to credibility when you make statements like legal fact rather than frivolous theories that consistently lead to severe judicial sanctions for those who attempt to use them, because I've not experienced that. Okay. The majority of folks, I'm not going to say all, but the majority of folks who I've seen go down this road and attempt to practice upholding the law and exercising their rights and showing up to court without an attorney have actually done pretty well. Either gotten dismissals or had such a minimal sanction, as you put it, that it's almost not worth mentioning, right? Avoiding jail time, being charged $200 and then not even having to pay it. Because ultimately there is no recourse unless you're worried about them suspending the benefits and privileges that you begged them for. Okay, so we'll continue on here. And again, if Keith is here, please come up, Keith, or call in. Maybe you can provide more context. So here he goes with his citations now. The U.S. Supreme Court confirmed, right? So now a non-living entity, according to this person, and again, this is what's so fascinating when these well-to-do, sophisticated, factual folks start talking in a hallucinatory way. See, the U.S. Supreme Court confirmed non-living entity in District of Columbia versus Thompson, 346 U.S. 100, 1953. And this is where it gets ridiculous, because you'll have a bunch of people say, well, it was good law then, it's not good law now, and it was true then, but it's not true now in light of these facts, which are non-facts, beliefs from some other guy in a costume. Just this is how culted the fuck out the human race is, right? Sorry, that's a side note there, but it should be pretty obvious at this point. That's all that this email is proving, is the majority of the human race is easily suggestible, manipulatable, culted the fuck out, and will literally cite non-living entities for where they get their understanding of how the world and life works. And or will cite people in a corporate capacity saying they're not part of a corporation. Well, then why are they in uniforms? Why are they given titles if they're not in a corporate capacity, right? So again, a lot of these are rhetorical questions. You figure it all out. I'm just here to observe and report today. Okay, so the Supreme Court confirmed District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. Again, an act. I'm supposed to read or look at an act and then presume that to be reality for myself and for others. Right? Don't ask me how that works. The Organic Act of 1871 merely created a quote-unquote body corporate for municipal purposes, establishing a city government for DC, not a replacement for the sovereign United States. Don't know what that means. How can a non-living entity have sovereignty. And if the non-living entity or the group of individuals has sovereignty, then how does the individual not retain his or her sovereignty? I don't know what that means, but apparently Keith does. And this is why I'm an idiot or misinformed or going to get people hurt, because I should be telling people this. What's in an act of 1871? Which, again, an act is usually part of a play or a script. Whatever. That's just me, again, musing. That's not real. That's not true. But don't ask why it's called an act, even though it's supposed to be a law, even though statute, policy, and code is only given the force of law through the consent of the governed, right? So essentially, this whole reality and everything in it is only meaningful if you accept it to be. That's what consent to the governed means. But Keith is all in, right? And even though I keep explaining to everyone that my way out of all this is the way in, and the way in outlines consent to the governed. So that's just my throwaway for all this. Is it doesn't matter what you believe, or get together with 500 million people and believe it and write it down and present it as an act. This only has the force of law or legal process by consent of the governed and or a danger to the public, right? Loss, injury, and harm being a prerequisite. The definition of United States as a federal corporation in 28 U.S.C. section 3002 is strictly limited to the Federal Debt Collection Procedures Act. And this means, and again, maybe you're just a lot smarter than me because I just checked out. That doesn't mean anything to me. This is back to the whole Artie argument where it's not a corporation. It just acts like one. See, I'm from the world of what it seems to be is what it is until proven otherwise. Okay. So again, we're making distinctions. So a 3002 section of the 28th code is only limited to Federal Debt Collection Procedure Act, right? So only in that capacity is United States a corporation. Everywhere else it's not, is what we're expected to believe, because they, he, she, someone, somewhere, someone defined it as such, according to them. And they would never mislead or double talk or double speak or purposely misspeak, right? Or mislead or just leave certain things out of context, right? No one would ever do that who's a part of the system, by the way. It's important to remember that. These people are not only infallible, they have no malicious motives ever. They have no motives for power and control or deception, right? Or misleading others. If that ever does pop up, it was completely an oversight, right? And I guess, never mind pointing out how many times there's been that oversight that obviously couldn't be malicious or intended. So basically what it boils down to is all these people who you're citing, Keith, are either corrupt or incompetent a large portion of the time. Some might say, okay? That's another thing that many of you don't seem to see the same way that I do, right? That's my trauma early on with the people closest to me who are supposed to keep me safe. I've now projected that onto everyone, is what the narrative will be. And maybe there's some truth to that, okay? I find it very difficult to trust and or believe other people based on what they say while ignoring what's being done. I'm one of those. Okay? So, courts have repeatedly ruled, as in Nunn versus United States, 2011, that this definition is for the sole purpose of debt collection and does not strip the government of its sovereign immunity. Nor does it transform citizens into corporate assets, as many of your acolytes, like at Jeeps, seem to think. Okay, so we've got the acolytes comment there again. And again, the whole air of this email or this presentment is basically like, I'm in a position of power. There's people who follow me. I'm misleading them and I'm potentially causing harm. He needs to get me right so I can get my acolytes right. And we don't keep doing so much harm and loss to so many others by misinforming them. Because obviously Keith and the others know something that I don't. Right? And this is why I'm reading this email here today. So it can never be stated that I'm overlooking my obligation and accountability and responsibility to the people who watch this broadcast, right? And correcting the record as far as context and nuance, right? What my perspective actually is, what I'm doing here. Because it doesn't matter how many times I say it or point out, that what we're supposed to be doing here is the exact opposite. Folks like this will continue to claim that I'm some leader in a power position who's telling everyone else what it is and what it should be, and even what they should do. When every single time someone has asked me what they should do, I tell them, I can't tell you what you should do. I'm only telling you what I have done and why I believe it works for me until it doesn't. Because again, I don't think any perspective, presentment, or practice works all places, all times, without question. There's no silver bullet in any of this. That's why it's called practicing law. Okay. Federal appellate courts, including the Seventh Circuit in United States versus Banabi, it should be bonobo, as in the monkey, okay, because that's really what this all amounts to, have mandated that these sovereign citizen theories be rejected summarily. Oh, well, that makes it credible, of course, right? How could I have overlooked that? Silly me. That at some building somewhere, some person in a uniform with an imaginary title decided United States versus bonobo. So apparently it's a non-living entity versus a chimpanzee. Has just cleared the records. You know, this is empirical fact. Have mandated that sovereign citizen theories be rejected summarily, right? You mean like, now follow me here. You mean like we shouldn't have to take 14 vaccines in order to feel safe and be allowed to leave the house? You mean like that? Like those facts that have been mandated, right? This is how ridiculous it is. Beyond 5 years after a complete, not even societal lockdown, a worldwide lockdown where supposed policies and codes issued through a corporation were taken as mandates by the infallible experts and authorities that are now, I have the article up there, by the way, turning tail and running and begging for immunity and saying it was one big mistake. We never should have done it. And now doctors coming out saying their whole practice has become all about vaccine injury. You mean like those mandates that are from infallible experts and authorities in a corporate, non-corporate position with imaginary titles? You mean like that whole simulation? See, this is all it amounts to. I don't need to cite or correlate to some person's judgment or historical reference because I'm a man too. You're citing other men's beliefs and perspectives for where you get yours. I don't do that. At best, I correlate. And that's based on the spirit of the law. It has nothing to do with legalism or corporate procedure. But they can't, just like I can't figure out what they're talking about, they can't figure out what I'm talking about. And I guess we're all supposed to believe that hundreds and thousands and millions of people all were either just too stupid to realize what I realized, that we shouldn't take one, let alone 10 vaccines from big corporations to feel safe and be let off lockdown. They either couldn't figure it out all at the same time because we didn't get enough judges in a room together to figure it out, or they were all just paid to look the other way and ignore the questions that would lead to a revelation of reality because it was fucking profitable. See how that works, Keith? So again, I've gone out on a limb here to presume, and I even go like ultra extreme with this, right? Just to go over the top. I've gone out on a limb to presume that from the beginning of time, the majority of corporations and group endeavors of this human family and society are either stupid and foolish and not based on some kind of empirical fact or based on some level of corruption. That's the majority of things that are put into place in this world are either for-profit scams or are put forward by people who mean well, who are actually too stupid to figure out where it's going to go and what's going to happen based on the nature of the beast. Okay? So that's just, again, my perspective. You will never cite someone's perspective and opinion that will overwrite my perspective and opinion of what I just stated. And all I have to do is reference history. Every time in history we come across a big event that we study, it's always one of two things. A collective of ignorant, foolish, stupid people who enact some legislation, some practice or procedure that goes bad for them and everyone else, even though they had the best intentions, or willfully, knowingly doing wrong because they knew they were going to profiteer for a time and didn't care as much about what was true and what's right, and questioning supposed authorities as they did getting paid. Okay? But again, these are just most likely my inherent trust issues that I developed by being lied to and abused by the people who were supposed to keep me safe and protect me, my original government, right? Parents, teachers, and others. And I'm now projecting that onto everyone else. There could be some truth to that. Okay, so right. I'm freezing. I'm going full Mitch McConnell. Where is it here? I just lost my right. The Seventh Circuit, United States versus Bonobo, have mandated that these quote unquote sovereign citizens theories be rejected summarily, right? Perpetuating the idea that government is an illegitimate corporation misleads your followers. Never mind the fact that I've told people over and over again to stop following me, not only because it's annoying and I spend the majority of my life in a traumatized state, could be argued, practicing solitude, staying to myself, doing what feels right or allows me to feel free or just content, and not having anyone else's obligations or expectations hoist upon me, right? So not only do I tell people to stop following me because I just am annoyed by it, I'm very Shrek-like in that way, right? But because also I'm not going to be responsible for the choices you make because you watched me do or say something or believe what I believe, but don't want to accept the consequences of moving on that belief or that supposition, right? So again, for the 1,000th time, I'm not here to lead anyone else based on what I do. At best, okay, I can provide a perspective that may help someone be led back to themselves and to lead themselves. That's not my obligation. Okay, that's not my occupation. That's not what I'm here to do necessarily, as much as people keep claiming that for the longest time. I'm nobody's hero. I'm nobody's guru. I'm nobody's leader. I'm lucky if I can keep my own shit together and keep my life on the straight and narrow. That's my biggest obligation and practice and responsibility here in this domain. Okay. So, right. Perpetuating the idea the government is an illegitimate corporation misleads your followers and exposes them to predictable legal failure. It doesn't, because I've never told anybody that I go into court and bring up how the corporation is illegitimate. I actually say the opposite. We're going to go to court. There's no point in being contemptuous or attempting to be offensive or even pointing out their fraud. Okay, you challenge it without challenging it. You point it out without pointing it out. And I've gone over what the claim looks like that essentially does that. Okay. So another misstatement. I trust you will find these citations helpful in providing your community with a more accurate understanding of American jurisprudence. Well, that's your breach of trust, or that's your delusion of trust, right? Which again, it's very quaint, right? It's a very clever statement. Like a lot of these folks who speak like this, right? That he trusts that I will find these citations helpful in providing my community with a more accurate understanding of American jurisprudence. No, I don't. I don't perceive that some guy in a costume's belief and perspective and citing that somehow gives myself and everyone else here a better understanding of what right from wrong is, true from false is, and how we would undertake this endeavor of a free country, right? Rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. I'll see you on your next live stream. I trust your health continues to improve. Well, that's nice. So I'll give my response back quickly to him, and then I'll give the next response from him, and then we'll go from there. So my response to him was as follows, quote, I don't encourage anyone to bring up what it seems to be defined as at court. It's two different conversations. However, I do believe a similar idea applies across the board, i.e. commercial versus common law, public versus private. Dual jurisdiction was confirmed to me at court by an administrator. With that said, you providing me someone's opinion that day doesn't equate to anything other than that. And I'm sure if I look long and far enough, I can find many of them, opinions that is, that contradict each other, because it's just that. Some guy's opinion that day or what judgment will be made and put on record. I happen to believe that there is, in fact, a corporate takeover that has been perfected on this land, and that, in fact, these are corporations converting men and women with rights into corporate entities / involved with business proceedings at the expense of rights in the name of providing safety as a service. Again, you quoting some guy in a costume doesn't mean it is or isn't something. I am clear why it seems the way it does to me, and that I can't prove it. Okay. So he goes on to respond. One of my favorite quotes, I've never been able to find the origin other than perhaps it comes from a football coach, is this: a primary duty of a person with power is to not hurt other people. I learned some years ago that I should be careful to attend to this as my power in this world became more evident. You are a person with power and stature as evidenced by your audience, which returns again and again. This is more of a perspective on what your belief of power is, rather than it is an objectively true statement on what power actually is. So this presumption that because people show up again and again to look at or experience equates to power, to me, I could get into, I guess, some philosophizing on that, but I'll spare you at this moment. People used to open up circus tents of folks with 3 legs and enlarged genitalia and obese women with beards. And there would be no shortage of people who would stroll through in order to gawk at or experience the 3-legged, large genitalia creature, the obese bearded woman, on and on and on and on, right? So this, again, a lot of presumptions and assumptions here. This presumption that because people regularly come here to view me, that I am somehow more powerful than others. Again, a lot of presumption and assumption there. I don't necessarily hold that view. I don't necessarily abide by that perspective. That's one of the reasons I respect you. In addition to that, both of us was molded in part by certain failures of our parents, so perhaps I felt a certain kinship. By ignoring the clarity of the citations below from the Supreme Court of the United States, and by omitting those from what you believe, discounting their judgments in favor of what some clerk in a traffic court may have said to you, you risk misleading and hurting these people who believe in you and trust what you say. Another misstatement. I was speaking to at the time the administrator, what you would call a magistrate or a court judge. It was not a court clerk at traffic court, which, while you attempt to dismiss the power, as you put it, of a court clerk, it could be argued that certain court clerk or clerk of court, because there may be a subtle distinction, may be viewed as more powerful than the administrators and the judges / magistrates themselves. The argument could be made, but still a misstatement, because it wasn't from a court clerk. It was from an administrator on the bench of God himself, okay, or the closest thing to it, according to you and others in this realm. So, in favor of some clerk in a traffic court may have said to you, you risk misleading and hurting those people who believe in you and trust what you say. Don't believe in me. Put no faith in earthly man and woman for whom there is no ultimate salvation. Put your faith and trust in God. Go on the walk. Do the research. Apply the information that you get. Start to craft your own perspective, God forbid, right, of who you are, what this place is, and what your role, your purpose, or your meaning here is. Don't buy into or trust in anything I or anyone else puts forward here. There's a clue for some folks, right, on how this all should work, you would think. So again, people who believe in me, trust in what I say, and he goes on, I think you have the ability to be better than that. Well, thank you, Keith. You may be sorely mistaken. There's a lot of folks in my life who've gotten around me, see the potential of me, and think that I'm capable of doing and being and having better, and they've wasted a lot of their time, energy, attention. I don't want that to happen to you. So I give everyone the caveat with me in my life. If you can't love me the way that I am, or tolerate or accept me and how I present or how I perceive, don't waste your time trying to get me right and make me better unless I ask for it. And even then, after a certain point, cut your losses and move on, because history has shown it's probably not going to happen. And if it does, it's going to be over such a long period of time. You might be driven crazy while it does happen, right? And then how does that benefit you? You've helped me, you've changed me, but now you're insane. You don't know where you are or who you are, right? And so it's been so trying and testing and challenging and extensive of a process. So Keith writes, I think you have the ability to be better than that. He's probably mistaken. Although I may have the ability, I may just not be willing to be. W. Somerset Maugham wrote, again, we're quoting someone else's words, where we get our understanding, and that's always how I know who or what I'm dealing with. It's the De Castro syndrome, right? When I was going back and forth with De Castro, putting forth my perspective of what it seems to be based on my experience and then correlating that with other people's words. They don't have any authentic, genuine experience of their own that they correlate. They cite other people's genuine, authentic experience and perspective and then claim it to be their own. See? It's the NPC syndrome. That's why we usually never see eye to eye. So no matter. W. Somerset Maugham wrote that men often sacrifice truth to their own vanity, advantage, or comfort. I, for one, try not to fall prey to that common weakness in men who want to be real men. Keith. That's it. That's the end of it right there. So I want to thank real quick before I forget, Jimmy Shively. Jimmy Shively writes, appreciate you and all you do, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shively. Julian Barbary writes, peace and blessings, Paul. And of course, this is contributions and support links, non-taxable gifts from extended friends and family, which is always a nice thing to have. Okay. Alan writes, simple but true. There's only one GOAM. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Mr. Alan Vance. But that's not true. There's more than one God of all media. As a matter of fact, Keith is gaining on me. He's at any moment going to overtake me. He's going to whisk this audience off, provide them with citations and true factual understandings rather than frivolous banter in order to keep everyone safe, right? It's important that we cite all of our public servants for where they get their authority over the men and women they serve, because if not, we may be doing harm to other men and women by not pointing this out. And of course, that's why I went through that today. So Keith, you can no longer claim that I'm neglecting my obligations or responsibilities to this audience. I gave them everything that you gave me in the perspective, and I even gave them the clarified record of my perspective and why I do what I do and what's behind all that, right? I don't want any misunderstandings. Greg N writes, I work with a Bosnian. He loves listening to you. Right. Not only do bonobo chimps love listening to me, they suspect, the bonobos suspect that I'm one of the most intelligent human beings on this planet. That's not a credit to how intelligent I am. That's just really a indictment on how foolish, ignorant, arrogant, culted out, cucked out, slaved out the human race is at this point. But not only do bonobos enjoy watching me, because I cite Supreme Court cases where bonobos versus the United States are a thing, but Bosnians as well. Okay, so it's good to hear. We have cornered the market on bonobo audience and Bosnian audience. This is big stuff. Okay, so and also, like, because now I was gonna go somewhere else. Now I went there, and now I have to like retransition back to some kind of thread. But I have it here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Because, this is frivolous legal theories I've come up with that have been rejected out of hand. You mean like the numbers that we've been issued are all based on account? Is that what you mean? That's another quote unquote sovereign citizen frivolous legal theory, that the all caps name is not the man or woman or the body. Is it in fact a trust, public charitable trust, a corporate entity linked to certain numbers that are linked to accounts, where the ledger is charged and discharged, right? It's where we do some banking and accounting based on an economy or a land, a supposed country that has defaulted long ago and has essentially pledged their citizenry as collateral in order to charge and discharge what we call debt. So there's the old Social Security Act, another act, by the way. And when that act was created, everybody was issued a card, and on that card it said account number. And then below was listed your account number. And then it even stated on that card not to display this card and this account number as identification. And of course, fast forward 50, 100, 150 years, everybody's running around with a new card that leaves out the account, still has the number, and they're presenting it at all these corporate venues, the DMV and other subsidiary corporations, right? Corporations, non-corporations, because they act as such, but they're not technically that, according to Keith, who cites some other public servant who, of course, is infallible and would never misinterpret or mislead, right? So if United States is not a corporation, even though it's acting like a corporation, why is it handing out accounts with account numbers to all of its citizens who are defined, at least somewhere in the code, as business entities? See? So again, Keith, you pretty much wasted your time. I'm sorry. I at least gave my audience notice because you said that was important, so I did that. But you pretty much wasted your time because I can't see it any other way at this point. Again, that just might be my mistake and my failing. I'm very egocentric and prideful, and very vain. Okay, so I'm lost in my vanity at this point. Okay, let me observe the chat creatures because I've overlooked them at this point. A lot of chatter going on. I always appreciate your perspective as long as everyone else. Oh, I thought you said as long as everyone else does. That's pretty much what Keith wrote. As long as everyone else is. I don't even know what that means. I think you mean as well as everyone else. Oh, that's the name of the game here, right? At the Unslavian court, we're all giving perspectives. I, much like the servants of United States Corporation, claim that I'm the most infallible. I'm consistently the most correct here and the most infallible, and pretty much, and in this court, what I say goes. It's literally the truth, the only truth. See, this bit non bit I'm doing right now while mocking them, while mocking him, is why they say what they do about me. And they ironically never say it about the people they say, right? Because they can actually do it. I can't actually do it. The black magic only works when you're a certified agent and servant. If you're someone on here LARPing and attempting to hold up the mirror while doing the bit non bit, it's not the same thing. There's no actual power behind it. Pimp, you took my words out my head. I'm here to go at you. Well, there it is, sir. I'll throw the link again. 602-730-0122, or click the link if you disagree with anything that I've put forth. I'm open to it. Any shirts left? I don't believe so. There may be one or two left, smalls, mediums, which of course, as we know, on America, while they all argue over who in a corporate capacity / non-corporate capacity is the most safe, right? Or the most powerful, creating safety for the rest of us. We know that the rest of America has descended into morbid obesity. Okay, so there's a good chance that when you ask, are there any shirts left? Technically, the answer is yes, but actually no. Because nobody nowadays is fitting into a small or a medium. Those days are over. The party's over, okay? So maybe if you have some kind of pet, like one of those lap dogs or something, then there's shirts left for them. But the rest of the obese Americans who've just completely descended into slavery and disempowerment, genocidal, depression, And it's even transferred onto me, right? I found myself over the past months and years almost just sinking into a depression. I didn't even realize it. So I like started to look around and realize, oh my God, being around these people, being questioned by them, listening to them, having them project onto me has profoundly affected my mental and emotional state of beingness. Very slippery slope there. Very subtle and insidious. Can anyone do anything about the spamming? Asking for a friend. Right. I took away all the moderators again. See? Now I have to be on the chat. I'm neglecting my obligation. Someone's going to get hurt from this. What people do not know is their sovereign divine being. You're a sovereign citizen. You're making shit up. Your beliefs don't matter. Only the people who are in a service capacity beliefs matter because they have titles and they get paid, and that is somehow more powerful and valuable than just a man talking based on his perspective and beliefs, right? I also don't want his channel to get removed because of me. I don't know what you're saying. Oh, man. There are certain points in the broadcast, in every broadcast, where I ask myself, why am I here? Why am I even doing this? Maybe I just go get like a sandwich truck somewhere. There's got to be, and it's like, do I even want an easier way? That's what, now I'm venting to you folks, right? About me, about the blessing and the curse of what it means to be me. And they'll tell me, Paul, you're so intelligent. You have so many opportunities. You can do whatever you want to do. But what do I really want to do? And then why would I want to be here? That's the question. Reading Keith Williams' emails about quoting people in costumes, doing acts about what our law is in this universe. Is anyone else getting it? Anyone? It's all this broadcast has become. Okay. It's like, I've essentially started my own suicide hotline where I host it and I call in to talk with me about what it's like to be me, and then remind myself that potentially, maybe it's all going to be okay. And then from time to time, someone else who understands to some extent what it's like to be born in this life, surrounded by these people, they comfort me. They say, it's okay, Paulie boy, we get it. We have a very similar perspective. It's crazy. It's insanity, but it's our crazy, insane place, right? This is our home. Yes, people like US Ape, Beerly, Jeeps, Red 40, other folks. Kristen, Killa K, and others. Thank you for being here to support me in my time of need. All right. Briefly, I'm going to continue to go over this here, see if there's anything jumping out at me that I can address. If not, we're going to move on here. Man, we're already coming up on the 2-hour mark. Time flies when you're in the thick of insanity, collectivism, corporatism, deception, Satanism, right? Just fucking flies by. I think you want to save those you can save, but learn to understand you can't save everyone. I've learned about me that there's multiple things going on at any one time. It's never a black and white answer. I dwell in the gray area. So, and I'm always involved in a bit non-bit. Right. So while you write that, there may be some truth to that, but there's also some truth to the last statement I made in somewhat of a humorous fashion, right? That this stream at times, there's the caveat. At times, this stream is nothing more than a coping mechanism for me having to be born in this place that we call universe and living a life surrounded by people like Keith Williams and others who contribute and support to me, say I'm making sense at times, that I inspire and motivate them, but, and then they fill in the blank, but there's this peace of mind and heart control that you need to look at in order to understand what we're all going to do and be here. And it just drives me crazy. Always has, probably always will. But I'm starting to get more and more accepting of it as time goes on. They've got me. They've dragged me down to their level and beat me over the head with their cucked out cuckery and collectivism. Now I doubled up on their cucked out cuckery and collectivism. I guess it's all the same thing. So they're cucked out collectivism. That's it. Okay, so I'm going to throw it out there. Tefano is here now. Tefano, thank God that you're here. Folks loved you the one day you came up. You become a fan favorite. There's no denying it. Tefano, the link is down there. If you want to try once again, God bless your heart. If you want to try to, I'm vomiting, but if you want to try again to explain it to me, how this all works, I can't get past 2 or 3 concepts. You know, I can't get past it. Should have seen my buddy when he went to court more recently, having to get the secondhand story about what the attorney is writing or saying, and just how grotesque it all is. I won't bore you. I won't obsess too much. Because you do not stand on any ground and playing the victim, I have no time for people like you. All right, we're going to move on because we're at one of those points where the chat is seemingly incomprehensible. It's all over the place. There's no order here. This is why we need slavery and genocide. We desperately need order, people. Okay, so another coping mechanism that I've become aware of more recently that allows me to find some joy in the world that I live in, because it's not always easy. It's not always easy when you're born here and you believe certain things or you see certain things, right? That's the problem. Perspective isn't reality, but it becomes the reality of the perceiver. So you perceive some certain things. It may not be real, but it's reality for you, right? So you become conscious of those things, and then reality becomes a bit testing or challenging. It can become difficult at times, and even more difficult to find joy. You know, so one of the things I've done more recently is I've delved into pony play. What's pony play? Folks are asking. Well, I can show you better than I can tell you.
My name is Nicole, and I'm addicted to pony play. Pony play allows me to indulge in the pretend play that all of us came to know and love as a child, and it's kind of taboo as an adult.
Right. This is what I do now. This is what I've been doing the last 2 or 3 weeks in between broadcasts.
Wow. When Nicole came around the corner, I was thinking, holy cow, holy horse. I thought it looked pretty ridiculous.
You know, I'm into role play. This is basically just the next step in the evolution for me.
Wow.
I just wanted you to be aware that this is kind of what I do, and it's part of my life.
It's like looking at the Joker. Wow.
When I'm actually engaging in it, I wear a bit as well. And these are real stainless steel bits that are designed for horses.
This is like a mind bend. Wow.
I probably will need your help a little bit getting this on.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to have to move your mane. This looks painful. Looks like a torture chamber, Nicole. So now what?
I'll tell you the different gaits. The Spanish walk, which is a high step, like this. There's also a trot, which is basically this.
Just seems very unnatural. You know, when it's in your face, it's just really unnatural.
All right, Tefano's here now. And see, this is the thing, right? Like, someone's always got something to say, whether it's rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, or even pony play. Someone always has a perspective. You know what? We may need to go to the Supreme Court to decide if pony play is even a thing. Is it legitimate? Like, do we even have a right to do it? And again, never mind that essentially the Supreme Court is a bunch of grown people doing pony play. Essentially. Because I'm doing the bit non-bit, and I'm saying I'm doing pony play, but I kind of am and I'm kind of not. And I'm kind of reflecting on how this is all of life and society. This is a look into my world. Look through my eyes, right? So in my world, looking through my eyes, essentially all of what you call government is not only a corporation, it's a bunch of people doing pony play. They're all just LARPing and pretending. right? And then they'll come over here with the obese woman in a bodysuit and say, she's not really a horse. She's just pretending to be. And I go, yeah, they're not really judges. They're not really God. They're just pretending to be, right? Somehow that's more legitimate. It's more legitimate that folks put on a dress and say they're now making decisions for all the rest of us. That's more legitimate than pretending to be a pony. And I can't figure out how that works. Stefano, I have a feeling can know. Stefano, how are you, sir? It's good to have you back.
It's a good time, thank you. It's good to see you again.
Right, I'm here. The folks loved you last time. We got a glowing review about you, for you.
Which is
it? What now?
Which glowing review?
Just in general. Folks were clamoring in chat. We love Tefano. He was a great guest. Very interesting, I guess, colloquy. So
I would just like to point out a thing. Like last time I went away, but I saw there was a comment that said, "Poor Tefano, he doesn't even have a revolver under his pillow." And then I realized that actually we can have firearms in Italy, in case you didn't know. But I said yes, we don't need, so I don't have it. Actually, I have it. Like my father has it, and it's even if I don't live with my father, I live in the old house. My father's changed the house, however, doesn't really change. The issue is that I do have a firearm in the house, and
Right.
I don't even know where is it. I never think that I might need it actually, but yes, we can have it. It's legal. We just have to go to a doctor, ask to a certificate. The certificate just tell you, but he's the family doctor. He's not a psychiatrist or something. Like we have a family doctor. The family doctor is the doctor that you usually go for your everyday, that is not everyday problem, like the general doctor. So first you go to the family doctor. You say, I feel some back pain. And then he says, what can it be? Now I'm gonna ask some exam for you. And then he send you to the specific doctors. And he knows you since you decided to go to the family doctor. So
Right.
like I'm stuck with my family doctor since I was not a child, so since the 13 years old.
Right. Now, Tefano, if I were to say to you that I have an obese woman who wears a onesie bodysuit and walks around with a
I saw it.
Yeah. If I was to say she's my advisor and she's who I go to get all of my perspectives, what makes your doctor or any doctor more like legitimate, more powerful than the obese woman in the onesie bodysuit with the bit in her mouth?
Mm-hmm.
In its mouth?
Yes, I understand the bit. I understand that. But I'm not sure that I understood the question actually. So why?
This is very difficult.
If my doctor do this thing in her free time, how can be a serious doctor? Is that the question?
What makes some other man or woman in a costume pretending to be something they can never be any more legitimate than the next person doing it, right? Like what makes all the people who put on a costume and said, I can somehow know you and the human body better than God and even give you a remedy, like outside of nature, so basically playing God, what makes them any more legitimate, authentic, or powerful than the obese woman pretending to be a pony? And why should I? Because with her, I know what I'm getting. Right? It's pretty straightforward. She's got the onesie. She's got the ear. She's saying she's a horse. Am I buying into that all the way? No, but I can buy into that more than the person claiming to be God and knowing better than nature and providing me manufactured sort of medications and pills to reverse something that I and God or nature or whatever has created. Right? I have a very serious problem relating and integrating into society, Tefano. A lot of people are going to laugh at me for this. They're going to think that I'm doing a bit, right? And I might be at times, but seriously, I need to integrate. I've always had a tough time integrating. into society, right? And being a productive member of society. And that's why you and Keith are here, because you're going to help me integrate into society and become more responsible and accountable. So can you explain to me, just best you can, like as if I'm a fifth grader, why do I go to the doctor to consult about what I should do with my life and not the woman who says she's a pony?
Okay, I don't go to the doctor to ask what I should do with my life. I go to the doctor to resolve a medical issue or a pain issue or a symptom. So I don't ask her what is the meaning of life. I ask her how can I fix the very bad throat ache that I can't, that is not passing after 1 month. I don't know, like something like that. So it's more specific, and you don't have to ask anything to the girl, to the pony, also because she doesn't have any role that presuppose that she should give you any advice about anything. So the lady girl that dresses a pony, to me, the fact that she wants to do it is a sign of a mental problem, of course. Then, of course, we all know that if you are playing with your children and you want to fake to be a pony for that night, it's okay. That's a game. They are going to have fun riding your back, and that's not a mental issue, okay? But I think that she's pushing it too much. Then she didn't took any
what
degree.
If I stopped you there and I said that she's not only a pony, she's a pony that gives medical advice? Does that change at all?
So like if my doctor
took a course. She took a course on how to be a pony and give medical advice. Does that change your perspective at all?
There's no course like that. And the reason because there is no course about that is because we try to be serious in society when we invent a degree. At a certain point, of course, the medical degree is one of the most serious degrees that we have always tried to improve and to make more and more serious. So, no, we didn't invent any specialization. I don't know if you say like that, but any specialization about not just doctor or liver doctor, but the pony liver doctor. There's no pony liver doctor because the pony part is irrelevant.
They're not a thing. You're saying that, but I see. This is the problem we get into is you're just saying that the obese pony woman with the ears can't give medical advice, but she can. But you're saying you don't take it seriously. And this is you're answering my question without answering.
She might. Okay, she doesn't have a degree as a pony doctor. She might have a degree as doctor. And in her free time, she might behave like a pony. That's the most realistic situation we can have.
Right. Now that makes sense, I think. So what if she's a pony and she got the degree and then she says, in order to make your sore throat go away, I need you to take 14 shots.
14 shots for what?
Yeah. Well, what do you mean for what? I don't have a medical degree. You don't either.
I mean, okay.
She's not only a pony. She's two things we're not. A pony and a medical person. Okay. And we're now there, and Tefano has the sore throat, and ignore the ears and the tail, or not, because she took the course for that too. She took the course to be the pony and the medical professional. And the pony medical professional says we need to take 10 shots for a sore throat. Are you going to take it?
In this realistic life, of course not. Why? Because I know that sore throat, first maybe she should just like my general doctor should just send me to more specific doctor before we arrive to that kind of therapy. Like speaking about shots, that I mean, you are not speaking about vaccine, but you are speaking about just syringe stuff that
we just invented it.
You.
A pony woman and some guy who sells software and some other old guy who maybe invented AIDS. We don't really know. They got together and invented 10 more shots.
With shots, you speak about stuff that is pushed inside you, but is not a vaccine, or a pretended vaccine. Like
see, and this is why I can never get it. I am so stupid. I should have said vaccine because I said shots. I didn't call it. This is what folks are teaching me is that it doesn't matter what it is. It matters what you call it. Right. So If I
No,
want to do heroin, I can't do heroin. But if I want to go to a medical pony who's certified and get essentially heroin in pill form, I can do that as long as I don't call it heroin, right? I go, I just need some oxygen. Yeah.
The fact that it's shot is a slang, and I'm not used to the slang. So you can have different kind of medical stuff that is pushed inside you with a syringe that is not vaccine. So and then there are vaccine that is still a medical stuff that is pushed inside of you, but it's also a vaccine. You know, like you can take antibiotics throughout a syringe, you can take heroin, and then there are vaccine. If she tell me shot, I say what kind of shot, and then
okay, this is great.
Vaccine,
so right,
I says, why should I take a vaccine for a sore throat if I already have the symptom? It doesn't make sense to take any vaccine. The vaccine is something that you take to prevent the disease. So of course, this is already a bad indicator about her level of good.
Okay, this is great though, because you're revealing something now. Like biotics means life. And then you just told me something, and this is something a lot of people believe in this world, and I need to start to understand this. So we need sometimes the medical pony person will provide us antibiotics, which literally means anti-life medication. No. It does. That's what antibiotic means. Biotic means pertaining to life. Anti means to negate, right, or against. So anti-life medications in order to become healthier, right? Now, can you see why that confuses me?
No, it means, listen, it means related to life, but from the Greek, if we want to take it from the Greek. But the point is not the name. Of course, you can change the name also in very bad shit with a lot of hair. If the function of the antibiotic is still killing the bacteria. So if we want, we can invent a new convention in which antibiotics are no more called antibiotics, but are called very bad shit with air. But if the result of the very bad shit with air is killing bacteria, then it doesn't really change. If the function of heroin, that we can change the name, is giving you a lot of booze, or the kind of relaxation that kind of stuff give you, okay, then is still a drug or the same substance. We just change the name. Is the effect.
No, but this is perfect because the anti-life medication that you just pointed out, we're going to take antibiotics, is going to kill bacteria. Now, isn't it going to kill all the bacteria?
No,
good, bad, and no,
not all the bacteria. Of course, just the bad bacteria.
How does it know? Is it like Mucinex where it goes in there and it's kind of like it knows these ones are green monsters and they need to be dealt with, and these so it knows. How does it know?
It doesn't know in a way that they have a conscience. It know in a way that they beat a specific kind of bacteria. They are made for a specific kind of bacteria, so they are not going to beat any other bacteria but that kind of bacteria that they are going to meet. They are made for, if not the bacteria that they are made for. And if they are going to meet them, they are going to beat them. Otherwise, no.
Okay, so this person, and this is like everything in life. Everything we bring up, we can't come to an agreement. And
yeah,
this is
broad spectrum antibiotics. Okay, we took the broad, but that's the broad spectrum antibiotic, and I don't think that it's going to kill any kind of bacteria in general of all the human body. And if so, it would be a problem, because to defeat a disease that you defeat with a broad spectrum antibiotic, you have to kill all the other bacteria that you have in your body. And we all know that there are good bacteria and bad bacteria. Like in the intestine, you have a lot of bacteria that are useful for the digestion.
Yeah, you're getting way too technical. You know how I know that it's not doing anything bad is because the person who's telling me to get it is a professional who has a degree and would never sign on to doing shit that could wind up working out bad for us.
No, but it's important. It's important. No, it's not because of that. Because we don't trust blindly. Maybe a old, very old person that with no education trusts blindly, but we don't trust blindly a doctor. That's the reason, because I said there's no reason to take 10 shots of antibiotics for a sore throat before you have to make me see some exam, and I have to go to speak with some other specialist. And I would go to do it. I would go to a
Right.
second and third degree, and if all the people with the same degree and they didn't talk to each other gave me the same therapy, yes, probably that's the right therapy. But it's not only because there is one person that I totally put my faith in it that is going to tell me this. Because
It's just all of them in general. Like anyone who's certified, who claims to be a doctor, who took the course, is who we put our trust in. Not just one of them, all of them.
If all the doctor tell me this, that's a lot. But if all the doctor,
Right.
of course, the dermatologist has less power in this topic, the topic of sore throat, than I don't know the name of the doctor for the sore throat, okay, or for the throat, or there is a name, and but that kind of doctor has more power in this topic. The dermatologist has way less power about this topic, of course. But if all the doctor, included the one for the throat, tell me so, yes. But I can
All
also
right, so
verify
Cormac is down there. Cormac is entertained. I saw Snafu Creature in the back. I'll bring him up at some point if he wants to return. Just hang out, Snafu Creature. Cormac writes, we've gone from a legal show to a medical show. This is pretty funny. It's actually not a show at all. I'm just here broadcasting, and, you know, we go wherever I want to go in the moment. It's something you get here you don't get a lot of other places. Not only is there little structure, there's zero structure here. Okay? It's wild. It's crazy. There's little law and order here. It's a conspiratard sovereign citizen's wet dream. So, yeah, we're free to question any perspectives and be open to gaining perspective from all beings if they have something of value to present. So with that said, Cormac, click the link, call on in, get me right. Okay, this is the Get Me Right segment because I need a lot of help, as I said earlier. I don't know if you were here. I think you were. I need help integrating and assimilating with and to society and culture and how things are generally done, right? I had serious trust issues, you know, abandonment issues. I got a lot of stuff with my parents, and I'm working through it. I'm trying to become a better person so I can reintegrate, right? Tefano is one of the beings helping me. You can also help me. All right, Tefano, do you have anything else that you want to speak on specifically, or questions and comments you have for me? We're going to hit couple articles.
Specifically, I would just be happy to say, I don't know if you realize that Trump backed down about Greenland. And he said, yes, now we have the agreement that we want, but he never spoke about it again, and he didn't obtain anything. And so the story is finished. Now he's having way bigger problem to deal with. And Greenland is still European and of Denmark.
Right. Donnie is completely unhinged. But he is our president, right? So he's our fearless leader. He's very strong and powerful. We need that. This is just what I'm told. I'm now repeating narratives as I've been told.
No, but you have to tell me what you think, man. What does it mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
Why you have to act? Don't act. Tell me.
Because I find dressing up like a pony to be all that I need in life. Okay, I have a sore throat. What do I do about it? Dress up like a pony, gallop around the yard, kick my feet, feel free and joyful, and I get better. Now I know you're going to disagree with that, right? I shouldn't just dress up like a pony. I shouldn't just pursue joy in my life. I shouldn't pursue peace. I shouldn't be supernatural. There's someone in this world who has my best interest in mind, who could get me together and help me in my life, but I just haven't come across them yet, or I won't trust them and listen to them.
If you want to dress as a pony, if you want to, okay, let's play this game. If you want to dress as a pony, you can do it. There are people with mental problems, evident mental problems, that still can be efficient in some things. Like I'm sure that there are people, I don't know, now pedos are very popular because of Epstein, okay? And I think that's a mental problem too, of course.
Wait, pedos are popular? Epstein made them popular, huh? That's
yeah, of course, made them popular. Of
okay.
course.
I didn't know that. See,
not in the good way, not in the good way, okay? They are just a lot talked about. Like so that's why I'm using them as a example. So I'm sure that
Stefano, I think you're onto something here, and I think that I would be remiss if I didn't call for a new movement. Okay, and I need to find allies where I can find them. The closest I can get is MAGA folks. Make pedophilia great again. Is that something that maybe we can be a part of, right? Because like you said, pedophilia was kind of like it was a gray area. People really didn't know how to feel about it.
No, people knew how to feel about it, and people knew and still knows how to feel about it. It's bad. It's bad.
Well, how do you know that?
Because usually we intend children as a human being that are not totally fully able to understand the situation of a sexual intercourse, and so they are not able to give a consent, and so they shouldn't be, especially from an adult. Maybe if 12 years old, I think that is young, but if both of them are 12 years old, it's not such a big problem.
Now,
but
how
if
about
one
a pony?
is 19,
how about you're not. See, this is the thing. First of all, you said man or woman. That implies that there's only two genders. There's way more than two. Also, should they be allowed to experience with a pony? Ride on the back of the pony, brush the pony, lift up the pony's tail?
No, after 9 years old, I think that the game is past. Like that child can't want to play the game of the pony after 9 years old. Let's say 10 maximum, maybe. I don't know. But then after 10 years old, they should change game. It's no more normal to pretend to be a pony. And to want to ride his father or mother as it was a pony, like a game, is past. The time of the pony game is past after the 10 years old, I'd say.
But you're not an expert, right? And this
About
is why
pony?
we have the guidelines and the system we do, because if it were up to you, and I saw what you did earlier, it didn't, I ignored it because I'm a better person than you, but you slipped in there this idea of mental problems, right? Like if I'm a pony now, I must have a mental problem. I didn't say that.
If I want to be a pony so much as the girl in the video, yes, I think there is a mental problem. But
this is why we need a system of experts to decide for us what we can and can't do. Because if it were up to you, you would try to take my ability to be a pony, and you would try to stop after 9 years old. You would try to stop not only me from being the pony that I am, but children riding my back, and that's not right.
I can tell you that. What can I say? If there is a reason, we should investigate the reason, because you still want to act as a pony so much. I wouldn't took you off. I wouldn't put you under drugs for the rest of your life. If you were my son, and my son tell me at 18 years old, what make me as happy as nothing else in life is pretending to be a pony 8 hours a day, I would say that he has a problem, of course.
What if it's more than 8 hours a day? What if he commits to it like all the time? Like he's
all
now
the time.
a pony.
That's a problem.
Yeah, you gotta respect that. That's commitment.
How can he survive? How can he survive?
What does that mean?
What kind of job can he get? What he's going to eat? Weed?
See, this is your fucking collectivist capitalistic programming.
No, that's the realism. How can he survive if he want to play pony 24 hours a day? What kind of how can he get the energy?
This is why you're stupid. What does a fucking pony do for a job? The answer is right in the question. What does a pony do to be a pony, and what does a pony eat? That's what they're going to do, and that's what they're going to eat.
A pony is an animal that depends upon human. Okay, he's not a wild animal like a cattle. If you free a cow in the forest, he's going to be eaten. He's going to die in a short time, and it's going to be eaten from any predator. They are not buffaloes that maybe they are kind of wild. They can survive.
So you're
Cattle,
now
dogs.
denying that a pony is an animal.
No, no, it's an animal, but it's a domesticated animal. It's impossible for a pony to survive without humans that feed him. That's a fact.
You know what? You have a point. A lot like the slaves used to be wild and now they're domesticated. Oh, man.
The slave
Hold on,
didn't
Tefano.
used to be wild.
Hold on, Tefano. I got a call here. 267. Can you hear me?
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
What's going on, man? I'm trying to explain to this idiot, forgive me, Tefano, but that's the only word I come up with for you. Why? Wait, are we? Okay, yeah, we're on. We can hear you. He doesn't get it. I came into this thinking he was going to try to explain it to me and get me right, but he's just not getting what I'm saying at all. What do you have to say? What's your perspective?
As far as this expertism, if I follow your conversation clearly, reminds me of Plato's Republic. And my one critique, and I'm not an expert, but a little aristocratic to live in a society where everybody has their, and I'm not too sure about it, Paul, so I wasn't listening clear enough. I was going to say something else, but yeah, so I follow what you're saying, and I don't get him too much, to tell you the truth. No, I don't.
All right, so Tefano, I don't know if you can hear him, because usually the people on panel can't hear the guy on the phone and vice versa, but he's also saying it. Oh, you can hear him. Okay, great.
So whatever you want to ask me, why instead of doing a very complicated metaphor, you just don't ask it? That would be a better way to find out what is my opinion. Because if you speak about pony, maybe it's going to be a large way to face the topic that you want to face.
All right, so now he can't hear you, Tefano, because he's on the phone. So let me go to him, and then I'll come back to you. So what was your name again, sir, on the phone? Dan, what did you have specifically that you wanted to comment on? Questions, comments, concerns, or something that you wanted to...
Yeah, I wanted to make a quick comment. Something you reminded me of a while ago. The father of history, Herodotus, his name is, he talks about the Persian king Darius going against these Scythians, and when he meets them in battle, he has their enslaved relatives on the front line. Make a long story short, something you said reminded of this tactic, how we can treat our family members similarly, who have been enslaved by the system. So this Persian or the Scythian generals, they get taken back and they lose the first skirmish. And Cyrus, the leader of the Scythian, says, wait, drop the weapons of war. Pick up them whips and them sticks, the same things the Persians subjugated the Scythians with, and we're going to clash with them. And psychologically, it was a brilliant tactic because the slave Scythians fell back on the Persians, letting the greatly outnumbered Scythians to actually escape. But it's a great psychological tactic. Something you said one time reminded me of it, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. That's all, Paul.
Can you condense that? I completely checked out because I'm on ponies right now. All I have in my mind is ponies, pony play, what I'm going to do later as a pony. It's the newest thing in my life, so I'm really on it. So give me that question again, but condense it. Just keep it simple.
Real quick, something you said a while ago reminded me how we challenge our family members that are kind of in the system. I'm summarizing what you made me think of. This guy Herodotus, a Greek historian, says that Persian King Darius went to battle these Scythians, these tribal from Central Asia, and he had some of their family members on his front line, if you can envision this. The Persian King Darius is going to battle the Scythians with their family members facing them on the first line because they've been subjugated for about 20 years. And so they lose the first skirmish, if that makes sense. The Scythians fall back because they didn't want to attack their family members, understandably. The Scythian king says, forget the weapons of war. Drop your spears. You pick up whips and sticks. And you remind our family members how they were sissies for getting whooped. And it was a psychological tactic that worked because the Scythians fell back on the Persians. And it was a brilliant tactic, but we can apply this, I think, in our day-to-day lives if we treat, similarly in, as far as a dialectic, how we meet our family members. But anyway, that's all, Paul. If that made any sense, I apologize.
I know. I think that you're the only one making sense here right now. Do you have a channel? Do you want to host the rest of this broadcast? Because, I mean, you're on it,
Thanks, brother. No, you inspired me. Something you said a while ago made me think of it, and I learned this through history. It wasn't me. Herodotus recorded it, probably because he saw a wise tactic too, that we got to treat our enslaved family with the same things they were subjugated by the state. We have to turn around and sometimes, I think, use fire with fire, but I'm not sure. I like to hear what you think about stuff like this.
I mean, we can expound on it to like an infinite degree. A lot of this stuff is just pretty simple, right? And that's what I'm attempting to overcomplicate the absurd in order to get back to just how simple all this is, right? So the same way I asked Stefano is the same way I ask Keith, is the same way I'll ask you or anybody else. How or when or where did any other man or woman get the ability and legitimacy to tell anybody else what to do if they're not causing loss, injury, and harm and they don't owe a debt? And I can't seem to get anybody to answer that question in a simplified manner without going down all these different roads and process and procedure and acts and statutes and a bunch of made up garbage. As far as I'm concerned,
and I've come to the same thing. The same thing. What they answer to me all the time is the same thing, Paul. The same thing. It'll take forever to dig it out of them, but they'll admit that it's just. But they will never admit that they won't admit that it's not practical, and that's why, because they want to build their tower to the heavens, not a city on the hill. You know,
right? And that's all this broadcast has become is a way of me coping while being called insane, living surrounded by insanity, while mocking the people who are supposedly the civilized, sophisticated, professional folks who are in the insanity, claiming to be doing the right thing and keeping everybody safe, right? That's all this broadcast is. If you really want to, step back from it, there's the two main things going on here, right? I can't believe I woke up in a world today again where people put on costumes and told everyone else what to do. And more importantly than that, all the people told what to do are defending it and making excuses and then showing up on my channel telling me that I'm a crazy person. And how dare I try to tell anybody about this idea of personal choice? You know, if that idea of personal choice ever gets out there, we're going to be in a world of trouble, folks. Don't you know? Right. So that's all this is.
Right.
We're working. Okay. Carmack wasn't expecting that. Carmack doesn't like that. It seems wasn't expecting that. I spilled the beans, Carmack. You know, I was going to continue the pony bit as I was kind of mailing it in, but I was going to continue the pony bit, but now I'm just dropping it on you. You know, this is what this broadcast is essentially about. And he's thrown off by that. He's shocked. Carmack, call in, click the link. I will address you. I'm curious about what you're curious about. But go ahead, Dan. Feel free. Floor is yours for now. Any other questions, comments, concerns, perspectives in general?
That's all I was going to say. I like that tactic that Herodotus mentions. I apply it to my own family member, and they find it to be. I mean, so in other words, you proclaim yourself president. If they recognize that, years ago, he's not my president. Any of them, I'd say that, and they'd say, "Well, he is actually. You're a citizen." Hey, Paul, believe me, if they can't put you in the box, they're offended. Automatically, they have to demand that you're a citizen of some, grand state and some, but, and so playing their game, when you proclaim yourself the sovereign ruler, of course they get so, and I do it just to tickle them and I get off on it, I guess. And maybe that's not, maybe I got to grow up, but, it's a little bit of a, dose of,
can you stop proclaiming sovereignty under God and grow up, put on a costume, act like something you're not, get paid for it, and be an adult already? The fuck is your problem?
Right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
You're wasting all this time, energy, attention talking about personal sovereignty under God when you could just get under a corporation, play dress up every day, and make a damn good living. When
they admit that the government, by the consent of the government, it's not practical. That's why they'll never, like I said, they don't want a, city on the hill. They want that tower to the heaven. And you know what, Paul, it's blameless. But guess what, Paul, you're right. It's hard to form unions when everyone won't agree. Okay. But it's blameless. Everyone wants to put the blameless part apart. Let's sacrifice that virgin to the dragon and let's build this tower to the heavens. That's what America's like Christianity. It's built on the sacrifice of innocence to make this thing move a little. That's my impression, Paul. But
okay, so is this a unavoidable certainty, right? Is it inevitable, invariable? We get a choice individually, but collectively it's all going one way and needs to go that way? Is it all potentially open-ended where it could change at any time? What's your perspective on that?
well, of course, one candle could light the world on fire, but the conditions, the causes, at the same time, the wheels have been set in motion and they're hard to set back with certain things. So no, like what Paul in the New Testament says, a big ship can be turned around with a small rudder. I don't know, and if I said I did know, then I'd be boxing us in ourselves. We can do whatever we want to do. We know that we do amazing things. If we didn't have these fake crises and we had a real crisis, the world could unite, and I'm not afraid of it, Paul. I'm not afraid. Thomas Paine called himself a citizen of the world, and I think he foresaw some of these borderists, who want to proclaim these artificial borders everywhere.
I mean, there's so many places I could go. What you just brought up, I was going to go to Tefano, but he can't hear you. So
No, I can hear you. I can.
Oh,
hear
you can
him.
hear him. Oh no, he
Yes,
can't.
sir.
Dan can't hear you, but you can hear him. So I can't go to you because then he can't hear you. I knew it was one way or the other. So what does your gut tell you? Because I'm not claiming, again, like I come here, sometimes I speak from the heart or from the gut on what it seems to be, what it feels like. That doesn't mean it's what it is. But I'm curious when it comes to you, what does your gut tell you? Is this all divinely ordered and ordained? Is this a process we have to go to get to another part of the process? Or is this something that should have been and still should be avoided that we need to change now, right? You get where I'm going with this? There's no wrong answer. I'm just curious what your spirit tells you.
The ultimate question, yeah, and I do trust the true intuition. The key is distinguishing between that, and because it's not discursive, and so I see like two truths, Paul, around the world, like truth what the world sees, and that inner truth too. A lot of times they don't sync, of course. And my gut feeling is, of course, Paul, we're led by these maniacs like you've thought for years, and that supposedly now we're all turning the tables and everyone's waking up, but obviously that's not really going to happen. And my gut is that we can do amazing things, of course, Paul. And I'm not sure like you with a lot of things also, but I believe that we could do amazing things and we can do horrible things as we have been doing. That's my gut impression, of course. That this is nowhere close to acceptable what we've been forced to, not even close. Not close. And everyone has their standards and I'm reasonable, but I'm not going to consent to this. And I consider myself reasonable. I'm not going to consent to any of this madness.
Well, it is interesting to note that the more that, and again, I think a lot of this reality for us individually is we think it's once we see it, we'll believe it. But based on what we believe, we start to see, if that makes sense. It starts to show up in our life. So the more that I look there, the more I look for it, the more I find it. And what I'm talking about specifically is more and more people, quote unquote, waking up to the fact that nobody knows and nobody has the objective answers, but that we all have a role to play here and we all have personal choice. So I literally have a stack of court videos where one after the other folks are filing in and they're no longer following the usual process and procedure. They're asking questions. They want to know how this stuff all works. And they're getting essentially berated by their fellow man or woman, right? Proving that collectivism is as such self-policing and slavery, not done as much by the supposed masters as it is by your fellow countrymen, right? Your friends and family. So,
exactly.
But that's good to see. All right. Well, what do you got for me? I think I'm going to let you go. We're going to get back to some articles. You got a final word or perspective?
No, Paul, appreciate it very much. Thanks, man. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, brother. Peace.
See you later. All right, Tefano, any commentary, question, comments, concerns before we get to a couple articles? I'm probably going to shut down.
Can I just the call? Can I just ask you, what would you do if your son want to behave 24 hours as a pony?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
No, because really, you use very long metaphor that maybe I didn't took. The whole point is why, who should tell you what to do with your life? If you want to behave like a pony, just behave like a pony. Okay, so if your son, and that would be fine for me, unless they don't hurt anybody in the society, that would be fine. If people want to behave like a pony, I'm not going to bother them. But of course, if it's my son or my daughter, and I have the responsibility of their education, not in an intellectual sense, but in the most human way, so the formation of their character and their thinking and their behavior, that I wouldn't be okay with that. But what if your children want to behave like a pony 24 hours? Let's say in the
Okay,
metaphor.
this is where you're being a little ridiculous because the premise is already off. I'd first have to convince a woman to have sex with me and then accept my seminal fluid and then not abort the child, okay? And that's probably never going to happen. But let's just be real with ourselves and each other. But let's just say that it did. Some crazy world, hypothetical, where I could convince someone to have sex with me and not abort my child once I was able to come to completion. We had this child grows up and it decides it's going to be a pony. Well, obviously, Tefano, ponies don't speak English. So there's really no point in telling my son, who's now a pony, anything unless I learn how to speak pony.
Okay, so you wouldn't speak with him no more.
It's not that I wouldn't. I can't.
No, you for real, you wouldn't try.
Like
because
when I go to court, I go, I'm not a member of the legal society. Okay. I'm not certified. I have no understanding of who and what you are or what we're doing here. I don't speak legalese, so I can't interact with you. I don't speak pony. So I would either have to learn the pony language, the language of the pony, or I would have to accept that I know.
No, what is the whole point of the topic of your talk? What is the whole point? Go out.
There was no point. There was no point. I was humoring myself.
I didn't understood why and how especially you thought you were tackling me in the answer that I gave you before about the pony. I think that they were kind of reasonable, okay? And now I ask you, what would you do with your children? And you say, of course, I will never have children in my life. Okay, if you are depressed, that's yours. But what can I say? And second, you wouldn't speak with them because you couldn't, because you would start to pretend that you can speak with them for real. And so you would just turn around and say, okay, I can't give birth to pony, so probably you are not my son no more because now you are a pony. And so you would stop to take care of your children. That's absurd. That's absurd. So why don't you try to answer me seriously? What was the whole point of the topic
simulation, Stefano? You're missing the whole point of the simulation. This whole place is absurd and built on beliefs and presumptions and expectations, many of which are not in line with reality. That's the point.
So the point is that you think this is a simulation?
To an extent, yes.
Yes, you think this is a simulation and you can do whatever you want and nothing really matter. You can kill. Do you have parents?
Yes, in theory.
Are they still alive? Yes.
One of them is, in theory, technically.
Okay. Do you care for him? Do you have anybody that you care in your life?
I try to. It's very difficult. I find it very difficult to relate to people and to care for people beyond a certain point. When they display to me,
would you feel bad to kill your parent, the one that is alive? Would you feel bad? Would you feel guilty if you do?
A part of me would. Part of me would feel like I'm doing them a favor. I'm setting them free.
Okay, and I don't know what is the condition. Let's suppose that they are healthy. Okay, I don't
know if they are healthy. He's a pony, to be clear.
He's a pony. No, come on, man. What is the point of that's you are absurd, not the. What is the point of your whole talk about the pony? Do you want to face a topic or just not? Because
all right, fine. I guess we'll try to be serious here and coherent and try to make some sense. You're ruining all my fun. I guess if I had a young being who wanted to be a pony, I would have the same concerns you or anyone else has.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, is this going to be a challenge in your life? You know, are you going to be accepted by people? Are you going to be able to find another pony mate and have a pony family? You know, Am I going to have to support you for the rest of your pony life? I'd have a lot of the same concerns that you would, Stefano.
Okay. So why you mocked my concerns before? What was the point?
To be absurd and ridiculous.
So, like, is it a comedian channel? What is it? Because the last time wasn't a comedian channel.
I see.
Like
This is the
a
thing.
data
This is the
channel.
problem I have with everyone. Is every time I meet with people, I have to like go on record with who I am today and what I'm doing.
No, it's not that you have to go on record to say, but if you pretend to have a serious conversation and then actually you were just kidding, that's of course it's going to give you a sense of nonsense, but you are creating the sense of nonsense.
But that's the thing. It's not. I'm doing government here by definition. I'm pretending that I'm here for everyone else's safety and to do the right thing. Then I get everyone to argue over absurd and ridiculous things while I do whatever I want and convince everyone else that it's their fault and their problem. I'm doing government. And you're
Why
saying
don't
I'm
we
doing
go back
comedy.
to speak about government like the last time? That would be easier.
We can do
isn't it?
that. Maybe that's where this is going authentically and organically.
Maybe that would be a serious way to face the topic.
Right. Seriously.
Okay, so you think, as I remember, that the people should be morally perfect or good, so we can avoid to have a state.
Say that again.
So we should make people morally perfect or way better with common sense, if I don't remember bad. That is not better specified, just common sense. So we can live without a state, because statism is bad.
Okay, I'll meet you in the middle. I've done this before with you. To save a lot of time, I'll meet you in the middle. Statism doesn't have to inherently be bad if it's bound by certain values and principles, which it's never bound by long enough term as we do the simulation, right? But I'd be willing to. You're feeding back on me. We got to get you a headset.
You're feeding back. What?
Hold on. Test.
I hear you.
Happening in a different way. Yeah, it's not that statism is inherently bad. I don't think anything's inherently bad. I think most things here are essentially tools to try to generate a certain outcome. Statism, I guess, could only generate that outcome if the men and women who are involved in that endeavor stick to their original principles and value system, which oftentimes, if not every time, they don't, because of the allure of money and power.
So we have to take away money and power? Power is impossible to take away.
No, we have to stop giving people who are pursuing money and power an ability to group together and have more money than everyone and power over everyone to make decisions for the individual's life because they have money and power. Which again is a dualistic choice, right?
What do you pursue in your life?
As little as possible.
As little as possible. Well, it's easy, kill yourself. So you stop to pursuing, and you will get the most little as
there you
little
go
as
again.
possible.
You're a horrible statist because you should know as well as I know that killing yourself is illegal. So
No,
as a
it's not.
statist, it is. I've looked into it. I've considered it. People like you have told me to kill myself in the past, and I've looked into it. And I might entertain it, but it's illegal. Okay?
It's not illegal. How can it be illegal? It's not illegal.
It is. I'll look it up right now.
Look it up right now. I would like to know, how can it be illegal to kill yourself?
Well, if you fail and you get caught, I don't even know if you succeed what they do. I don't know how that all works.
Then, however, if you're dead, how can you care about what's legal or not?
In many places throughout the world, attempting suicide or even following through with the act is considered a crime.
In many places around the world. What about
So how
America and
can
Italy?
suicide possibly be illegal if you are dead? This is a great question.
Yeah.
How are you still affected by the law?
It's probably illegal in any very, very religious place. I bet that in Iran or Afghanistan, it might be considered illegal. Like there are places where they stop even to care that you are no more alive, but they still are going to pursue in somehow the fact that you committed a sin, a very bad sin against God and life and that thing. So maybe in some places it's illegal. It's the most stupid thing that I can hear, because then you are dead. So suck it up. How can you pursue me? No way. But
well, this is good to
however,
learn, though. It states here that in the event that someone commits suicide, the person's property can be seized by the government. So
in your
once you
state,
kill yourself, the government gets an authority to steal your property. I didn't know that.
in your
Part of
state,
legal procedure.
in your American state,
Oh, everywhere. I mean,
where
it's
in the world,
legalism.
where in the
Everywhere.
world,
It may not be everywhere now, but it will
everywhere.
be, okay?
Everywhere. What does it mean? Like all the states has
Everywhere.
different law, and this is the universal law. The only law that is universal is that you can't kill yourself. If you try, we are going to take your property in all the
Right
countries
here,
of the world.
Australia, Belgium, Canada, China, Colombia, Denmark. Right here, pal.
Okay,
Suicide
let's
itself
go.
isn't considered a crime. However, if a suicide is attempted and the party survives, they could be charged with manslaughter.
So it's not considered a crime. If they try and they survive, it can be considered manslaughter. Non sono stazionati, ma possono esserci.
You might be
Let's
onto
see.
something. I may have to look more into this. So we may actually be free to kill ourselves unless we survive. And even though we're free to kill ourselves, if we don't survive, the government could still steal your property afterward.
Okay,
you
so
may be
in
onto
Italy,
something.
I asked. In Italy is not illegal. Of course, it's not a crime. It's not considered as a crime. Do you then? Did the society tried to say that if you try to kill yourself, you probably are depressed? And that is kind of true. That is kind of true, but still. And so maybe you should be checked by someone. Yes, but then they are not going to have control over your life forever. Maybe it's
What if
30 days.
the people checking me are the reason why I'm depressed?
Are you being checked? Why are you being checked? Like, this is the problem. If we start from
in your hypothetical scenario, I am depressed and therefore I should kill myself. And I'm saying if I'm depressed and want to kill myself, it's because I'm surrounded by insane people who keep saying they want to help me while doing harm to themselves and each other and me and all of us. So how do I get out of that loop? I'm depressed. I may want to kill myself. This is your simulation, but I should talk to the people. The people I want to talk to are the ones making me depressed.
Don't talk to them. Is that impossible? Is that impossible for you? Then
no, but then you and others are going to have to deal with me. Instead of me going there to talk to them about what you claim to be my depression that I should kill myself over, I'm here with you. I'm talking to you about it.
When you do this, I never understand if this is your polite way to say I want to close the call or what for real. But I can tell you.
No, I'm not a polite person. I would just say you're annoying me or you're boring me and I'm moving on.
Okay, so if the problem is one person, you can avoid the person. If the problem is all the people, I can't, like, in general, the people make me depressed. Can you live alone happily? Did you try to live alone? And it means probably to stay as far as you can from society, and you don't hurt anybody, and then you can survive happily, and you can also behave like a pony in your free time alone. Of course. Yeah, why not? Then you
All
have
right.
to work somehow. Maybe you just have to grow some things from the ground or go to hunt. A pony doesn't do it, but however, and there has to be a way for you, okay, to gain the calories that you need. Because this is a point. Your body need calories. So your body need food. And so you have to have a way to get that food. Somehow you can grow it in your land. You can go to work to buy to have money to buy it. You can go to hunt, but there has to be a way for you to get the food. And the grass that is good for a pony is not good for you. You can try to eat the grass. You are
Okay, I'm
not
going to let
going
you in
to
on a
eat.
secret now. I'm not the only one who's into acting like a pony, and I've signed on to support a whole group of people who are actually, as we speak, engineering the genocide of the majority of the human race so that we can inherit the earth and be free to act like ponies with no boundaries rather than having to hide in a corner and deny our.
Nobody is going to put you boundaries. What can I say? I'm going to put boundaries to my children because I think that I do have
No,
the.
you all have put boundaries on me. I got a list of them right here. Like, it used to be riding without a license, registration, and insurance. I just wanted to get into my car and ride around. I can't do that because they say I'm scary and it's bothering other people. I have to pay them and ask for
It's not because it's
permission.
bothering other people. It's because it's dangerous. It's dangerous for other people. If you want to ride alone in a
My
racetrack,
mere
you can do
existence is
it.
dangerous to everyone, Tefano. That's what I'm telling you.
No. If you want to
Yes.
ride in a racetrack, you can do it alone. You go in a
I
racetrack
have
and
it
you ride
on
alone.
record. Vice is the closest thing to God we're going to get here. And they say, I'm a terrorist. Something's got to be done about me. I'm a danger to democracy. My whole existence. This is what you're not getting, Tefano, because you're not me. You don't know what it's like to be Paul enslaved. You obviously don't know what it's like to be a pony or to do pony play. So these people are saying that everything about me and what I do is unsafe and something has to be done. And this goes right along with this right here. This is what confuses me. We have a Supreme Court decision, Murdoch versus Pennsylvania. No state shall convert a liberty into a license and charge a fee. Therefore, a liberty into a privilege for a license and charge a fee. If the state converts a right into a privilege, the citizen can ignore the license and fee and engage in the right with impunity. But now it reads that, but then we have a fishing license, a hunting license, a driver license, a drone license, a barber license, tattoo license. I'm going to go on here for a second, Tefano. Massage license, travel agent license, contractor license, camping permit, construction permit, solar permit, a permit to do a street vendor if I want to sell lemonade or something.
Permit and
Livestock
license are
permit.
different.
1 second. It's similar, not the same.
No.
Burn permit, protest permit, vehicle registration fees, boat reg fees, bike reg fees, building permit fees, parking meter fees, toll fees, land fees, firearm permits, as well as fees, parking entry fees. I could go on. So, yeah.
Okay, so fees, permits, and licenses has different functions. But okay, let's stay on the licenses. So, let's stay on the pilot of an airplane. Should he have a license? Why we should avoid that people take a 747 and bring around other people without a license? He has the freedom to go to drive that airplane. Why not? He has the freedom. He should have the freedom to ride an airplane 747. Why we have to put a license on him? Yes. Then what's the problem if he crashes somehow? We are going to say he was a bad person. And that's going to be enough, isn't it? Because at the point we can't arrest him, he's dead. So it's nothing that we can do but saying he was a very bad person. And we will do it.
No, not a bad person, a bad pilot.
He was a bad pilot. We don't know if he did it on purpose, but maybe he was just a bad pilot, yes.
Great guy, bad pilot, yeah.
Great. Yes, if we knew him, if we knew he was a great guy, we can say great guy, bad pilot. In case, but however, then we are going to watch each other and say, so can we put a license for the next time, or we have to just suffer every bad pilot in the world?
Was
We have
there
to
some
take-
kind of like overwhelming, and I'm just asking here, like historically, was there a time in history where this stuff didn't exist and people would just regularly get into planes and crash them everywhere? So like it became such a problem that we were like, oh my God, something's got to be done. Because every other day people are just getting into planes and just crashing into stuff, and there's no alternative. There's nothing we could do. We can't arrest a dead guy. We can't arrest a skeleton. Did that happen, or is it possible, Tefano, that this is pretty much the logic for anything from the beginning of time? That everybody's kind of free, they're doing what they want to do. There's some accidents here or there, but on the whole, for the most part, we all kind of get along. We use common sense and reason. We do the best we can, right? I don't think anybody wakes up in the morning and goes, hey, I'm going to fly a plane today, and I'm going to make sure I don't know how to do it at all so I can crash and destroy other people's shit. Like, accidents happen, but I don't think most people get up every day and decide to engage in dangerous activities without doing their best to try to remain safe, right? And I'm kind of confused as to how instituting a license and a fee changes the dangerousness of the activity. Still a dangerous activity, just now we have someone who paid a fee and has paperwork. No? Am I missing
It's
something?
not a fee. They are going to do a lot of hours of airplane training and stuff.
Okay,
So
I think we
it's
did this
training,
last
it's
time, so I'll give
training.
you. We may never agree on this, but we're doing the simulation again. So every single doctor who's official goes to school to get training, to get a license to practice medicine. The third leading cause of disease and death on the land is medical malpractice. Does the schooling and the license mean that the man or the woman is going to undertake the task more safely and get a better result?
Yes.
The answer is no.
Yes. Why not?
You know what they did do? They advertised cigarettes. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike is the choice of doctors everywhere with a degree.
You know who found? Yes, but you know why now cigarettes are considered bad and why cigarettes are considered unhealthy, very unhealthy, and who find it out? Who find it out? How is it possible that now there is a regulation on cigarette? Why now on the pocket there is written smoke kill? Why all this stuff? Why there is the fees, the extra fees that the cigarette companies has to pay to
Of
the
course,
state?
I understand history and how life
Because
works.
of doctors. Because of doctors,
because
man.
white women were smoking them and fucking black men. That's
No,
what you
because
need to
of
understand.
doctor.
That yes, that's what happened with weed. I'm going out on a limb. That's what happened with tobacco. Now
No,
you can
but
say
you are betting wrong. You are betting wrong. The tobacco instead fought against doctors that collect a lot of data. Do you know the story of how they were acting? So they were saying, "Oh, these data are not complete because we didn't consider all the situation. Maybe it was a matter of X, Y, Z, and stuff." And so the doctor had to collect. That was one of the biggest, one of the first biggest collection of data from a lot of patients to prove that yes, smoke as a single factor was leading a lot of cancer. So doctors actually were one of the most important part in finding out and put regulation against the fact that cigarette. Were there some doctors that were being paid and advertise cigarette? Yes, there were. Okay, there were. But this story ended in 1998, if I don't remember wrong. This story ended in 1998, so it's kind of recent. Then there is the guy that invented the lead gasoline, okay, that now we don't use no more, and it created some problem, okay? And we all knew that lead was causing some problems since a lot of time. because we tried lead in many different ways, and every time it was causing problem to the human beings. And so we kind of knew, and we asked him, is there any problem with this lead? He said no, even if he knew that there was. And at a certain point, he ate some of it. He he did something. I have to take back the story, but you say gasoline? No, but it was another principle, like another part that was inside the gasoline. And to prove it in a courtroom, he decided to eat some of it. And he knew that he was actually hurting himself, but he just wanted money more than health. So it happens that people maybe take an airplane just because they want something else. Maybe they want to look cool with a girl. They don't know how to drive an airplane, but they really want to, or they know a little, and they really want to look cool with a girl, and then they became
I think that's what happened with Donald Trump and Epstein. Like, he wasn't really flying on the plane to fuck children. There was a 16-year-old girl, which is still legal on some islands, who Donnie wanted to impress. And the only way he could figure out how to do that was to fly on Epstein's plane. So I could see that. They're asking in chat, someone tell me why Paul Unslaved was found in the Epstein files. Listen, we went over this. Okay. I was there. Yes, I did it. But it was because I was exposing. All right. How else can I expose if I don't take the flight? So yes, I was in the Epstein files. I'm there. Why would I bring up the Epstein files if I was in them? Unless it was to reveal that of course I'm in the Epstein files. I had to be there and around these people in order to investigate them, to expose them at some point. The hell is your problem? Your thoughts, Stefano?
On the Epstein file, I was reading the chat. I realized that you were no more speaking with me.
Eyes
but with
up
the
here.
Chat, and I was.
Yeah, eyes up here.
Yes, tell me.
All right, where are we going with this? Should we cover some breaking slave news? Not so breaking slave news. Slave news up to like a week or two old. Still good. All right. I keep my slave news for a while. It keeps well. In a cool, dark environment, I keep my slave news. Yes, 5D chat. Carrie gets it. We have another call. Well, let me take this call. This could be Rabbi Shmuley from CNN. We might get fully syndicated here. Rabbi Shmuley, is that you? Well, 7.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's your name?
Troy.
All right, Troy, go ahead. What do you got? Questions, comments, concerns, historical narrative, metaversal, miscreant myths?
Oh, no, just personal experience in terms of when you guys were talking about suicide.
Are you a pony?
No. I sometimes I identify it in the morning.
Right.
I take care of a pony down the road, but no, but yeah, the whole suicide thing is, I'm very familiar with it. Attempted 10 times, never succeeded. That's how scared I was, I guess. But
I don't want to talk to this guy. He's a loser. He's tried to kill himself 10 times, hasn't succeeded. I only talk to winners, sir. Okay? I talk to winners.
Oh, well, there's a winner story behind it. I mean.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm very presidential here.
I had to go through all that to finally just get sick of the bullshit, and instead of pointing the finger at other people, I'd come to a realization that it was all on me, like mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. Like, yeah, I kept looking outside of myself for the answer, if that makes sense.
Right. So you've Tefano taking notes now, electronic notes.
Oh, good.
I'm writing to the chat.
Right. Oh yeah, keep the chat busy. These people need to be kept in a contained area. So okay, so I was being a bit flippant, but I was doing so because it sounded like you were in rather good spirits. So the bottom line is you've kind of moved beyond that. You've transitioned out of the phase of Well, because obviously, too, if you try to kill yourself 10 times and it doesn't work, you got to like pause and reflect, right? You got to go back to the drawing board. Maybe pick a new line of
work. I was in
work.
my hell, and there was no getting out of it.
Right. I have the same story. I just don't tell anyone. I've tried to kill myself 11 times and it won't work. So I started a broadcast. And I figure, yeah, it's a good substitute. Gives me something to do. You know, they give me stuff from time to time. You know, it's a very practical approach.
Yeah. But, you know, if I didn't go through that dark shadow, I wouldn't have started taking responsibility, if that makes sense.
Right.
And since I have, I've smiled at least. I smiled every day for 26 years. No matter what I'm going through, mentally, emotionally, physically, like I've had to let go of a lot of people who claim that they love me. And yeah.
Now, why did you find that was necessary? This may be good for me. I'm rather regularly, relatively regularly, depending on how long of a time frame you take, going through certain processes or phases. So why do you find that you have to let go of, as you put it, so many people who claim that they love you?
Because I realized that they were all lying, just like I was.
Go on.
Everyone would tell me what I wanted to hear, not the truth. And I was doing the same thing. So I went through what I call the sickest, greatest high of my life. I lost everything, and it was the best thing for me. I'm kind of like a Brian O'Shea. I live in my van, and I've traveled around the United States for 25 years. I'm a veteran, and I would like to help out as many people as the lives I took, if that makes sense. I have a goal.
You know what I can't stand? This is for my audience now. I can't stand people who are constantly saying they want to help other people and like to help other people. It's not true. No one likes to help other people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, no one really likes that. They do it because it makes us feel valuable or important, but nobody really likes it. You know? I mean, you hear this guy. This guy can barely help himself, but he's here to help all other. If that was true, give me your car right now, sir. I need a secondary location for storage. And since you are so into helping other people, it's like all you live for. I want that one car you're living in. I could use it at this point. What do you say?
I'll give it, because it'll be provided again. I own nothing really. I mean, that's not where I come from in terms of.
These are always the type of people that love helping other people too. The people have nothing to offer. Incredible.
No, they do.
You're not that guy who emails me paragraphs, are you?
No, I emailed you one time as the idiot savant.
Right. A lot of idiots who email me, but not too many savants. All right. Well,
I went to high school for 7 years. Remedial math, remedial reading. Like, I just couldn't get it done. I failed 5 out of 6 classes every year.
Well, that explains why you're on this broadcast. Most people do 4 years of high school. You doubled up. That's why you're so intelligent.
Well, I wanted to, I wanted to really learn.
Right.
No, it was a social activity for me. I knew that I was borderline retarded and I didn't understand it, but at least I had friends around me, or, other people.
Right. What do you get out of that? What do you find the most rewarding or valuable about other people being around you?
Wow, their presence. Yeah. I guess the fact you get to spend time with, even if it's an animal, just being in the moment and appreciating the people in your life, even when you're not appreciated by them. I mean, I took care of my dad for 4 years, and that fucker hated me. It was
Am I the
exciting.
only person? I know what I could say here. I know the right thing to say, but I'm just in one of those moods. It's a very dark broadcast, morbid broadcast.
Yeah.
Is anyone understanding what he's saying? That he gets what I asked him, what does he get out of being around other people? He goes, I appreciate them while they hate me. Like what?
Oh, no. Well, some of them do, but not a majority.
So you get enjoyment or fulfillment out of appreciating others who don't appreciate you.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about pony play?
Yeah, like I said, I just do it for like 5 minutes in the morning and then I'm done.
Yeah, well, maybe you need a little bit more of that because I think you're missing like a whole other reality here you could be a part of in favor of this terrible existence that you just described to me. Like, I'm pretty much the opposite. I wake up every day and I go, oh my God, I'm going to have to interact with people today. People are going to have to be around me, their presence, and I'm going to have to try to appreciate them even though they don't appreciate me. You know how fucking draining that is? Daunting?
Well, it is, but that's where you have to like understand from the videos that I've watched of you. You bring it in. You're like ready to, like they say in the scriptures. You're there to be as wise as a serpent. You're onto the serpent. You know the serpent, and you know the serpent ways. And we're surrounded by lost family members, friends, strangers. I mean, we see it all around us right now, right?
You are. I've gotten rid of all of them. They can't stand me, or they either don't understand me or can't. They don't understand me or can't stand me. So they stay away, and that's good. It's good for all of us, right? We're figuring it out. We're working out. You're surrounded by them. People who you try to appreciate who don't appreciate you because all you want to do is help while you're here, but you won't give me your card.
Well, no. I don't try to appreciate them. I do whether they like me or not.
All right, I'll buy it. What do you appreciate about them?
The fact
he doesn't know. He doesn't know. You notice how long he just took to answer? He doesn't know. He doesn't even know what he's saying right now. This is why you're suicidal, sir. And this is why I'm going to make a suicide pact with you. I'm going to be number 11 with you. Okay? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. I am not integrated in this culture and society. I can't make any relationships work. And it's for exactly what you're explaining right now.
Well,
I'm going to try.
You have to have the relationship you have to have work, you know, as well as I do. It's you. Right. And that was my big journey is I had to figure it out to be comfortable with who I am, no matter who came into my cards. Back in 2000, I wrote down saying that no matter what I was going through, I would smile 3 times a day. And I'd be grateful for 3 things a day. And after like 2002, no matter what, it was like, do you have food? Do you have water? Do you have shelter? End of story. Everything else is a blessing.
Okay, like is there cheating in this? Like if I go, I got to be thankful for 3 things today.
Yeah, you can't. Your cheating's got you the hardships. My cheating's got me the hardships that I experienced. If that makes sense.
It doesn't, but I'm willing to learn. Tell me more about, because I feel like the spirit is sending you to me today on this broadcast because I've been going through some challenging and testing, dark and morbid times and perspectives. This may be the message that you're here to give me and everyone else here today, whether we accept it or not.
Can we go ahead. Deeper into that?
You may as well. Broadcast is here for you at this point.
No, what is it that you're going through that you feel that way?
I don't know. You don't start asking me. I'm asking you questions because you're the one who has the understanding here, and you're going to teach me and others how to live a happier life and pony play and follow codes and be cool with all of it.
I'm not here to offer you a happy nothing.
Well, then why are you here? Here to annoy me with nonsense about trying to help everyone and appreciating people who annoy me?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, let's go ahead and vote right now. I need a vote. Like all important decisions made in life, I got to go to a vote. One in the chat, if this guy's on to something, go ahead.
I was certified crazy in 2 different countries. So
Oh, I can tell. It's about to be a third country.
Yeah.
Unslavia. Unslavia is about to deem you to be completely insane.
yeah, I was
But these are
watching
people
one
who
of your
watch and listen to
podcasts.
me, so that should speak volumes.
I was watching one of your podcasts today where you put the insane asylum music in the background, and I was like, man, that's familiar.
How long ago
And
was
then he
that?
called it out. Oh God, I don't know. Ever since you haven't been doing it daily, I just go over all the ones I've missed.
Yeah, I'm gonna take all those down. I really don't want you or anyone else exposed to all that.
Oh, you're an
There's
asshole.
really no reason. There's just no reason to be exposed to any of that of what went on.
See, this is why gingers have no souls.
True. I
You're doing good
I
for a lot
denied
of
it for the
people, and you
longest
want to take
time.
it down.
Yeah, there's something there, you know. Why should I mean, dude, you're so busy helping other people and appreciating people who annoy you. You don't need my broadcast. My broadcast is negative. It's dark. It's morbid. Okay?
But
It's
truth
antisocial.
dark. It's truth dark, and that's what I needed. It's dark truth. But at least it's the truth. So yeah, I'm insufferable.
All right, well, go on. Tell me more about this whole helping people, appreciating people, whatever you believe I need to hear right now.
Yeah, it's not really just wherever I go. I just like to be of service. Someone needs groceries, I'll drive and get groceries. I'll cut wood for my elders. And it makes me feel good. It doesn't require any money. Money and time to me is bullshit. It's the illusion that got me all fucked up.
Well, what are you offering me in this broadcast? There's probably a lot of ways we could put you to work and help and make you feel good.
What I'm offering you is love without fear.
Every time, see? This is the thing. Every time people go, oh, I love to help. I live to help. And I go, well, what are you going to get? What are you going to do? What are you going to offer? And they go, well, I'm just going to love you. I don't want that. What else you got?
No. Yeah, if you ever need any work done around your property or whatnot, I'll come help. If you need you have a buddy that's in the state where I'm at, I'll help him.
Right.
I don't know how to explain it.
I need someone who can work a part-time job for me because I probably should be, but I don't want to. Are you willing to do that? Are you free like 6 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week?
No, when it comes to something like that, you would feel a lot more better about yourself if you earned that, not if someone earned it for you.
All right, I think you're confusing everyone. I said I wanted an easier and more convenient and successful life. I didn't say that I wanted to work harder to get it. And I didn't say anything about feeling better about myself.
Yeah, I live a pretty easy, convenient life, and I don't expect anything from anyone. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I love people. I like to help out because it inspires me to be better each day.
Stefano, you got anything here? He just keeps repeating that he loves to help people and that he loves people. These are the worst kind of people. people who say they love everyone and want to help everyone. Worst kind of people I've found in life.
Yeah.
You know, because this is all you get out of them. This is where it goes every time.
Yeah, if anyone's going through mental, emotional, physical, spiritual darkness, I'm able to clarify what it is that they're going through because I went through it also. And if I haven't experienced it, I can just tell them. I don't know much about that, but let's problem solve. What are the pros? What are the cons? Life's answers seem really simple.
Now, did it ever occur to you that these people who you love so much, who you keep trying to help, just want to be left alone in life and that you're actually bothering them?
Yeah, no. I won't go to somebody. I have a rule. They have to come to me. They have to ask.
That's true. I
Otherwise,
guess I technically
look
asked
there
you
what other
today.
people they could do, you know.
All right, where is this going? Because I have articles I'm supposed to get to. I got a bunch of stuff that I
You
put
gotta
up
get
there.
back to the articles.
Right. I got a job to do here. You know?
Word.
I'm on the clock.
Word.
Hold on, I gotta thank somebody. That's the thing. In order for you to be here, this is good. This is a good balance. You love people.
Right.
You're just trying to help everyone. I can't stand people, and I'm lucky if I can help myself at this point. Very dark place that I'm at.
Yeah, but I think that would be a kind of a lie.
Yeah, I don't appreciate most, if not all, people. I don't want to be bothered. Don't
Right.
bother me with trying to love me or anything. That's the point I'm at.
Yeah,
right now.
no. Not man's love, but a true care, if that would be better said.
Right, like Scott B. Scott B's giving me shit. That I'll accept. Blessings, Paul. I love the way your mind works. He's also a mentally ill person, I've gathered, as Stefano points out. Stefano was on it before when he pointed out that I was a mentally ill host, and there's a lot of mentally ill people who come here. That's one of them. Scott.
No, I didn't say so.
Yeah, it goes right back.
You
to
were
your
playing.
theory with the
You were
antennas
playing
sound
a
in the
mask.
background.
Stefano, please.
You were playing.
This isn't about you.
However.
Okay.
However.
But yeah, just wanted to call up and yeah, appreciate all your guests that I've seen, the Snafu and King Stephen or Queen Stephen and John, and
Right.
I've
A lot
learned
of
from
lot
all
of
them.
powerful, illustrious beings come through these doors. There's no
Yeah,
denying it.
in their own race, yes.
Cormac asked a question. He thinks it's a good question. It should be obvious. Why do you come here, Paul? Because I'm miserable and I want company in my misery. Okay? Isn't that why we all come here? Let's be real with ourselves and each other.
To be real with ourselves, yeah, I agree.
No, because I'm miserable and I want company.
Well, fuck him.
I'm in slavery and genocide. I'm surrounded by people who keep saying they're loving people and want to help everyone. They're not. And they want to tell me what to do and how to live. I can't stand it. So I'm here to make you people part of that experience.
Sure. Misery loves company. I get it. I lived it. I get it. But,
all right, we got to move on here. I don't even know where I am, what just happened, what I'm talking about. I'm just venting, pouring it all out.
It's all good.
That's why I come here.
Well,
all right, give me a final question, comment, concern, presentment, whatever you got. We'll get to a couple things, and then I'm out of here. We're already coming up on the third hour. I don't know what the hell just happened. Happens sometimes. I go
apologize.
like an hour. No, I did it. I'm doing it. It's me doing it. I know that I'm doing it. Right? So I'm not blaming you.
All right. Well, I appreciate the time, though. Really do.
What was your name again?
Troy.
Troy, right.
Yeah.
All right, Troy. It's been great. I'm going to wish you well. Good luck helping people and appreciating people and all this. I'm going to get back to slavery and genocide. That's what I do best.
All right, buddy.
And don't kill yourself. At least if you're going to wait a while, because I don't need any more pressure. I don't need any more. I got enough negativity in my life. Right? Promise me you're not going to kill yourself if you try the 11th time. You're not going to. If you do it, it's going to be a while, and I'm not going to be the reason. This broadcast is not the reason. You promise me?
You said 11. Hey, I have to at least get up to 11. I mean,
right. If you decide to go through with it, call me.
You got it.
Maybe we'll do it together. Do it live.
Yeah, we'll drink the Kool-Aid.
Right.
All right, man. Thank you for talking.
Thank you, Troy.
All right. Bye.
Man, Tefano, I shouldn't have done this broadcast today. Very dark, very morbid. Kind of low energy today. You know, not really as motivated, inspired as I could be. kind of all over the place. They can't all be winners. Can't all be the best day ever, right? There are ups and downs in life. You know, that's what I've learned. What do you got for me, Tefano? I know you got something. You're never short of words. You have that lovely accent. All the ladies love you. Your charm and your accent. I just saved that man's life today. Go ahead.
What is the question? I didn't understood. What do I have for you?
My question is, do you have any questions?
Any question? No, it's funny to debate. You don't want to debate tonight. What can I say? It was funnier the last time when you wanted actually to debate, sticking to a point. I took seriously the fact when you saw the name in the chat to say come back here, and I didn't take seriously the compliment, but that was not the point, of course, not in a debate. The question is, I don't understand why, but it's not a question. It's not a question. That's a question that I do to myself. I don't understand why you don't believe in state. And it was interesting, especially the last time, seeing how conspiracies, I would say it like that, conspiracist people, even if you are just a kind of it. Do you want to take the call? Then I will say hello.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we're here. Unknown, are you there? Hello? All right, some unknown caller playing music.
Okay.
Yeah, miscreant.
So, no, the question is, I don't understand, but it's a question to myself. I don't understand why and how you cannot believe in state.
That's not a question. You're horrible at doing questions, even yourself. That's not a question.
Yeah. No. The question is why he doesn't believe in state, but it's to myself. And then what do? I go back here.
You know, Tefano, you got serious problems because you're now talking to yourself and you think questions are statements. Something should be done about this. Have you talked to your licensed medical provider wherever you are?
Not about the questions. He doesn't like it.
All right, go ahead. What was the question on question?
No, the question is how you can't believe in a state. In Italy, where there are a lot of people but they come from communism. I don't think that you come from communism. So it's funny to me, it's interesting to me to compare how this new wave, let's say, of thinking that I think it's totally problematic for the whole society.
So this is a new way of thinking. I've pioneered. Yes. I'm groundbreaking and pioneering a new way of thinking, is what you're saying.
Well,
you've never heard of.
There are a lot of people. So I wouldn't feel unique, but yes, somehow yes, and they are very different. And the most of them in Italy are old people. I don't want anything from you, Sofia. And the most of us, of that people in Italy are old people that come from anarchy and communism. And
can you define that for me, please? Anarchy and communism. I mean, sounds great buzzwords, but oftentimes I figure people are just saying shit and don't really know what that actually means. Can't actually define it.
Without going into the real definition about anarchy and communism, I can start saying that the people that believe that are part of this new wave consider themselves coming from the anarchist and communist world, because in Italy we had a lot of anarchists and a lot of communists, and there were a big part of the parliament, of the political movements and the extra parliamentary movement. And they were part of it. And when you speak with them and you ask them, were you part of it? They say, yes, I were. So first of all, it's a self-identification. Before I say it's a self-identification. Secondly, Anarchism has different phases. The idea is that authority as a state shouldn't exist, and communism is the idea that the poorer classes has to unite to fight the richest and the one that own the means of production, and to collectivize to take the means of production for all the people, and then the contradiction start in every theory of communism.
All right, we got to bring this guy in now because the duckling guy, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Can I see you? Can we do like 2 fingers up or something?
I'm insecure.
All right.
I'm a fat hillbilly.
Right. I'm getting there. The more that I live. All right. What do you got for us? Because Stefano's off on some rant about who knows what the fuck he's talking about.
I'm on his side.
Oh, you're on his side. Okay, great.
100%. Because you know what he's been through, you know?
Which is?
You're just a guy with some conspiracy theories.
Right. Okay, so then what do you have for us? Questions, comments, concerns, add-ons, you know?
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
We must release the Epstein files. All of them. No redactions.
Why is that?
Because the people who went to his island and did illegal sexual actions must be held accountable.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just disgusting that there hasn't been one arrest, not a single arrest at all.
Now, can you explain to me, in between chasing these people around, trying to hold them accountable, trying to figure out what sex positions they're involved in and all the rest of it, why we keep looking to these people to lead us and doing what they say?
Oh, 100%. I agree. Yeah. It's crazy that we elect these people and, you know.
Well, I don't. I didn't. I've never voted. I don't buy into any of this
in
crap.
general. I know you didn't, like, personally, but, like, in general, like, we're stupid, you know, the American people. You know.
Okay, so you agree with me then? You don't agree with Stefano. You agree with me. Because I'm the one who says the state is a delusion and an illusion. It's just a means to convince the individual to get together in a collective and vote in the people who are going to enslave them as their corporate masters.
I'm not a fan of democracy. I'll be honest with you. Yeah.
Again, you agree with me. Stefano says the state is what we need. The state is necessary. We need democracy. It's the closest thing we got to freedom and government without complete chaos and, as he puts it, anarchy. So it sounds like you agree with me more than you do him.
Yeah, there's a good quote. Democracy doesn't elect the guy who's qualified. It elects the guy who sounds good. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
The only time democracy has worked is on this broadcast.
People there's some good things about democracy, like free speech, ideals colliding, that's pretty good. But other than that, yeah.
Okay, so Stefano asked before, he was perplexed by this idea of how can I live in a world where the state doesn't exist? My answer to that would be, Stefano, I woke up today. Okay, I did some circles around my enclosure. I urinated. I moved my bowels. I did some more circles around my enclosure. I sat down. I consumed something. Okay, I suspect there's going to be more urination and bowel movements as the day goes on. I decided to do this broadcast, and might be the point where you say I live a very uneventful life. That's okay. Okay, the man who's happiest is the one who's happiest with least, not the one who expects more. So nowhere in my day-to-day interactions, in my procedure, did I require some organization, millions of people, essentially, hundreds of thousands, millions of people to get together in a group and put on costumes and decide for me what I need to do today or for my life at all, right? So it was that easy for me. I know that is a challenge for you. That's shocking to you, but I almost never, if not ever, consider what a corporation or what you call the state is going to think about me and what I do and don't do. Does that make sense to you or anybody here? I think Tefano passed out.
No, I'm here. With me or with Roy? Or with the guy?
Yeah, no, with you. You seem really thrown off and perplexed by this idea that we could all just get up every day and live a life where if we're not doing loss, injury, or harm, nobody approaches us, nobody bothers us, nobody tells us what to do or how to live.
But this is an absolutely lonely life, the one that you described, and it's unrealistic. But it's unrealistic.
What, now you're hitting onto something. I've been very morbid and dark today on this broadcast. And some might say it's because I'm lonely. I don't have enough care, interaction. And the way that can be solved is by bringing government agents into everybody's life.
No.
I'm saying that now. The best way, because look, I'm in great spirits now. I just got chipper all of a sudden. I put a smile on like that guy who just left, the suicidal guy who loves everyone, is here to help everyone. I just got in 3 smiles for the day. Right? I think you might be onto something here. The more we bring government into everyone's life, the less lonely we're all going to be. 215, are you there? 215? 215, are you there?
Hello, hola amigo. I would like to order 2 burritos today, one with carne asada and one with carnitas.
All right. Slow down.
I would like this order to go for Roberto.
Okay.
One with carne asada?
Hola.
Can I get some chimichangas?
2 burritos, one with carne asada, one with carnitas. Add extra onions and cilantro.
All right. Can I get an address for you?
What for drink?
You don't have carne asada burritos?
What
we do? Yeah, Tefano's right. Yeah, what? Yeah,
what kind of place are you, man?
Fucking slaves have nothing
I want a
better
carne asada.
At least do a good bit. If you're gonna do the bit, at least do the bit. Why do you have to send me a robot that doesn't answer?
Wait, that was a robot?
I think so. Illegal, and it was an illegal alien robot as well. The worst kind of robot, undocumented robot.
Maybe it was Spanish.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of illegal immigrants. How about you?
I don't really care.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's say
that's something we can argue over.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Finally. Let's go. I'll give my take and you could rebuttal.
Yeah, bring it.
I believe illegal immigrants should be deported because they broke into our country illegally. They disrespected our law, and I believe come here illegally is a misdemeanor. You know, it's small, but still, I don't think the U.S. should tolerate it. So I believe we should deport them.
A state should deport them. That we are ready to fail.
See what you see? Tefano's on to you now. How are you going to deport them unless you have this thing called the state?
You can't.
I believe in like autocracy, so we'll deport them that way.
How does that work?
We just we have a leader who deports them.
Okay.
Is it a state?
No, like a dictator, kind of, but not too bad. Like a soft dictator.
Yeah, but dictatorship, is a form of state, a form of government that in the government lead a state.
Yeah, I believe in government. I like some form of government. 100%. We need something, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are with me in this.
Yeah.
Now, I just want people to understand that while I'm doing the bit and on bit at times and being completely absurd and ridiculous, the counterbalance to that are these people, and these are actually real people. Okay, they wonder
why. Are you insulting us?
No. I'm setting the narrative for my audience to relate, because I'm not normal, but you guys are. This is normal, regular people with normal, regular ideas.
No, I'm not normal.
He's not normal.
People think when I tell people my ideas, they think, "Wow, you're crazy."
This is pretty common, though, isn't it? Like Republican.
No. A
MAGA.
lot of people hate autocracy. They don't like autocracy. They believe it's evil.
All right, so you made this really hard for me because I would have said we should get all brown people out of here because they steal, okay, and they smell different from us. But now I can't. Yeah, I can't take that position because you already did the whole we should deport them thing. So now I have to go for the position of they shouldn't be deported, right? And I guess if I have to take that position, I'm going to go with the old, hey, this nation was founded on the principle of we're all created equal, we're all men and women under God, we're all endowed by our Creator with God-given rights. There's equal consideration under the law, so everyone has a right.
Only
to
us guys.
So only men now.
No. I believe in equal rights, but men and women are not equal. There's different roles for men and women. Like I believe this is controversial, but the 19th Amendment was one of the biggest mistakes in U.S. history, even world history. Biggest mistakes.
How can it be world history? That's just for your country, the 19th Amendment.
Because the United States is the whole world, Tefano. That's what you're not getting.
Okay.
It's our world, and therefore it's the world. Because whatever we experience is all there is.
No, it's because we almost had a female president, and that was scary. I'm not gonna lie. I was scared. I was like, "Oh, we're dead. Russia's gonna kill us," So yeah.
Right.
The most of the first female prime minister around the world were conservative. Huh?
Yeah, the female prime ministers are not that good, except for the Italian woman. She's pretty good. I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about, host? The Italian woman?
Of course.
Yeah.
Giorgia
Yes,
Meloni.
but I'm a traditionalist when it comes to American values. I think we should take this slow, and we should have a female child molester first. Our first female child molester before we go into our first female, head of governance, right? We got to take this one step at a time. Preserve American values.
Paul.
What now?
What's your views on homosexuality?
What's my views on it? I mean, I don't necessarily have any views on it.
Because I believe it's morally wrong. I'm not going to discriminate you, but I 100% believe what you're doing is wrong and degenerate. You're a degenerate if you live like that.
Right. All right. Well, I guess then I'm not going to ask what you're doing later. You severely limited the scope of this interaction now, but tell us more about what you seem to be a very intelligent and informed person. Tell us more about your beliefs. So homosexuality, abomination, wrong and evil, two consensual beings deciding to express themselves however they please. Bad and wrong shouldn't happen. Yeah. Brown people without the right papers should be immediately swept up.
If they come here illegally. Yeah.
Right. And it's interesting too how you because I like what you did there. You jumped from ethics to morals and then to legalism, right? It's kind of like a buffet.
Yeah, it's immoral to come here illegally, because there's a bunch of other people who are waiting 8 years at least to come here, and you're just going to cut in line in front of them. That's a prick move, Now,
some people would say that just makes the people waiting for 8 years a bunch of collectivist morons. But you have a different take on that it's actually immoral. Because if this
Wait, so you're calling the Italians morons? You're calling the Irish morons? Dude, it's a big mistake, dude. They are not morons. They are good, decent people. And back in the day, 1920s, the Irish and the Italians.
They have to be. They keep electing Bill Clinton and George Bush and Barack Obama.
Hey, Bill Clinton was an okay president. He was okay.
Yeah, I mean it's been great so far.
The economy was pretty solid if you look at his record.
Totally. But, yeah. I mean, shipping all that cocaine while doing wars around the world was great for business. There's no denying it. You know, Mena, Arkansas, the whole deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep ignoring your calls. Whoever keeps calling in, get a life loser. It's going to be my perspective on that. So you're pretty much wasting your time. If you keep going, I'll just shut the phone line down. I'll talk with the people on stage, or I'll just go over the articles, or I'll just check out because I'm 15 minutes over.
Just join the stream, whoever that is.
Right. Okay, so no, just tell us more because this is good. This is one of the big reasons I do this broadcast, so I can get I can get new perspectives and new takes.
I believe John F. Kennedy was our last U.S. president of America.
Right.
Yeah.
The guy who basically got elected because of the mafia. Totally miss him. Great guy.
Well, once again, that's a conspiracy theory. Once again, and I believe in some conspiracy too, 100%. But what you're saying is like, you have any evidence of him being elected because of the mafia? Because that's wrong. He was elected because he was charming, good policies. He wanted to settle the Cuban Missile Crisis. The people loved him, and it's recorded. You could search it up. His approval rating was like 80%, the highest for any president in U.S. history. So the people loved him, not the mafia.
Right. All right. Tell us more. So John Kennedy, last real president, not like the rest of these kind of real fake presidents. He was great. He was charming. The people loved him. That's proof of why he's good as the head of the corporation, right? Because that's what a president is the first position of
he was going after the mafia too. Him and his brother, Robert F. Kennedy. Yeah.
Right.
And well, whether you believe in the moon landing or not, the moon landing happened under his administration. But that's another conversation. Some people doubt it.
Of that. We went to the moon, supposedly, theoretically, even though...
And that's impressive. Paul, you have to admit that's impressive. Europeans came to a place where there was nothing. Like, there was literally nothing. There's just nothing. There's no buildings. There's no civilizations. There's nothing. And less than 150 years later, we go to the freaking moon. God bless the Europeans, Paul. They are the best.
All right. Keep going. You're making a lot of solid points here. Good looking, charming, went to the moon.
Yep.
What else do we have?
For John F. Kennedy?
No, just in general. I love hearing your perspective and worldview on just American history, world history.
Well, we're the country that invented the airplane. God bless the Wright brothers. I don't know where we would be without airplanes in the world. We're the country of the steam engine. We're the country of the cotton gin. We're the country of Henry Ford. There's a lot of things to be proud of. And yeah.
I think we also invented Golden Corral. Just another notable mention.
Yeah.
Go on. You're on a roll here, man. When you're on it, you're on it.
Yeah.
This is a great question. Did Henry Ford have a license when he invented the car?
No, he didn't invent the car. He invented the Ford car. The first car was invented in Germany, not America.
Now, some folks might say, like Kennedy being supported by the mafia.
You could take it.
All right, I'll take it. 508, are you there? 508. Hello. Okay.
No, Lee.
So, some folks would say that Henry Ford was actually in bed with the Nazis, the Bush family. All right, I'm going to have to shut the phone line down because there's some theoretically grown people who can't they can't control themselves and keep their hands off of it, right? So
back to what you were saying, Paul. That's an interesting point that you brought up. Henry Ford was in bed with the Nazis. I wouldn't say that. That's a weird way of putting it, but you know, he was a Nazi supporter, yeah, and you know, yeah.
508, are you there? Man, I almost had him. All right. All right, so I'll close that down. That person will feel like they won today. We'll do them a favor. They'll feel like they won. We closed the phone line. They got the phone line closed, so they're winning in life. They're powerful. We couldn't do anything about it, so we had to close the phone line.
It seems like they love you or something, you know.
It's one person who comes here regularly who will not be named, who is desperate to be on the broadcast or interact with me. And when I don't interact with them, this is the way they punish me, right? They punish me by calling in and distracting, or what they think is interfering. So
Paul,
yeah,
I have to go eat some Italian food later. I have time, but you want to get back to Henry Ford?
Yeah, we can.
So what were you saying? You were trying to discredit him? What were you trying to do? I'm curious.
I don't know where we were exactly, but something along the lines of conventional story of history, and John F. Kennedy's the last.
You're trying to say he slept with Nazis or something?
No, I'm trying to say that the record, it could be argued, the record shows that a lot of these people either funded or allowed or made certain things happen or come about, and didn't put a stop to it, right? And then this is where you tell me Hitler was the good guy. He was actually trying to take back control of Germany for the people.
I'm kind of a fan of Mr. Hitler.
Right.
It's crazy. Wait, Paul, stay with me. Don't you think this is crazy? Just be with me for right now. The narrative. Don't you think it's crazy that our history books teach us that he's the most evil person ever? He's the villain. Boom, boom, boom. World War II. Even right now, he's still the most evil. When Joseph Stalin killed 20 more million people than him. Mao Zedong, I think that's how you pronounce his name, killed 100 million. Isn't that kind of weird that that's the narrative?
I guess so. I mean, I was a conspiracy theorist 20 minutes ago, but when it comes down to questioning if maybe Hitler was the best person in history and everyone's just been covering up for it, I didn't even think of that. So, it's kind of weird because you guys go, hey.
I don't think he's the best because he definitely did some bad things, 100%. I'm not going to say he didn't do bad things. He did do a lot of bad things, but at the same time, I understand what he was going through. I understand what his perspective was. The communists were trying to take over Germany and trying to destroy Europe. And
can you define that for me?
Go again.
Can you define the communists taking over Europe? What does that mean? What does that look like?
Well, if you look at Germany, the Communist Party almost won. They were getting more popular. There's propaganda everywhere of communism is the way to save Germany, because Germany was a shit hole after World War I. Bread was like $500 for one loaf. And the Communist Party was trying to brainwash the German people, and Hitler saw that and he was like, that's not gonna happen. So yeah.
So what do the communists want ultimately?
The communists, they want to destroy the Germanic people, the Germanic people.
So that's their philosophy? Communists wake up every day and go, we want to destroy the Germans and the German people? That's what makes them communists?
The German communist, yeah.
Okay.
The Weimar.
and Hitler saw a lot of perversion. I don't know if you know this, Paul. Maybe this is a fun fact. You can search it up. Don't think I'm blowing this out of my ass, but the first ever transgender clinic in human history was opened in Germany by Dr. Magnus Churchill. And it was disgusting. He was collecting penises in jars, vaginas in jars. He was changing people's genders. People think transgenderism's new. Boy, it's not new. Hitler saw that and he was like, "This is disgusting. I'm not going to allow this." So yeah.
Okay.
So
Hitler
honestly, he was protecting
really-
his country. The way I view it, he was protecting his country, and God bless him for that. God bless his soul. So yeah.
Okay, so let's go over a list then. Let's go over a list of things Hitler did to protect his country. So number 1 on the list, stopped people from cutting off their own genitals.
Yes, children.
Children, okay.
God bless them.
I'm not going to ask for any sources on any of this because who needs them, right?
No, search them. Okay, I can read you. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so again, I'm kind of getting from you, Hitler was one of the best people in history.
No, I'm not saying that he's not one of the best, but I understand what he was doing. I understand why. You know, it made sense. I wouldn't like that in my country, and our country is doing that right now. We're telling kids they could become girls. We're telling them it's okay. You could change your body. You were born in the wrong body. You know, we're telling them all this stuff, and it's disgusting. You know what I'm saying?
I guess. I mean, doesn't really impact my life. My life is no different as a result of the incarnation of these folks you speak about. So
I have a Hitler speech translated in English, and he predicted the future. But yeah, it's okay. I'm not gonna play it.
No.
I don't want you to get demonetized.
No, there's nothing wrong with a little Hitler speech. I mean, again, your perspective is Hitler maybe did some stuff. Not the greatest guy, but like way overblown. Possibly even trying to cover up for a lot of other people's bad stuff. They gaslit Hitler, and now he's going down in history as the worst guy ever when maybe he's a lot better than everyone else. So,
yeah. You want me to play the speech?
Well, no, just can you read it to me?
Yeah, let me find the captions because it's a video.
Yeah, we're learning here today. It's a different perspective, different take on history.
Can I get my charger?
Can you get your charger?
Yeah.
I think he's not speaking with you.
Sure, why not?
Okay, I'm gonna get some orange juice as well.
Stefano, your thoughts on all this?
I'll be
Hitler
right
actually
back.
potentially being a great guy or just better than the rest, but taking the rap for everyone else?
Hitler was not a great guy. What can I say? The situation, he was a son of its time. From many point of view, he was because of its time, because of the situation in which Germany was, the revanchism of French, because Germans won very bad the Franco-Russian War some years before the First World War, and so then when they won the First World War, the French took a lot from Germany, so Germany decided to get very mad. Germans decided, they didn't decide, they got very mad against the French, and they felt very humiliated, so they decided to elect anybody who told them we are going to make Germany great again. And somehow, for some things, like economically, he did some things, of course, and he also...
Yeah, there was 400,000 homeless Germans, and when Hitler came in power, all of them were employed. I mean, you could say he's evil. No, seriously, you could say he's evil.
I love
Okay,
this, 'cause
whatever.
I just imagine.
Because they were part of the army.
I just imagine Donald Trump today building concentration camps and Republicans giving me the same rap. You know, Paul, unemployment was up. Okay, we had a lot of homeless people. All right, a lot of folks without something to do.
That's a lot of unemployment.
Ever since we built these concentration camps, unemployment is down, addiction is down, people are hard at work. This country is more productive than ever. Right? I could totally see it. It's gonna happen.
Are you being
again,
sarcastic,
sir.
Paul?
No, I'm not. What would make you think
Paul,
that I'm
Paul,
here
Paul,
to be?
Paul, let me tell you something, Paul. Paul,
Go ahead.
let me repeat it again, Paul. 400,000 homeless Germans. Most of them were veterans as well. A loaf of bread was $500. Nobody could afford a loaf of bread. Okay? Drugs was everywhere. Perversion was everywhere. There's a bunch of movie theaters. You could search this up, by the way. Don't take me for it. Where there's a bunch of gay stuff, perversion stuff that's ruining the German people. And this guy comes in. He didn't even win the election. The chancellor appointed him, and he's the freaking best. You can make the argument that he's evil. You can make the argument that he's evil, but you cannot deny that him coming in power was an economic boom.
Okay,
Boom.
so for the folks who just joined us, let me sum up the perspective of the average NPC, worldly being who dwells here and repeats this stuff. If we don't have strong leadership who tell us what to do and be, we wind up jobless and fucking each other.
100%. People are stupid.
That's what we've learned about the human race. If we are not constantly kept on the tracks and directed and told what to do and be, we're just going to wind up not working and men fucking men. That's it. And then there's no...
And disease is going to be everywhere. Everybody's going to die.
Worse than that, by the way. That's as bad as it gets. Jobless and man fucking another man.
And don't forget $500 bread. $500 bread.
Now, some might say that the reason for this is just lacking inspiration, motivation, purpose, and interest, right? In yourself, your community, and society, because we've outsourced it all to authoritarians. So once there's nothing left to do and be, we just kind of roll over, get obese, fuck each other, take 10 shots, and don't want to go to work anymore. Right? Some people might say that. You're saying it's just because we didn't have damn good enough leadership at the time. So once we got that, it was like, bam, now we're rocking and rolling. Men stop fucking men. People started eating bacon and eggs, but somehow losing weight. Jobs are like through the roof. Just unprecedented period of productivity.
And don't forget pride.
Right.
People were, after Hitler came in office, people were actually proud to be German for once.
Right. I forgot that part. That's an important part.
And Germany, you know what else is impressive, Paul? It took 3 countries, powerful countries, to stop Germany. Germany almost won. They didn't need Italy. Italy sucked. Mussolini was a bad leader. I like him, but he sucked. But it took 3 countries, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and America, to stop.
Well, that's why normally I'd proposition you and try to have sex with you. But since Donald Trump is around, I'm more motivated than ever. This broadcast has become...
Trump sucks.
Oh, well, I mean, see, now now you're kind of throwing me off again. You're confusing me. Because I felt like the one thing that was keeping me, 2 things, from wanting to have sex with you and not even do this broadcast, because I don't work anymore. Like, I'm almost completely there. Like, I'm Germany prior to Hitler. I got obese, I stopped working, and I might think about having sex with you. If it wasn't for Donald Trump.
I'm flattered. Listen, Paul, I'm flattered, but
also because I think you're
way.
Extremely moronic and foolish. That's another reason. Because when I have sex with men, if I have sex with men, I'm like a personality guy, right?
Paul, I pray that you don't do that. I pray that you don't do that.
Well, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to give away all of my pride as an American for gay pride. I don't want to switch in my American pride for gay pride because it's just
No, it's not even about that. It's about your health, man. I don't want you to fucking get AIDS.
Why? Do you got something? You got HIV or something or what?
No, I don't want you to get AIDS because AIDS not 100%, but they mostly come from homosexuality.
Wait, so now you're really blowing my mind. I thought somebody had to have AIDS in order to give it, and someone had to have it to get it. You're telling me AIDS just pops up like if I don't
told
have
you
AIDS,
homosexuality is the number one cause of AIDS. It's because people. I'm not trying to get graphic here. These homosexuals, they stick their schlong inside of a hole, and that causes infections and just a bunch of bacteria, and that's how you get AIDS. So yeah.
Right.
Because your schlong is not supposed to be up there.
I didn't know that. So, okay, quick question then, and this is going to be a tough one. If AIDS and HIV is relegated to homosexual sex, what's stopping all the men from doing anal sex with the women getting HIV and AIDS? Is female feces different from male feces? Like, is there a carrier
they're both
of AIDS?
gross. It's both gross. You shouldn't stick your schlong inside of any hole. Well, no, sorry, in that hole, the excrement hole, with a bunch of feces and all that stuff. You know, it's disgusting.
I think we can call him asshole. I think it's allowed. At the end, he's the asshole. So it is. It's what it is. It's the asshole.
Right.
Because Paul, you know that, right? You know it's unhealthy to stick your schlong inside the hole of poop.
Yes. But,
it's
not unhealthy to call it asshole. Like you can call it the asshole. Like that's not unhealthy. Now, because
I'm not educated. I'm not as educated as you, obviously, and I'm very easily confused and tricked.
Did you not take a health class in college?
Yeah, but I usually cut class. I don't pay attention. I show up stoned. Not a lot of information got through. I got to be clear with you. And what throws you off is like, if you ever, and in my scenario, I'm going to use a woman because I don't want it to be like a man or anything. I don't want you to get on me about that. So the woman's ass it's not like you would think it'd be one thing, but when you get there, it's not what it seems, right? Like it doesn't actually smell like poop. You see?
Well, she has to clean it after. I mean, before.
All right, this could be kind of viewed as graphic, but we're learning this is adult conversation. It's about safety.
And I'm a hypocrite, by the way. I'm a hypocrite, but yeah.
All right, go on because this is we're over time, but this is good. Well, I'm learning. The audience is learning.
Can I play you the speech though? Earlier, you didn't let me play the speech.
No, but read it to me.
Well, can I play it? Because I don't know that much German.
Yeah, I had an ex-girlfriend once who's as Tefano calls it, the asshole. Where the asshole actually smelled a lot better than the vagina. Okay.
Whoa, Paul! So, come on, man.
I'm just saying that's what threw me off. I was easily confused.
I don't want you to get demonetized or banned.
If I can't trust my senses, what can I trust? And that's what leads to the revelation of we need structure, we need government, we need someone dictating to us. Because if not, I could have.
I'm gonna play the speech. I'm gonna play the speech.
No, just read it to me. I can't. I don't think
my voice is too creamy. I'm not it's not going to be the same if I read it. It's going to be like, what the fuck is this?
So comment on the vagina that smells worse than the ass, so it's misleading?
Paul, I don't know what vaginas you've been eating, but vagina smells like heaven.
One specific
vagina smells like strawberries. It smells like canterberries. It smells beautiful. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, we'll agree to disagree.
Okay, I'm play the speech, okay?
Yeah, I'd rather not play the Hitler speech.
Okay, fine. I'll read it to you. I'll try.
Yeah, read it to me.
Man, it's not gonna sound good though. You know, I'll tell people it's called Then came the decline of our culture.
No,
Search
this
that up
is
with
good. See,
Hitler.
you don't understand media like I do. This is one thing I'm trained in that you're not. You'd have
Sorry.
So yeah, you have to defer to me. It's almost better to read the speech as you, and we not
Can
even
I
know
put
that
it in chat? Can I put it in chat and you could read it? I think that'll be better because your voice is better than
Okay,
mine.
I'll read it then. I'll read the
Okay,
Hitler
let me type in
speech
chat. Let me type in chat.
as me, because then we can judge it like, is this a good speech if it's not Hitler? And then we can decide.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me 1 second. But you could talk if you want.
Yeah, I'm aware of what I can do, and
Sorry.
I'm aware of all of my options. Thank you.
I'm
Thank you for
sorry.
informing me. Nothing
I'm
like
sorry.
a well-placed moment of silence, though, I found.
Okay, give me a second. It's pretty long, so I'm gonna have to type this. I'm just gonna stay muted. You could yeah.
Thank you. Do you have anything else in the meantime? Because we're this is a data dump here. There's a lot of information, but I think Tefano's writing it down. He's typing. The chat is taking note. I think this is going to be a good record here today for posterity, future generations. Look back on.
You are delusional. How can you say, like, I hope, yes, in the future there will be no state and they will see this conversation to see how much stupid Tafan was. Of course, man. Let's keep dreaming that it will happen what you hope, even if it's absolutely impossible. Impossible. And the problem is that you're just making everything not slower, but harder to manage, way harder to manage. Just not believing, like, you don't believe that people went to the moon. Like, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Wait,
Like,
that's a
living in a
problem?
society. But
I
it's
don't
a
believe in
problem
the moon
at a
landing.
certain point. What?
Declan, let me get into this. I need Tefano has
My
something.
apologies.
I have to. No, it's okay. You didn't know. So, Tefano, why is that a problem now that I don't believe that?
So you have problem with the word beliefs.
Capsule and went to the moon. Why is that a problem?
You have problem with the word belief, or you have the problem with the moon things.
This isn't even. I'm not even doing a broadcast right now. I'm just standing in awe of how ridiculous the average person is while telling me how ridiculous I am.
Okay,
what is so hard to understand about life that I don't believe or trust anyone or anything, especially when what's said is in opposition to what's shown?
We were there before. We were there before.
Right.
So
I
you
don't.
told me
Let me go down the list of things. I don't believe Y2K is going to happen. I don't believe that spraying the children with DDT is healthy.
If once you ask me a question, you
I don't believe that Lucky Strike is the best tobacco for health.
Okay,
I don't believe that flying on a plane is good for you and healthy, even though
that's not very important.
I don't believe that fluoride is good for under your tongue and your teeth.
Okay,
even though it's in the water.
Very important. That's not very important.
I don't believe that Golden Corral is high level dining, even though America created it.
What are we speaking about? What is this list?
Everything and nothing, Tefano. No. Everything and nothing.
That is the place where your theories are going. Everything and nothing. So,
yeah. What the hell is wrong with that? Makes as much sense as anything you're telling me.
Party. Woo! So let's speak. Yes, let's do a big party, and then who's
Paul?
going to
don't fuck with the Italians, Paul.
I'm saying to you, whether Hitler was a great guy or not, the only reason bad shit keeps happening is because everyone keeps believing other people and doing what they're doing. It's my biggest problem.
No, that is not the only issue because Hitler happened. That is not the only cause because Hitler happened.
Okay, Tefano, I don't believe that priests actually love God and are really good at God stuff and aren't fucking children.
I'm Catholic.
I know. Everything I say is going to be a problem. This is why I'm dangerous.
Helping children with cancer. You don't think that's loving? Helping children with cancer, Paul? St. Jude? Huh?
Okay, I'll meet you in the middle. Someone's got to fuck these children. If they're going to die of cancer and die a premature death and never
Okay,
know.
that's pretty disturbing, Paul. Come on, Paul. That was out of line.
What I say is a problem around here. I say I don't believe the priests are here to help the children and not fuck them. You question me. I say, okay, I'll meet you in the middle.
There's bad apples and everything. Why are you trying to put it? That's like saying all cops are bad. That's like saying all cops are racist, which is not true. Most cops are good, decent people. Good, decent people, police officers.
What do you want me to say then? What am I supposed to say to not be a danger to this fucking democracy?
I want you to say there's some bad apples and everything. Doesn't mean it's the whole thing. Thank you.
Okay. That makes sense.
All right. So,
but it's not what we want you to say. It's not what we want you to say. It's not
right. I get it. It has to be my idea. Okay. Let me try.
You really like to.
No. I'm going to try now. I'm trying. Most politicians are good. They really want to help the people and make the country better. But there's a few who just can't help but to do wars everywhere, poison the food in the sky and the water, fuck the children, and then lie to everyone's face about the list. It's a few bad apples. Most of them are good. I'm on a roll here. Most military people are good. They just want to fight for the flag and democracy and freedom and stuff. They're totally not duped out order followers who do evil, wrong, bad shit from the beginning of time everywhere and subject everyone to like authoritarianism. I feel like most doctors really care about life and their patients and health.
I got the speech.
I'm on a roll here, though. I'm doing what you're telling me to do, and you're interrupting me.
Sorry, I got the speech. Most
people are really like that last caller who tried to kill himself, and maybe some other people like 10 or 11 times. Most people are really caring, loving people. They're out to do good. Just shit keeps going bad and wrong because there's a few bad apples. Okay. I think I'm getting this now. Give me the speech. We're going Hitler speech. Then I got to wrap up at some point. I'm not responsible for whatever just went on here today. This wasn't my broadcast. This is a democratic broadcast. There's more than one of us here. That's how you know that. And this is more proof that democracy is utterly successful, all places, all times. It could be worse. It could have just been me. Right? But we're in this together. So, you know what? Let me go one more too. I feel like I need to say this because I've said a lot of stuff. Most of the politicians who we caught on hot mic saying they're lying to all of us. Wait, no, I got it. Wait. This is real difficult for me. I may need more practice. Most of the politicians who said that they were bullshitting us and weren't really wearing the mask. Yeah, see, I'm going to have to work on this. I can't get it done in the moment. But yeah, a few bad apples. Most people are good people. Are just trying to do what's really good and right. It just all keeps getting worse and going wrong because there's a few bad apples, even though everyone means well.
Is not getting worse. That is the main problem of the one that thinks like you. That in the chat there are a lot from what I see. It's not going worse. It's not going worse.
So
that is
so
your
there's been a 60% uptick in child diagnosis for psychosis. And suicide rates are up. We're seeing records of people committing suicide under 12 years old. Heart attack under 20 is now a thing, right? More than ever. Cancer rates are up thousands of %. We're finding heavy metals.
How is it possible that life expectancy is rising? Again, how is it possible that life expectancy is rising if these things are overwhelming all the good things that are happening? So, like every other disease is stopping. But these suicide are rising, and it's kind of it makes sense in a way in that a very developed country happen to have these things. We should fight against these things. We should avoid these things. Absolutely, they are bad
Paul,
things.
I feel like you're a flat earther.
We don't know because Paul doesn't want to tell anything that he believes in. The last time,
Paul is like the guy. I don't know. I don't believe in that. Paul, you could have that belief, but you have to back it up. You can't just say, "I don't believe. I don't believe that. I don't believe." You need to back your claim. You can't just say that. That's not how you live responsibly, logically.
I have to back up my claim that I don't believe claims.
No, you need to back up your claim why you don't believe in the moon landing. Like, I have some suspicions of that too, but I'm pretty sure you don't. You're just gonna say, I don't believe. I don't believe.
Okay, I know this is really difficult for everyone, but I don't see the benefit for me believing anything that's told to me without me knowing it to be true. And if I haven't experienced it, I don't know it to be true. I could experience it and still not
Have you
know
ever
it to be true
experienced a
on my end.
dinosaur in your face?
No.
Oh my god! So what?
He
Dinosaurs
doesn't
don't
believe in
exist?
dinosaurs.
No, I see
Okay.
you're making a joke about me.
Paul,
You're insulting
Paul,
me, but it's
you're
true.
you're hurting
I have
yourself.
no reason.
You're
It's
hurting
fine.
yourself.
Listen,
You're
I've
doubting
destroyed my
dinosaurs now.
reputation. Okay, now you're talking over me. How dare you talk over me while I'm interrupting? This is my court. Okay, I'm important here. I've created a space where I'm important and powerful. Respect that, like you do everywhere else. Okay, I don't know that dinosaurs existed. There's nothing that changes my life about believing they exist. Now, I'm willing to go along with this hallucination with you all that there were giant reptiles all over the earth, the size of the Empire State Building, maybe even. And they were everywhere at all times. And then
There's
at some
fossils.
point, they all just went away. And I guess if I ask you how that happened, you're going to have another explanation for me how that happened, right? That someone told you. I'm not going to believe in that either.
So, do you even believe JFK was assassinated? You weren't around
I
in the
don't even
60s.
believe that you or Tefano are real people. I'm Brown's boyed out.
Exactly.
I think you're possibly agents
So
who are just
let's
here to say stupid
okay.
shit.
Let's face this question, Paul. Let's face this
Go
question.
ahead.
How can you know, or how are you going to behave in case you want to go to the bathroom, but of course, because you don't believe in anything that you can see, and this is a real logic argument. Let me finish. How can you be sure and so believe in it that the next step that you are going to take is not going to make you fall in an infinite abyss? Because you didn't prove it. You haven't proved it because it's not already happened. So you didn't prove it yet. So why do you take that step? Why?
I don't.
Because you want
You
to
just
try.
proved my
You
point
don't.
for me. I know so little conclusively about whatever is going on here and what it actually is beyond my beliefs that I am now in an abyss with you and this guy that is referred to as this broadcast. So
Okay,
I
but
can't.
how
I
can you go
can't
to the
believe
bathroom?
or know.
Paul, how can you go to the bathroom? You have to leave. You have to put a apple in your mouth. You have to go to the bathroom somehow. You have to do things in your life, and you do them. So why do you speak if you doesn't have the certainty that your voice is going to come out of your mouth even the next time that you are going to speak? Why do you speak? Why do you speak if you don't have the certainty that someone else is going to listen at you? Not listen, but hear you. Okay? So, why? Because you don't have these certainties. You don't have them. But still you bet on them. So maybe the problem of you guys is believing, the word believing. But it's a matter of
You just
bet.
had it. You just had it. Now you're changing it. We don't know anything. We're just betting on things all day, every day. That's all this is.
But
It's just
yet
one
they
big
are
gambling
answers.
session. And
Yeah, but
I'm
yet they are
betting.
answers. So you
All right,
bet on
I'm not
statements
willing
and
to take that
assertions.
bet. I'm not willing to bet that we went to.
But
First
you
of
have
all,
to.
okay, let me help you out here. Okay,
Anyway.
the moon landing is obviously bullshit because when they landed on the moon, they said they were the first person there, but there's already a camera set up. Hello, the guy who set up the camera is the first guy on the moon, not the guy claiming to be the first guy on the moon. So even if we went there, they lied already. Unless you're going to contend that the camera was already set up on the moon.
Finally,
when
you
they
gave a
landed on it.
reason.
I got reasons like this all day. You just won't accept them. I don't even
will.
need a
I thought
reason. My reason is I don't believe anyone at any time because people are full of
Do
shit.
you believe in love?
Now, the next layer of that is why, right? Like observably, discernibly, why specifically. But I have a general answer and then specific answers, right? It's this and that.
Can you take
found
please,
that
Paul, the
most people
footage?
in life, and especially once you give them a title and a costume, 10 times more full of shit. I've just
Okay,
learned that in my life. And then I could get into specifics
Paul, I have a
about this
question for you.
moron and that one and this experience and that one.
Paul,
But it's all similar, if not the
Paul, I
same.
have a
Yeah,
question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe the Seattle Seahawks beat the Patriots? You weren't there, but do you believe it happened?
No idea.
Fuck. This is the amount of insanity that is happening in our country.
Well,
Yes.
so now, according to you, insanity is the lack of repeating something I have no firsthand knowledge of?
Did you
That's
not see the
interesting.
Super Bowl?
No. I know that shocks you that I wasn't sitting somewhere away from this broadcast today and you people watching the Super Bowl. I know that shocks you, but no, I don't watch. See, and this is part of what throws us off is most normal regular people were watching a screen of simulated warfare where people chase a ball around and almost kill each other pretending to be something they're not again for millions of dollars. And it's insane that I wasn't sitting somewhere watching that with the rest of you. But no, believe it or not, I didn't watch. I don't care. And I have no idea about it. I'm telling you, it's very difficult for me to relate to people and integrate into society, as abnormal and bizarre as I am.
I'm happy to inform you that the camera that took the footage of the first step on the moon was attached to the lunar module, to the spaceship. I don't know how you want to call it. So it was
Right.
not set on the moon by a person. And however, even if they went to the moon, they put the camera, they went back to make the little video. What was the difference? They still went to the moon, even if they did this little stage just to do, hey, look at us, how cool we are. First of all, it was not like that. It was mounted and attached to the lunar module. Okay?
All right, let me give you a live example here. Let me give you a live example here. Stick with me.
Okay, guys, I'm going to do a tornado siren once again.
Is that you, Paul?
Okay.
Paul,
So now I'm
Paul,
going
was
to
that
ask you. No, that's not me. It's just it's very, very strikingly similar look and feel, but it's going to shock you guys. No, that wasn't actually me. That's my stunt double. But I'm going to ask you right now, and depending upon how you're going to answer is going to depend on how this broadcast goes. Was that a tornado siren?
That was a fat guy screaming.
No, you're wrong right off the bat. It wasn't. And you know how we know that? Because the video is called Tornado Siren. He proclaims himself to be a tornado siren, and then we see and hear the tornado siren. What is wrong with you that you won't
Paul?
accept and believe? Yeah.
I'm going to use your logic. I'm going to destroy you right now. Give me a second.
No,
Yeah.
this is you're the idiot now. I got you.
No.
You thought
Look.
you had me. I have you. What makes you think that was not a authentic tornado siren?
Hey, look at my username, Paul. Does that mean it's true?
No,
Why?
because you're not my dad.
Why? I'm claiming to be. I am your dad.
Because my father
username
just
says that.
texted me remarking how retarded you and Tefano are, and I don't think that's you.
Yeah, that could have been me. That's the exact same. I'm using your logic with the video.
Right, it could have been.
Paul, I am your father.
All right, continue on. I'm listening again. I thought I was onto something.
My
but you beat me
username
out.
is Paul.
Let's speak
Dad.
about the super tornado that you like so much.
Right.
No, that was a person doing this tornado sound. We all saw it in the video. What is the point? How do you answer?
And I'm saying when we watch them, should we play the moon landing now? Because when we watch the moon landing, you're going to see people landing on a moon. I'm going to see a set and obvious strings attached to the guys simulating zero gravity.
Play the video.
And then I'm going to point.
Stay on this.
I'm going to point to a tinfoil triangular tent that they claimed went through the Van Allen radiation belt, and it's such special technology we can't reproduce it, because that's what they said. They said we landed on the moon, but the lunar module got destroyed, and we couldn't do it again because we lost the technology and can't rebuild it.
No, absolutely. They didn't say so.
Yes, they did.
So.
And I'm going to pull it up now. Because you're saying
I want the
wasn't a
site. I
tornado
want
siren. I'm
the
saying
site
it
of
was.
the NASA. Yes, I want the site of the NASA, not a guy on 4chan that says NASA said that we lost the technology and the stuff and we can't go back. I want the site of the NASA that says we don't have no more that technology. We are unable to go to the moon.
Here it is.
Come on.
This is the official moon landing. We all saw it. It's got to be real. There it is. There's the rocket going to space. All right, now it's there.
20 feet down, 2.5.
Lunar lander, camera.
20 feet, 2.5 down. Take shadow.
Don't ask why we didn't see any of the footage to space. We just
Drift into the right a little.
right on the moon now. We went from taking off to footage on the moon.
Okay, engine stop.
Okay, there it is. It's landing.
Tranquility base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again.
Obviously, the moon.
Okay, Neil.
You know, because when you land on a planet, usually you see like this much foreground, and then the back just drop off into darkness, right? Because that's how perspective works, right? Like you can imagine if you land on the Earth, you're going to see like this much perspective that just leads into a black horizon drop off of nothingness, right? That's just what we know of perspective. You land on the Earth, you don't see rivers and trees and mountains and a continuous horizon. You just see this much land that drops off into blackness. Yeah. Totally the moon right there. And then this is of course
That's the horizon. It's the horizon. Are you thinking about the horizon?
At the foot of the ladder, the 11-foot beds are only impressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches. I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man.
There it is.
One giant leap for mankind.
Right. It's totally not a set. It's totally not. Okay. So okay, let's rewind that, because this is where some people would say this is obviously a set, because you can see the car coming from the background, and based on perspective and ratio, that background is maybe what, 100 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet max. Because just by looking at the angle and the perspective of the buggy and how fast it's traveling and how much distance it travels, some folks would say they could deduce what the length of that foreground and background would be, right? You know, if you could imagine. But I'm here to say that's not a thing, right? Perspective, ratio. Like clearly, right? That's clearly a buggy driving up to us from out in the distance, like miles and miles back. You know, you can tell that based on the ratio and perspective, obviously, right? Totally not a sandbox. 100 feet long. There's the moon again.
I'm not gonna lie, Paul. I've never seen this footage before.
I did.
There's the zero gravity. Obviously, right? Because he's going up and down.
The lower gravity. What is the problem with the lower gravity?
Right. He's totally not adjusting the ropes there. Oh, there's the takeoff. There it is.
Wait, but there's a camera.
Going back. Yeah, that totally wasn't an animation right there. That's actually the takeoff of the.
I'm not gonna lie, Paul. It looks fake.
You know, and then there's some people who would like show this one, where the guy falls down and then gets picked back up.
Well, why China want to go to the moon, and why they didn't just said yes, we did it too. Instead
okay,
of,
here's the guy falling down and then magically being lifted up back to his feet. Oh, there it is. Zero gravity. It's got to be. Either that or
not
we got
zero
wires going on.
gravity. It's lower gravity.
Oh, lower. Sorry, I'm not an expert. It's lower gravity. So low, the guy gets picked up onto his feet by what seems to be wires, but aren't wires.
A magic trick? No. Just the help of a wireman.
Oh, this guy's a theorist. He thinks the wires are there. That's interesting. He's not an expert.
We
Once
have been
again.
back to the moon. There were many missions on the moon. Why you put this? You pin this comment, but yes, we also went back to the moon.
Yeah, some would
there
say
were-
this is proof that you could literally tell people anything and they would believe it, even if they had a ridiculous, half animated, half obvious stage show going on. They will still look you in the face and say, "No, it's real. He went to the moon, and there's the footage." Right?
What would
Okay,
convince
so-
you? What would convince you, Paul?
And manipulative.
What would convince you?
Why China that want to look as cool, or USSR that want to look as cool as USA, and they want to say to their citizen, yes, we want to say that also our country went to the moon. They didn't just stage something like that because they believe in the lie of America as well. So they said, oh, we believe in the lies that America told us. So now we have to try it for real. They can get say a lie, we all know, but nobody can prove them wrong, but we have to do it for real. So China didn't just said, oh, I went to the moon. They did a little movie and they show it to everybody. They are actually trying to do it, or
So
they are just
imagine this
waiting
logic
to
now.
pretend
Imagine
to
this.
try to do it.
Imagine this logic now. The moon landing has to be real, not only because there's ridiculous video that is like absurdly obviously fake, but because other people joined into the faking in the endeavor. It's got to be real, right? It's not possible that China, Russia, the United States, and everyone are bullshitting themselves and their people in order to generate more funding to go nowhere and claim they went. Right?
Yeah, China doesn't need to bullshit nobody to generate no more funding.
No, totally on the up and up. These are official.
USSR didn't need to bullshit nobody to generate more funding.
Totally.
They could do whatever they want with the money of the state they were controlling with a dictatorship. So they didn't need to give explanation to the people. They just would have said, we need more money for the weapon, and so we are going to take them. And that's finished. You didn't need anything to say.
I know. I'm such an overthinker, and I'm so ridiculous in my ability to question. What I think is an ability that's actually a detriment, to question and then maybe suppose other answers that could be true, rather than just repeat whatever I'm told. So, like, some folks might say that maybe everyone did go to the moon, but the moon's not what we think it is. And instead of them telling us and showing us what they found, they just made up
cheese? What is it? Cheese? Well, it's not what we think it is. What is it?
I don't know what it is because I've never been, and I'm not going to repeat that we went because I saw some fake, obviously scripted, staged bunch of people driving carts around a 500 square foot set and obviously being pulled by wires because I'm not retarded, right? Just like I didn't have to take 2 or 3 vaccines to know that the whole thing was a scam and a fraud, and it was probably actually worse for us to take it. I didn't need to take 1, 2, 3, 15 of them to 5 years.
You have no data to back that up, though. You have no data to back that up.
I know. I only have a dozen doctors who've made their whole profession now how to treat vaccine injuries. That's all.
Like most people who took the vaccine lived longer than people who didn't. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I agree,
but the doctors has a degree, and you don't believe in degrees because that is what the system tell you to believe in. So why?
The degree doesn't equate to intelligence and honesty. Intelligence and honesty equates to intelligence and honesty, and you can have that with or without a degree. This isn't that difficult of a concept.
So if
but
an
it
intelligent and honest person tell you that the vaccine were all false or a hoax,
that was me. I was that person. I couldn't find anybody else to do that. This is what throws me off. I was one of, if not the only, intelligent, honest person who was real with myself and others, and turned out to be right 5 years after 85% of the world decided they were going to take 10 shots for safety because the experts had degrees, and they would never be misinformed.
Of course, you were one of that person. You were unique, Paul. You were uniquely intelligent and honest.
I know that. Unique. That's what leaves me feeling so alone. That's what
you want
to
feel. You want to feel unique. I understand.
No, I don't. It's actually a great source of test and challenge for me to be at times so alone in this world and be surrounded by such misinformed and or malicious, corrupt people who are
exactly. Look at Ganchar in the chat. Pure blood passed the test. You want to believe? that you are poor bloods. Yeah, guy, you are the best.
So none of that
You
is
are
true.
the best.
I just wanted to believe that I wanted a super secret special club that I could be part of. I made it all up. There's nothing
You have no data.
It's about not taking 10 shots for safety. Everyone who took them is just fine. There are no vaccine injuries. The CDC didn't just admit this month that it was a huge mistake and never should have happened. Dozens of doctors now gone public, risking their life and their career, saying their whole practice is now vaccine injuries, right? I just made it all up, and I cited a bunch of other people who made it all up because we want to be part of some special collectivized group where we have magical powers. Either that or that's you. See how this works? Either I'm that. I know you don't understand. This is the part where I break the news to you. Either what you just said is true about me, or I'm actually being honest and based on information or intuition and instinct and have been right, while literally it's you and every other NPC normie who wants to be part of a special collectivized group where you're infallible and you have special powers and always know the right thing to do, even though it always goes bad, right? So I'm just saying maybe it's possible what you just projected onto me is literally the definition of statism, what you keep supporting. Just saying.
Oh, what can I say?
What matters is I love you.
Yes, we all love you.
We couldn't get to the moon without having statism and collectivism, which, untold amounts of progress has happened since we went to the moon, right? I mean, we do have Elon Musk now. It's obvious, right? All disease couldn't be stopped until we resurrected a state and took 10 shots for safety. We couldn't ride around in cars and be safe until we had a state tell us all how to pay to use our own property and get permission. We could just go right down the line of all the things we never would have got to see, never would have happened, we never would have experienced if it wasn't for this collectivized group of beings putting forth narratives and presentments for all of us, right? That we should follow and repeat.
Paul, do you not like civilizations? Do you not like that?
Can you define civilization?
Like I feel. I'm getting is you're ashamed to be civilized.
Can you get your microphone to where it doesn't sound like you're scraping barnacles?
Can you hear me? Hello, check one. Is it good?
Yeah.
He's not, Paul. You are thinking so, but he's not.
Yeah. It seems like Paul is ashamed of what this country has built.
What's this country built? Lately,
the Constitution,
recently?
I just told you earlier, we're the country that invented the airplane, the steam engine.
The country built the Constitution. Tell me more about that.
The United States Constitution, Article 1, Article 2, Article 3.
Can you tell me about what's in there?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Start with 1, 2, or 3 if you can. Hit them all.
First Amendment, freedom of speech. You have the right to believe in whatever. You have the right to believe in whatever religion. You have the right to.
Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah. I don't know what just happened, but
I like that. But the First Amendment, freedom of
So now, according to you, Article 1, 2, and 3 is basically I have a right to believe whatever I want. Do I have a right to
Article 1 is free
speech.
Article 1 is free speech. I'll get to the other articles, but let's go through our amendments. Our amendments are freedom of speech. You have the right to believe in religion, whatever religion you want to be: Muslim, Jew, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, Sikh, atheism.
Okay, so you're technically wrong right off the bat, but I'm not going to quibble with you or correct you because you guys know stuff and I don't. Right? So, some would say Article 1 of the United States Constitution establishes legislative branch of the federal government known as Congress.
Yeah, and Article 3 is judicial, right? Article 3 is judicial.
No, you're telling me what it is because Constitution and United States built it and it's great for America.
It's great. You're enjoying freedom right now.
Totally. Oh, yeah. And
the United States government is coming after you right now.
Right, and the only way that I could have freedom is if a bunch of guys got together 200 years ago, wrote up a contract, and got a bunch of agents to swear on it. It's the only way that I could have came out of my mother's womb and had personal choice and freedom and believe whatever I want. Don't you know? Either that or that right comes from God, and you're just showing how much of a collectivist.
You got it wrong again. It was 250 years ago, not 200 years ago.
Whatever. I was rounding.
You just got it wrong.
Okay.
I know deep down inside you love this country. I know we have a bunch of bad politicians. I agree. We should get rid of them. We should execute them 100%. But we live in a beautiful country, the United States of America, that had nothing. And we
Have
built
you
it to
ever
something.
seen a country? Have you ever seen a country physically? It doesn't exist, the country. Have you ever seen America from far away? America doesn't exist. All together as a proof.
Yeah, Paul.
America
Have you ever
doesn't
seen the
exist.
moon? Is the moon even real, Paul?
Maybe it's just a lamp. Maybe it's just a lamp.
Yeah, maybe it's just a reflection by the government. Like it's some kind of CGI.
Right. You're scraping. You're making noises. Can you try to sit still?
Paul, is the moon real?
How would we know that America was America if we didn't have a sign put there by somebody?
Oh, because there's nothing.
I didn't ask you to ask me a question. I asked you while you mock me, while I mock you, to answer the question. You're laughing because you know you can't do it.
Yeah, I can. There's nothing here. There were tribes of people that couldn't unite.
If you didn't have a sign to tell you that you believed.
Go again?
How would you know America existed if you didn't have a sign to tell you that you chose to believe?
Yeah, because
that is culture. That is culture, Paul.
Culture?
Culture.
Culture, like what kind of culture?
You're talking about American culture?
You both can't talk at once.
Culture in general. So what happens instead of sharks that they pop out from their egg and they start again all over, okay? And I don't think that there is any evidence that sharks has any culture, okay? Culture is a behavior and something that you learn because of it was taught to you.
So the only way to know something exists is by being told about it and having to believe it.
Something. The only way to know that something existed before you existed is if someone taught you that it existed. But it's not just a passaparola, something that people tell one each other, like the game in which you say a word to somebody else and then they have to reply it, and again. Then you have also way to verify it. Okay, for example, dinosaur. Nobody told us there were dinosaurs. Also because human being was not there when the dinosaurs were there. But then we discover them. And we discover bones. It's not learned through social brainwashing. It's impossible. It's impossible. You really think to be a total individual, independent from the collectivity. That is something that is very wrong with all your ways of thinking. Human being is a social animal. As a social animal, your life that you describe, I go around in my circle and then I stream and again, it's a super lonely life. That's not natural. That part, Paul, is not natural. That part is not natural. Maybe that is one of the reasons, because you don't believe other people and you don't want to believe anything that other people tell you, because you are not used to the natural part of it. That is, usually you are born in a family that usually, at least in the past, was very big. And then you were spending a lot of time, if not all the time, almost all the time, with somebody. In the past times, when we were hunter-gatherers, like the moment that we used to spend alone, were very, very little, very, very little. Like all the time with somebody. Everything was based on the fact that you had to put your faith in a way, wait before interrupting, in the person next to you. Because the person next to you was the one that you were going to hunt with, was your companion, like your partner, was your parents, was your friends, the other people of the tribe. Okay, so this is the normal stuff. People that live together. Yes, this is the normal stuff, Paul, for our species. So the loneliness is one of the main factors of psychosis, of the people that suicide themselves. Yes, do we want to appoint a cause? That one is a very important cause. But you instead believe, because today the world is super individualistic, and you decided to try to experiment the absolute individualism, okay, that is unreal for our species. And it of course creates a lot of paranoia and problem. That everybody else that told you something is lying to you, and you have to just believe what you see alone, but you don't know if in your back there is the void, because you are not seeing your back. So maybe once you take a step, whatever you stepped over now is void, total void, and you will never know. That is Sartre. Sartre asked himself this question, of course. Maybe it is void. Maybe, and when you turn around, it appears again. And that's where the simulation theory came from. Of course. But that's because it's a total individualism. Total. And it makes no sense. Also because you wouldn't even be able to think if you were like a shark popping out a egg and just living alone your life. Because the human brain would not develop if someone wouldn't taught him a language with words, because we think throughout words. And if there was nobody that was teaching you words, nowadays your brain wouldn't be developed. And you wouldn't have learned them alone by error and try.
How do we get all the way over to being alone is not the only state of beingness, and maybe isn't the optimal state all the time? How do we get to that from the state and America and culture and all the rest of the roads that we were on there?
The fact that being alone is the best state, why we arrived here? Is it the question? Why we arrived to the point that we think that being alone is the perfect state of... What was the question? Please try to rephrase
No,
it.
you're taking off of me doing it's kind of a bit non-bit, because it's kind of who I've always been. I've been sort of a loner, in a way, an outcast. I've kind of found more peace staying to myself. And I expound upon that, right? I go over and above when I communicate on here as a way to reflect what I see to be this overwhelming need to be with and a part of other people and what they're doing, to the point where you may even dissolve into the collective and potentially destroy who and what you are, in order to have this virtue of being a part of the collective and going along to get along, right? So I'm just kind of asking questions to reveal this difference in perspective and the reflective nature of the experience, right? It's kind of a dualistic experience. So
the nature of experience is always dialogical, at least dialogical. It's never something that you experience. You say, okay, I'm the only one that is experiencing my experience, but it's not. It's not, because already the word that you are using yourself in your loneliness, supposed loneliness, to describe something that you are experiencing are words that were taught to you. And so, because of the way of that you think, the way of your thinking is determined by the word that you use to think. Actually, that thought, that thinking is already in dialogue with the culture and the people that taught you that words. And that way of thinking is not unusual, that the people that come from a specific culture, family, place has some common traits in the thinking and in the speaking. So it's already like that. Like you wouldn't be Paul if other people wouldn't call you Paul. So your identity, the identity I am Paul, is not self-determined by just Paul. Is co-determined by the fact that other people call you Paul as well. People don't, you can, yes, it is like that. It is Hegel, it is Heidegger, it's the greatest philosopher
So I
as
wouldn't
well.
be me if people stopped calling me the word that they use.
If they have never called you Paul, and they have always changed the name, you wouldn't be able to identify with a specific name as Paul. Yes.
What makes you think that I do identify with that name? Like that's the word people use to refer to me, but the presumption that I identify with it, I've always kind of felt like it's just what I've been called. It's the code for how we refer to me, and it's not exclusive to me.
And what if every person? And what if every person changed the word that we're using to refer to you, and not just every person and each person had its own, but each person was changing that word every time? That would be a mess, Paul? That would be a mess. Big
No,
mess.
that would be democracy. They call me a sovereign citizen. They call me a terrorist. They call me illegal. They call me a lot of things that aren't Paul.
No, you didn't understood what I said. You didn't understood what I said. I said,
I'm not sure anybody is. Does anyone understand what he's saying that can help me out?
And now they're going to say, no, so you feel that they say, oh, you see, I'm right.
Wait, you already understand them better than I understand you? You need to start a broadcast. So that's what we're learning here. You need your own broadcast. It's not fair that everyone has to come here and listen to me and agree with me. There should be a section where they go and listen to you and agree with you as well.
No, because I don't want to be alone. I don't want to have a podcast alone. I have way more fun if I can have dialogues with somebody. I don't think that being alone and having your own space alone with just people that thinks like you and tell you you are right is something healthy.
One in the chat, if this had been a way better broadcast, if I'd have just been alone up here talking and not interacting with other people. Go ahead, Stefano. Continue. I just want to get a read.
Maybe you didn't understood what I said. Maybe you.
No, I did. I just didn't agree. And I have the Article 1 freedom to not believe what I choose to not believe. It's unanimous. The whole audience.
You can absolutely believe what you want. That is not the point. That is not the point. The point
all
is.
I learned by doing this broadcast is you guys are right. Freedom is not a good thing. We need dictatorship and collectivism and statism. And the best option, for me at least, is to create my own state, become my own dictator, dispense my own perspective about right from wrong or just what's interesting and entertaining.
You already did it. You already did it. And
I'm
a lot
doing
of
the
people
best I can,
are doing
but it's
it
not
with
as,
the internet.
Not as complete as it could be. You know?
A lot of people are already doing it with the internet, creating their own bubble with people that just think like them. And so they keep having reassurances about the fact
the presumption is that we're all sitting around here thinking, right? I know you're not thinking, and I know the guy who just left isn't. You don't even have the capacity to think. I'm not thinking. I'm actually suspending all thought, and then I'm just looking at what it is and describing what I'm seeing. It's all thought.
Oh, it's a miracle that you are able to speak and you are able to answer to questions without thinking, Paul. It's a miracle. Because I've never met anybody. It's a miracle. It's just you. No, but you are absolutely.
It's like saying
from anybody.
I
because usually
looked
people
over
think when they answer and when they debate.
I looked over and I saw this phone, but I can't describe the presence of the phone without thinking. I have to have thoughts about it.
Yes.
I don't.
If you describe the presence of the phone and you describe how the phone it is, you have to think that the word that you are saying. Yes.
Then we have a big problem, Tefano, because I'm thinking and don't even know that it's happening. Imagine that. Imagine how long you're going to have to be here with me to solve all of my problems. We just found another one. I'm thinking all the time according to you, and I don't even know it's happening. Like right now, I'm under the impression that I'm completely absent of all thoughts. There's nothing going on in here right now. Nothing. I'm just looking. There's some stuff in here going on that I'm kind of putting words to. And
in the heart, where are your words? In your heart? And they stay there for real?
Yeah.
That's strange. That's strange because in the rest of the human species, you can change the heart, but the words are not going to change. But if you make a transplant of brain, at that point, the thing changed. But it's strange that you have them in the heart. It's very strange.
Right, like that, and that's the thing. You just said before that I wasn't different, unique, or strange. I said I was. You said I wasn't. Now you're agreeing with me.
You are unique.
I am different, unique, and strange. Because, like same idea, right? Same idea. I look at COVID, and I just go, what's going
My
on in
heart
here.
tell me that is
Yeah,
false.
right.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing
Otherwise,
here.
I'm going to have
Nothing.
myocarditis.
Well, that's the thing. My heart wakes up and goes, no, Paulie boy, no vaccine, because I'm going to get myocarditis, which is
And
not
that's why
some
you
kind of
told
great
me that you had
taco.
titties, because you need to put the teeth near your ear so you could, no, when you were very fat, that's
How
what you
dare
told me.
you? How
So
dare
you
you bring
could
up my
put,
titties?
why? So you
You
need
know
to
what?
hear your heart. You need to put them near the ear, Paul. How can you do it if you don't have any titties? That's the
See,
problem.
and you said we were going to have a serious conversation. You lied.
After hours that you kept joking, I'm sorry if I did once, Paul. I'm sorry.
You didn't say when
you
we
can
had to
take
have the
them.
serious
Every time
conversation.
that
You
I
didn't give
speak
me a
about
time
the
limit.
fact you were fat, you start to be susceptible. I'm sorry.
Oh, now
You
it's
decided
getting
to make
serious. You're talking
a
about
bad
my
joke
titties and heart
against a guy.
disease and obesity, something I know a lot about.
Oh no,
Okay,
that's so
now I
bad.
decided to get
There was a
serious.
guy that told you I tried to suicide 10 times. You did a dark joke, and now I do a dark joke on your fatness, and you get it serious. You're
Yeah,
a
that's
little bit
not funny.
susceptible, Paul.
That's not
You're a
funny.
little bit susceptible.
Someone else's pain and suffering and suicidal ideation, I can turn into a joke. My obesity, not funny for me.
Not
You're
funny
trying
for
to
you.
tell me
Okay,
what
I'm
I can
sorry.
find to be
What
funny
can I
now.
say? It was funny
I
for
don't
me. It
like
was funny
you.
for me.
I don't
It
like
was
you.
funny.
I'm
Okay,
entertained by your way of talking. You're an interesting character. I'd like you to be part of my life movie, but I don't like you. Does that make sense?
I don't want to be liked by you, Paul. It's not.
Oh,
What do
good.
you want to?
You're not. Got what you wanted. Jack Talcott, another person who, whether I like him or not, I enjoy him being part of my life's movie. I wouldn't have it any other way. Jack Talcott, what do I owe this joyous occasion? What can I do for you?
I feel long overdue. And I see you're still pleasing panel guests, making sure they get what they want, right? Not happy.
Yeah, I'm trying. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. I'm a lot like you as a life coach. I have some feelings in my heart. I come on here for who the hell knows why. I get 3 hours in and I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what this guy's saying to me, you know?
I had second thoughts. I saw you've been running a while, over 4 hours already, and I'm just now showing up. I'm long overdue in many aspects of that description.
Right. All right. Well, go ahead, Mr. Talcott. Anything you got? The floor is yours. Questions, comments, concerns, things maybe we should need to know. Tefano and others, what had happened was I got on here and I thought that I knew something, and I was wrong, obviously. And then Tefano and others started telling me how little I actually know and how I'm a problem. And that's something I'm used to in life, right? This whole idea that I'm a problem.
He likes to exaggerate things in a way that he seems. Yes, it's true. It's true, Paul.
Like I brought up slavery and genocide. He's saying that's not really happening. It's not a thing. Then he brought up the moon landing. And it's just, again, who knows where we are, why this all happened. I presume, I get to certain points, I presume that we're all just here for the entertainment of whatever runs this place and just wants to see us all kind of act out some way, somehow, right? Like wants to see me yell about slavery and genocide while you say we need statism and collectivism because if not, who's going to keep us safe? Some kind of weird joke on all of us, some kind of weird performance we're all involved in, whether we know it or not.
No, I'm saying that collectivism is a word that you use to describe in a bad way the simple fact that human beings are social beings. And they are not made to stay alone, living alone.
I don't agree with that. You guys just say shit. You guys say shit like human beings are social.
You like to exaggerate my point of view.
How would we know that? How would I know that human being? Again, I grew up on New York, by the way. Just some background info here. How would I know that human beings are social creatures? What life experience did I get that proves that to me?
I just look at you and I see it, Paul, like a person
Oh,
that spends
yeah,
a lot of
you're
time
off to a
alone and
bad
has a
start.
lot of paranoia, That is simple
Right.
for me, but I can tell you, there is Frederick the Second, Frederick the Great, at a certain point in history, but you don't believe it, so why I even say it? That is the point. At a certain point, ask himself, but what if I take a newborn babies and I feed him, but I never give him any cuddle from a motherly figure, and all the children died? And he was a little bit surprised, but at the end he said, okay, I have to accept it, okay? So even if this kind of experiment was made in history, there are the data of it, and he tried, okay? And he said, oh, look what strange things. We really need, when we are newborn, cuddles, otherwise we die. Even if they feed us, we die without cuddles. Somebody that take care of us. And then also, if nobody would have ever taught you words and the language that you are speaking, or any language,
No,
if
you
not
did this
English,
rap before.
your brain
and
wouldn't be developed. Your
No,
brain
no, no.
wouldn't be
And
developed.
I only understand like every 2 or 3 things you say because you have heavy accent. Okay. You did this rap before. And again, this brings me back to where I would go with the rap, which is human beings are not as much of a social creature as they are a performative creature. They like to put on a new hairstyle, put on a new outfit, go off into town, read all the signs and get a feeling about it, talk about it, express it, right? Go to their job, dress up again in a costume, call themselves something they're not, act profound and important. Human beings are more of a performative species than they are a social species, if we're really being honest with ourselves and each other. And COVID, I do this every time. COVID-19 slavery is a perfect example of it. I didn't see any social
Let's stay on the
activity.
performative.
What I saw was one big performative shit that was taken on the idea of being a social creature. That's what I saw. Okay. And excuse me, forgive me if I'm very negative and morbid with my presentment here of what I see to be the facts. So
Don't
again,
touch the titties.
folks just say stuff like same with my family, right? Teachers, parents, Margot. Sorry, I got caught up in. I got to reset, factory reset. Teachers, parents, folks at the occupations, not very social, loving, caring, engaged, interactive people. Very performative though. They're in charge. They know the right thing to do. Paulie's got to be wrong. He's a problem. Something's got to be done about him. I don't know much about cuddles. Maybe that's my problem. Will you cuddle me, Tefano?
Maybe that's your problem. Yes, maybe that's your
just
problem,
said that.
Paul. What
I just said
say?
that. I'm self-diagnosing now, proving how aware I am. And I even asked you, will you cuddle me? You didn't even answer. This is proof. You're not a social creature. You won't cuddle me. You're just here to be performative and point out how I'm wrong.
No. I would have this discussion
yes, you are.
also if there was absolutely.
I'm speaking for myself as well. I don't want to see or hear from you again at all, but definitely not in my life. Maybe on the next broadcast, right? Because I'll be here to perform, not here to be a social creature.
Okay. So, I don't feel hurt, Paul. I don't feel hurt. I didn't feel like,
you're not a social creature. You're proving my point for me. A social creature would have been hurt right there. Jack Talcott is upset. He is somewhat of a social creature. He's desperate to get me in private and have a conversation with me about peace and love. I won't do it. Because he's a social creature.
Being a social creature doesn't mean that you need that. Being a social creature doesn't mean that you need that other people like you and recognize that or esteem you every time. You don't need the esteem of every person that you meet just because you are a social creature. That doesn't mean to be a social creature. That's your definition that you are exaggerating right now. Please, what does it mean? Oh, you don't feel hurt, so you are not a social creature. What does it mean? I don't depend on your thoughts on me, man. I depend on the fact that all my knowledge, my word, I was born in a society, and if I wasn't born in a society, I wouldn't be alive. Because if you put a newborn baby in a forest, he's not going to live alone. But a shark pop up of the egg, and they spend the rest of the time alone. They don't need nobody teaching anybody anything to survive. We need that somebody teach us something to survive. First of all, they have to take care of us for a long period, way longer than any other animal. Way longer than any other animal. Then they also have to teach us a lot of things. A lot of things. Otherwise, even if they
Like
take
how
care
to
of
follow
us,
orders,
we
how
are
to
not
take
going to
10
be
shots.
independent.
Yeah, I know. Where would we be if
You
it
just
wasn't
speak
for all
about
the...
modern world, like you first, before you go into philosophy, and then you suppose that the only reality is the modern world. Do we want to say that the modern world has problem? Yes. Do we want to say that the whole reality is a simulation? No. Like, it's simple to as an answer. It's simple.
All right, let's get back to Jack. You've been doing a lot of talking, okay?
Please, Jack, what do you think?
Yeah.
This has been fascinating. I got to listen close to get to follow with the accent. Admittedly, I'm not used to that, but I find value in both sides of that. We are individuals, but we're also social animals. We do need each other. And my case for that is the idea of the universe is one, right? We are all one. We're just different reflections and aspects of the one. And that's how we learn. But that's a downside too, because we've learned from a lot of stupid people who, just like Paul said, they taught us to follow orders and obey and believe in fairy tales and fantasies. So where do we go now?
Bono, your thoughts?
My thoughts is that I wouldn't exist if there was not a society. I would be dead.
Stefano, you know, talking to you is like, again, it's fascinating. Because I'm right now, I'm considering what I'm going to eat after this, because it's getting late and I got to eat before a certain time because I don't want to be obese. But then I'm like, I gotta interact with him because of what he just said and how stupid it was. But then I'm going to stay here longer and I don't know what to do. What was my point? I think that was it. I'm just venting. So
you
okay,
call collectivism everything that is
what
not.
The point was. This idea that because, and God help me, why I would even answer you at this point, instead of just saying you're right, like being performative, like I pointed out, completely antisocial, just nodding my head and going, you're totally right, throwing you out and then going to eat. Why would I even answer to this? And you know, you might be onto something. It might be the social creature in me, but this idea that because a collective existed that cared for me when I was vulnerable and defenseless, that I owe the rest of my life and my actions and choices to it, is precisely my point, right? You're proving to me right now how much of a cucked out collectivist you are. That merely this idea that and again, it's you know, when I talk collectivism, I'm talking what you would consider society, which basically amounts to a corporation masquerading as the nation. With a bunch
I intend a
of
group of people that organize itself. A group of people that organize itself. Big enough to genetically survive. So if you take 3 people, they are not enough to genetically survive without doing heavy incest and so without having big genetical problem. But big enough to genetically survive. Any group of people that is self-organized is a society.
Okay. You know, again, a lot of presumptions and assumptions here, a lot of if-then statements. It just doesn't necessarily follow to me, right? But again, that's probably our shared experience. You probably have the same experience as me. So, yeah, I'm gonna let Jack get in here if he's got anything, because I've been pretty clear over and over again about what my perspective is and isn't. And I'm even willing to meet folks in the middle, and that's not good enough. Right? It's not good enough to say, okay, we could have these things if they just adhere to certain understandings, which are supposed to be the foundations of why they exist. And if not, then they're illegitimate. No. I was born to a collective. The collective kept me safe. So now I owe the rest of my life and decision making to that collective without.
No.
Well, then we agree. We did all this time to just agree at the end. This is why Talcott's trying to end wars and fucking legal secrets. You did all this arguing with me just to come to a consensus that, hey, We can be born in or on something. That doesn't make us dependent on choosing based on what that in or on something dictates. And we all have a right to opt out when something is a detriment to us. That's all my contention is as a being, right? It's not against anything as much as it's for something. I'm for the right to choose in all situations so I can be free to make mistakes, to learn, to do and be better, because that's a full life lived. I don't want to be dictated to and told what I can and can't do by a group of beings who oftentimes are doing worse for profit. And that's weird, apparently. That's a weird concept to a lot of
there
folks
are
on
people that do bad for profit, but I wouldn't say that the society do bad for profit all itself. Yes, you are free to act at a certain point. We already said that, no, I don't want you to be free to act, to take an airplane and to drive the airplane as you want, when you want, without a license, without any training, because it would be dangerous. Yes, it would be dangerous if you, just because you say, hey, I have to make my mistake. So if I'm going to make a mistake driving this airplane that I don't know how to drive, just let me do this mistake. And I say, no, Paul, you shouldn't do that mistake. You shouldn't be allowed to do that mistake. Okay, so there are some mistakes that you can do, of course, and some mistakes that maybe you can do ontologically because you are able to do them at a certain point, but society shouldn't let you able to do them also because, so every mistake that you can do without hurting others is a mistake that you can do.
Jack, I'm going to give it to you, but just to be clear, because you keep missing my point, I always give the caveat, absent some loss, injury,
okay,
harm,
so let me try to go again. Just 1 second. So you says you are a human being. You were born in a society. Because you were born in a society and because you were raised in a society, and you needed a society to develop yourself.
You just did a bunch of things that I don't accept. This is why we can't. No, I can't wait, because you just made a bunch of claims that I don't accept. Who or what is this society that you all keep talking about? What, Bill Gates? Donald Trump? Elon?
It doesn't change. A village, a tribe, whatever.
Okay, I was born on a land surrounded by people who have agendas. Go ahead.
That raised you, and
or lack thereof. Go ahead.
They all told you, they all spoke to you in the same language or in the same amount of finite amount of language.
Slave
so
speak,
you were
yes.
able to interact with them, and speaking with you, they also make you practice the language that they taught. And also they took care of you when you were younger. And if these things wouldn't have happened, you wouldn't be alive. But let's go over. You say, but I'm free. Now I can choose. So I don't have to choose to be a social animal. And I say, till a certain point. Like, you can choose also to kill yourself. You can choose also to do extravagant things, of course. Maybe you can choose to took an infinite amount of drug till you don't become literally crazy, because you just spend the whole like 50 years of your life totally stoned, no time while you are lucid. But these things are unhealthy. And we try them, like, because people try them, okay? So the people try them, and most of the time these things are unhealthy. And spending time alone, being alone, is one of the unhealthy things. So you can choose to do it. You can choose to do things that hurt you, of course. You are free to do it, but also you are not free to not be hurt by them.
Go ahead, Mr. Talcott. You look pained. You look like you're in pain and suffering down there.
Admittedly,
I'm sorry for the English, but if you can speak Italian, I can.
Admittedly, in that last bit, my mind went elsewhere. But previously, Tefanis said something about he's correct. It's the society, the tribe, the group around us, whatever you want to describe it as, that gets us alive, right? Keeps us and sustains us. But I think what Paul is looking at is the other side of that. This same society, there are millions and millions who are taken out, right? Poisoned, murdered, exploited, extorted. And that is not a healthy society. So for self-preservation, you're almost better off outside of that. Is that fair to what you're saying, Paul?
Yeah, or even the preservation of one's own principles and values. It's like there's this spoken or unspoken deal that goes on where because I'm born on a land surrounded by people with agendas, I have to adopt their agenda or be what? There's always a by the way, right? There's some kind of punishment or exile that comes with that. And all I'm saying is that is an unjust, illegitimate society that does not allow the individual to do whatever they please, absent some loss, injury, harm, or direct threat. And it goes on all day, every day across this world. And it's literally not only the rule of the day, it's the rule of forever. And you folks keep repeating it like it's logical and sensible and somehow meaningful and powerful, right? It's just slavery and genocide dressed up, again, more performative nonsense for an antisocial condition. You don't want to interact with me as me. You want to interact with me as a reflection of your shitty culture and society. And when I won't perform it and reflect it back to you, you're going to put a label on me, dismiss me, try to have me demeaned or devalued and potentially punished or exiled. Goes on all day, every day. You know how many people lost jobs because of their perspective? They were out of a livelihood and everyone cheered it on because of their feelings. Because some folks decided to speak their perspective on Facebook, were exiled and taken out of a livelihood for their perspective. This isn't a social culture and society. It's an anti-life, anti-social culture and society that demands that you reflect back to it at all times the principles and values or lack thereof of the cult. If you don't, then some punishment is going to happen. And I've been dealing with that all of my life. Okay, everywhere that I go, so much so I make one big mockery, performative sort of simulation with it and about it. And that's part of what this broadcast is. And you just proved it here today. If I don't say what you say and believe what you believe, then I'm a problem and something about me is a problem and it's not good and it's going to lead to badness. Something's got to be done, right?
If you think that you should take an airplane without any training just because you should be let free to do it, because nobody should try to force you to not
there
take
is
a plane.
No let to be free. This is another presumption of yours that everyone's you even in your language you reveal how you think that we're all born into slavery. We're all born into the absence of freedom. And then Paulie got some crazy idea of trying to do something he wants to do. He shouldn't be allowed or let to happen. That's illegitimate. You can't tell me I can't pursue my happiness and do what I want to do because you and everyone else are scared of what might happen.
Yes,
that's precisely the
because
point.
we are free. Yes, because we are free to be scared. Okay, so
you're free to be scared, but you're not free to use your fear to limit my. You're not free to use your constant neuroses to limit my ability to move in this life and express.
It's not a neurosis, it's a freedom. So we are free.
It's everywhere at all times. It's literally your mother, your father, your girlfriend, your wife, your employer. It's everywhere at all times. Paulie's scaring us. He's expressing authentically. He's daring to do whatever he wants to do. That's got to end bad because all we know is slavery. Something's got to be done for him and to him. Maybe he needs to be cuddled a little bit more. Maybe I just need to be left the fuck alone and accepted for who I am and how I express and not be told what I have to do and be to be accepted by a cult. I already know that. You're not smart people. You didn't come up with something.
You just
I
have
didn't
to be
realize at
accepted.
12 fucking years old.
It seems that you are running a podcast with people that thinks like you to be accepted, Paul. So maybe
you don't think like me, and you're not accepting what I'm putting forward. And
no,
in fact,
I don't think that being accepted is the important thing. Dialogue, speaking one to each other is more important than cheering one each other, of course. But if we want to speak about freedom, okay, yes, you say, I want to be free to take an airplane and to drive it whenever I want and to risk to crash it wherever I want. And I say, okay, but I want to be free then to stop you. I want to be free to stop you. And if it's me versus you. It's going to be a fight, but it's me and other 100
Right. So
people
now
versus
you're
you.
willing
It's
to
not gonna be
double
a
down
fight.
on that.
It's gonna
I'm
be a
free to
law.
do what
It's
I
gonna be
want, but you're free to
democratic.
stop me, and you're going to initiate violence in order to keep everyone safe. You should run for government. You should run for
No,
the
but
corporation
this is
called
normal.
government.
This is normal. You
I
want
know
to.
it's normal in a
No,
cult
you
and a
want to
slave
risk
world. I
everybody
know
life
that.
for something. You want to risk 10 people life on the airplane for something, and I want to not
I
risk
know.
my
Paulie
life.
Boy was risking the classroom when he would make quips from the
No,
back
we
of
are.
the room.
You
Everyone was
decided to
danger.
defend the argument of the
Paulie Boy
airplane
was
people
scaring everyone
driving
when he
without
wouldn't take his
license.
medication that altered his thoughts and feelings.
No.
Paulie
You
Boy was a
decided to
danger to
defend the
everyone when he
argument.
moved in his property and didn't ask permission and beg and pay tax to do it. Paulie Boy
We are
was
speaking about
threatening
driving
everybody's
airplanes.
livelihood when he wouldn't cover his holes on his face and take
We are
10
speaking
shots.
about driving airplanes without training.
It's all of it, dude. That's the thing. It's all one moment and experience here for
We
me.
are speaking about driving airplanes, not
You're a
the
social
rest of the
creature,
thing that
right?
you
You're
said.
learning about me. We're bonding. You're now understanding my experience. It's not just the car. It's not just my wages. It's not just the mask and the shots. It's not just say whatever I want. It's all of it. It's my whole experience in this life. That's what this broadcast is. I'm breaking news to you right now. And my whole experience in this life is me wanting to do whatever I want to do, not really harming people. When I do harm people, I have to be accountable for that. But when I'm not, why are people interfering with me and telling me what I need to do or else? Why?
But I
How did
never
they get
told
that
you
right
what
and
you need to
ability?
do, Paul. I
And your
never
answer
told you
is,
what you need
we
to
were
do.
born. That's it. That's all you got for me. We were born here, and slavery and genocide's all we've ever known and done, and it's all we're ever going to do here. And if you don't comply, you're not going to get the benefits and privileges. I know. That's what my principal told me one day. Sat me down and gave me a long, what he thought, intelligent speech on how life works. Meant nothing to me.
I never told you what you have to do or not. You are speaking in your doing in your doing something that doesn't hurt nobody. That is your podcast on YouTube. Okay, you say things that is true, and one of the things was about a total freedom of the individual, that should be allowed to drive a car without any car license, that should be allowed to drive an airplane without any airplane training or license.
Right. Got it. We got it. Now, why can't I do that?
No, you can speak about these things. It's totally legitimate to speak about these things, of course. But then, to take them seriously, it's a problem. It's a problem that I have to stop with violence, that I have to say, Paul is crazy.
Why can't I do whatever I want to do?
No.
Just answer it. Like how my principal would tell me, like I'm in 5th grade. We got to get to Talcott too, because I just, when Talcott's here, I get an overwhelming vibe of we got to get back to Jack. I'm used to that now. Get back to Jack. Get back to Jack. It's all about
Jack,
you.
what do you think? Okay, I'm going to ask this question to Jack.
No, because you never have. This is what happened with my principal and teachers and parents. They would say something to me and go, Paul, we can't do these things because if you do, this will happen. Then I would go, okay, then why can't we do this over here? And the answer would be different. So they wouldn't want to answer it. Because you'll say, you can't just get in a plane and fly it around. You're putting everyone else at risk. And I go, okay, why can't I take certain plants and herbs into my body to change my consciousness? The answer is going to change, but your perspective's not going to change. Not according to the state and the whole world for the longest time.
Okay, no, there are states that allow you to do it. I'm sorry if your state doesn't allow. My state doesn't allow it to me. I'm pro legalization. It doesn't mean that I'm pro every law that exists and never existed, Paul. The fact that I'm pro the concept of law at a certain point, at a certain level, doesn't mean that every law that exists and never existed is defended by me.
No, you're not pro-law. You're pro-legalism. That something automatically becomes okay or changes the function when people in costumes decide that it does. And that's not reality.
Yeah,
reality
I'm pro the
has
concept
always
of
been
law.
and will always be, we can do whatever we want with certain consequences. And one of the consequences of doing what you want in this world is someone's going to try to make you their bitch and their slave. That's all this
What you
amounts to.
want to do is driving airplane without any training. then
Hey, I got an idea for you, Tefano. Maybe I don't know completely what I want to do because I've never been free one fucking moment completely in this life to explore everything that I want to do without being told what's going to happen to me. So I've never got to learn who and what I really am and what the fuck I want to do because I'm too bogged down by so many damn regulations and policies and codes and projections of expectations of others. Crazy
again,
thought, I know. I'm
again,
thinking
Paul,
maybe
I
that's
told
more
you.
common here than people would like to believe.
I told you the last time that I'm super pro the idea to take a part of the world, a piece of the world, a piece of land, and to make it the land of nobody, and everybody can do everything in that land. Do you want to
Perfect.
go there?
That's what America was supposed to be. Thank you for now supporting what
I
made
don't think
America
America
great.
was meant to be that thing.
Absolutely, it was. It was a place where after we came here to discover what was already lived on, this is a great thing you went to with me before, this discovery of America. You can't discover something people are already living on. You just killed the people and claimed a discovery. So you would think we learned after that whole event that maybe America should be a place where everyone can live and let live and do and be whatever they want to do and be, as long as they're not causing loss, injury, and harm to others. Like the people who made great America, destroying other people and their culture in order to propagate theirs, right? This is a common theme, Tefano. I don't know if you're recognizing all of human history just boils down to like 2 or 3 main themes over and over again. And essentially 2 or 3 kinds of people in the world. Those who want to be left alone and those who won't leave everyone else alone. See? This isn't that complicated. I don't know how you don't see this or understand it.
I see it.
Right.
Still, the 2 points are contradictory one to the other. But let's pick Jack, because that's why I was staying silent.
I'll give you a perfect example of it. The people who own, as in they're the only ones who live on the Sentinelese Island. They've lived there for hundreds and thousands of years. Nobody else is from there. They just wanted to be left alone, to be Sentinelese people on their island and live. And you know what people like you and other Westerners do? You get a great idea that you know Jesus, and you're going to ride up on that island to save them from themselves. They didn't ask for it. They don't want it. And they told you if you keep fucking with them, they're going to put arrows through you. Because they just want to be left alone to do and be what they want to do and be without outside influence. But you're not going to let it happen. The people of this place, because they're so codependent and parasitic, are never going to let it happen. You're never going to be okay with a world where the Sentinelese live on their island, do whatever the fuck they want to do, have their culture and their way of expressing without you saving them from themselves. This is
I have no problem.
Theme, and it's always for God and safety, and it's never really what it's for, and it's not really what it's about, right?
So of course it's not a problem because Sentinelese Island are a group of people that are weaker than us. That's why it's not a problem. You know when it would be a problem.
Jack loves that one. You're doing great here.
But it's like that. You can allow someone to do whatever he wants till he's weaker than you. That's why you let the children punch you if he's your child and they want to try to punch you and you say, yeah, try to punch me.
They always admit who and what they are, huh, Jack? Isn't it fascinating? He's now going to the might makes right argument.
I get where he's coming from, and
you do? You do?
It's fascinating.
We let everyone do what they want to do until we perceive they're weaker than us. Then we move in to keep them safe, right? Yeah, totally.
What if the Sentinelese decide, as the Aztec would have decided, to sacrifice everybody to some cult that they have, some ideology that they have? That would be a problem. But because of they are unable to do it, we can totally let them be whatever they want. Because we don't have to have the prudence to think about it. Yes, that's why we can now...
This is your hypocrisy and arrogance. You presume that you're somehow better off and above the dynamics the Sentinelese experience day to day. You're not. You do. You project this crap onto younger members of society in your own way, and you call it something different. So literally, that's you. You're doing the that's you thing. Where the Western world is now sacrificing its children for corporatism and fascism, And you're claiming we have to go everywhere to keep everybody safe from what they're going to do that they haven't done that we're doing. You don't see the problem with that?
It's twisted.
What if tomorrow the Sentinelese got together, put on uniforms, gave themselves titles, and started acting like God over everyone else? Hello? You're doing that. You're already doing that and supporting that. And it never
I'm
goes
letting
well.
the Sentinelese be whatever they want. I have no problem with the Sentinelese being whatever they want.
Because
right, because they're weaker and they're on an island where they can't be around everyone else. But if they were on your piece of land, what you fashioned to be your piece of land, they would have to follow through with what you and everyone else decides is the rest of their life, right?
The majority of the people. The majority of the people.
Right. Which is the opposite of what America was supposed to be. Thank you for once again admitting that you're in democracy, which literally means mob rule. You are the promoter of collectivism. And you even claim that we can let everyone do what they want to do if they can put up a fight. But once they're weaker, we get to tell them what to do for their own safety because they're like our children, right? Bizarre.
Do you think that the Sentinelese are collectivist? Do you think
Excuse
that
me?
the Sentinelese are collectivist? Do they let the individual of their group think as they want? Do you think they are collectivists in some way? Or they are not? Because I'm sure that the Sentinelese people are collectivists too, you know?
Well, again, I'm not necessarily presenting this idea.
Are you more evolved because you are not like the Sentinelese that they are collectivist? Now I'm going to speak like you speak. You are better. You feel better because you are not collectivist as a Sentinelist.
I've qualified before the difference between collectivism as a communal practice versus collectivism as this mechanism of control. Right. And denial of the individual's experience. So I couldn't speak on what the Sentinelese do or don't do with firsthand experience. I'm just giving you anecdotal reports and relating that back to my own experience. But there are some reports of these certain ideas. I don't know how true they are or not, that a lot of these tribes do. Actually, they are very open to this idea of we come through each other, not from each other, and the universe reveals to us who and what we are, and by virtue of that, it becomes part of the communal practice. This idea of shamanism, right? This idea of beings going off by themselves, not having any expectations, not being projected onto, and then being accepted because that's their role, right? They look at how people live and act and go, the universe must have assigned them this position and role. They don't assign that position and role to themselves and then tell everyone else what they're going to do and be, right? So again, my limited study of tribal cultures they're more in alignment with what I'm saying and what I'm doing, because they at least give you an option. Hey, if you want to be part of our culture and society, this is how we do things. You're still free to come to your own understanding. If you don't, you can go your own way. Just don't expect benefits and privileges or protection from us, right?
Isn't it strange? Isn't it strange that we have never met a Sentinelese with its own canoe that came to the boat, the coastal guard boat that around the Sentinelese
It's not strange. It's not strange at all because the way
it never happened. It's not strange.
No, it's not strange at all. But again, I'm strange. So what's normal for me is going to be strange to you and vice versa, because I could imagine me and about 300 other me's born on an island going, not only are we not going over there, we're keeping you out of here, right? That makes sense to me. The idea of Sentinelese leaving essentially a supernatural paradise that God gave them to come here and argue with you about how they're going to get a license to fish and carry their bow and arrow and all the rest of it would be absurd and insane. Why would they do that?
They don't know about me. They don't know about me. They just know that there are some magic things. There are some magic things that fly over their head, that sail the ocean super fast. And
there would only be one reason. There would only be one reason, because it's always the same reason that everybody leaves their lands to go somewhere else. This promise of riches. This promise that if you leave your humble abode and your traditions and what makes sense and common sense and what's more free and open and supernatural, to come here to integrate and assimilate with our culture and society, you will be way richer than you were when you left, right?
But they don't know. They don't know all of this. They don't know. They just see that there are some magical stuff that fly and that go around with boats. And on the boat, there are people that they have never spoke to.
They don't want it. That's what's so interesting about the Sentinelese as a culture. They don't want it. They're not willing to give up who they are for the magic and the toys. They're not willing.
It's never happened that one of them decided to have the curiosity to say, oh, I want to go there. And the other Sentinelese said, oh, you have to do what you want. It's not that we are going to stop you, we are going to dissuade you. You have to do what you want. And they gave him a canoe. Never happened. That's so strange. It's so strange. That is not a collectivism. So strange because they don't know what.
We'll go to Jack. I got someone back here as well. Yeah. Tefano, I guess, perspective is the Sentinelese are chomping at the bit to leave, what they're used to come here to the unknown to get more of the toys and the magic tricks, and their society's not letting them. They're telling them no. The canoes are for us.
They tell them that it's bad. They tell them that it's bad. They dissuade them. They don't say, oh, you have to do whatever you want to do.
Again, I don't necessarily disagree with the Sentinelese to an extent. I don't think it's all a black and white issue.
They don't. The society, they don't. So they are just saying it by all the stories of meeting, and they still don't know what is this society. So they just say,
but we know what this society produces: psychotic, sociopathic, morbidly obese, corporatist collectivists who can't find their ass with two hands. We know what this society creates. And we know that the solution to this society is literally going back to Sentinelese Island, living supernaturally, learning how to farm the land and hunt for whatever we're going to eat, so we're not on the dole somewhere getting handouts and being domesticated. So you're not seeing that. You're not understanding that there's the supernatural reality first and foremost, and then whatever you call civilization and society on the back of that, not the opposing idea.
Jack,
it's literally like one of our biggest problems right now, you could argue, is we're going to be outpaced and outcompeted by AI because it's going to be more efficient and productive. Because we're being domesticated and bred out of our supernatural beingness, common sense, skills, and abilities. Because society and culture has been so productive that it's allowed us to be and do nothing anymore. Have little to no purpose or meaning, just fill a placeholder spot at some factory somewhere, right? And we're going to the next level. Forget even that. Maybe I'm just talking about me. I'm being candid here. That if I look at myself and what the product of me being born here, right, and this lifestyle versus what it would be on Sentinel Island, according to you, I might be better off. As a matter of fact, I probably would be better off living that way. Would I have to live less comfortably at times, like I've taken on this lifestyle and living now? Yes. Would I have to be out of debt, right, and not live on credit or on the dole? Yes, but I already live that way. And I do that because I just believe that it's probably to my benefit, whether I like it or not, because the alternative is domestication and lack of productivity. I've almost had to recreate Sentinel Island out here in the desert to motivate me to do more for me and others, instead of just say, well, society will handle that. Everything will be at the store. Everything is there if I can just figure out how to get the coupons for value, right?
Yeah, but I agree with you that our most natural situation would be that one, because our body is selected for a hunter-gatherer situation, and our gene find their authentic environment in that kind of environment. Of course, that's real. But we already had this talk, Paul. We already had this talk, and it ends in a way. There are some group of men, like human being, some societies, some organized group of people that at a certain point decide to fight each other at the border of their own desert place, or because that is what history was. Okay, they decided for some reason because they wanted more. So also Sentinelese want more. Maybe now they don't want more. Actually, the island cultures are one of the kind of culture, the one that lives on island in the tropics, that want less, because they already have a circled amount of land, a definite amount of resources, and they are used to live in that specific circle. But when you live, especially when you live in an open land, like if you live in Eurasia or in Africa, okay, in a big land, you have no circle around you, okay? So you start to move. You move, and then at the border of your imaginary circle, you meet with other human beings that you don't recognize as human being a lot of times. And you start to throw rock, and then one rock they took the head of your friend, and then you hate them because they killed your friend that one time. And so you start to plan, hey, let's go there. Also because maybe now your group became bigger. Maybe it was a good year.
Just a
You have
lot of words. There's a lot of words to just sum up something very simple. Tefano, you believe we landed on the moon and believe everything you're told.
No,
I
no,
don't. I'm very suspicious.
No. Why you stop this talking?
Yeah, I'm just boiling it down. We got to wrap up here at some point. I want to get back to Jack. I got this guy in the back, right? I got this guy in the back. Hold on. Let me. Keynes, are you there?
I'm back.
Okay, it's this guy. Go ahead, Mr. Talcott, please. You seem to be shaking your head like you understand what he's saying, or he's saying something meaningful. So please.
The Italian beat you though, but I'll mute myself.
I lost track. Actually, I'm exhausted. Paul, I love you, brother.
Yeah.
I love you. And
take a hint, everybody else.
I'll see you later, man. Blessings.
Thank you, Mr. Talcott. Blessings.
God bless
to
you. God bless you.
Choose love, peace for everybody. Live without fear. That's the motto. Livewithoutfear.com. Go there.
No, I will leave you now. Of course, now it's very late for me. I leave you. I'll just tell you. It's normal.
No, the Italian guy was cool.
People were, if you want to tell something, I stay here 2 more minutes. If you want to tell me something, Kate, but then I will leave you.
Okay, let me level with you. Tefano, you've grown on me. I razz you a bit. I give you shit. I don't agree with you. We have different perspective, but I have no hate in my heart for you, and you've kind of grown on me, right? I say I have a very minuscule modicum of love or care for you as a human being, right? I only want you to get the first 3 vaccines, not all 10. I feel like you still need to learn, right? I don't want anything too bad to happen.
Okay.
You were saying?
Thank you, Paul.
Hey, God bless you, man. I love you.
The best I can come up with as far as a compliment goes. All right, give me some final words, Tefano and Keynes.
Human being were in the situation that you are dreaming about. They were in that situation. It was not an external monster that convinced them to go where we are now. Okay, to move from that situation to where we are now. Okay, it was not an external monster and we all had to change idea. It happened inside of us. We were moving on the land that was exterminated, and we decided to say, let's move there. Let's move there. Our group is getting bigger and bigger. We need to move to fight against our neighbor, to take their land, to take their resources, because our group now doesn't have enough resources in our little circle. And then the war started. And the war became war of extermination. At the beginning, war of extermination. You had to exterminate your neighbor because you just need his land. And then it became war of I don't need to exterminate them. I'm able enough to grow my stuff and to hunt enough, even keeping them alive and using them as a slave. And so it became war of conquest after war of extermination. And then we decided to make bigger and bigger cities where slaves were building stuff. And if you want, at a certain time, we got lost in this process. And nowadays, we are very, very alone. We don't know each other. We don't know our tribe. We don't know our family. We don't know the human being. Okay, but going back to that period is just going to reset the clock. And we are going to come back here. So here, where we are now, we have to fix it. And to remove the state doesn't make sense.
All right, Tefano. Now I have to let you go because this guy, in between his trolling and LARPing and whatever else, which I'm cool with that. We're all doing a fair bit of trolling and LARPing here. He put up videos of defecation and pornography and whatever else. So
yes.
Now I have extra work to do when I leave here. I have to edit that out. Hopefully we get to keep the numbers or whatever. At the end of the day, it's going to be what it's going to be. But now I got to do extra time to edit that out because he was desperate for some kind of power and control that he couldn't, I guess, express or create on his own. So that's the best he has: defecation and pornography.
Okay, I'm sorry
Why
for
did he
it.
teach me a lesson? Well, he taught me a lesson. You know, he's powerful. He's in control. That'll teach me. That'll learn me.
I'll just answer to Yugi, the chat, that he says, why? No, it's not Yugi. Yugi is the one that like to insult the Italians for free, okay, Yugi? And Careful Jack Stefanisson said, alone to, no, there was someone that said, why we need to have war? I don't remember who he was. It's not that we need, I don't know, ask him to the other one. To the ancient our ancestor, but it happens, and it's something that happens every time. And nowadays, if you ask to someone that is poor and live in India, if they would kill you to make, there are very poor people all around the world that are suffering a lot, and if you ask them, would you kill somebody to make your children very, very to have a better life, probably they would say yes. So this is why, because the resources are discrete, and the human being still today haven't stopped to grow as number of people. So
now I maintain the same perspective that I wouldn't kill other slaves to make my children's life better, but I will allow them to kill and enslave themselves.
Okay,
so
but
they
you
can
are
be
already
so my
wealthy
children
enough.
can live better.
Yes, but we are already wealthy enough to say so, and our comparisons all around the world, the most of the people that we can compare all around the world are less wealthy than us, just because we live in very developed countries. Okay, because if we compare to other situations, we say, okay, we are kind of wealthy, so probably we can we don't need to kill anybody just to give a little bit more of money or stuff to our children. But if you take people that are desperate, and there were people that were desperate in the Undergator situation world, they would do it. If I start to stop to give you food at the second week, you would kill me to eat me. That's a fact.
You're saying that's a fact, Tefano. Are you aware that I went 32 days on this broadcast without eating?
No, I'm not aware, but what can
Well,
I
I
say?
did. Some folks have said that I lied about it because I'm just up here performing and lying about everything, and I would just make that up and whatever. But it was more of a test and a challenge for myself and a way to try to heal. So, again, I have a direct experience without eating for over a month. I probably could have gone. I know I could have gone longer. So the presumption that I would kill you and eat you rather than doing another 32 to 40 day or longer fast, drinking water and trying to scavenge in the meantime, I guess I'd have to be there, right? There's a lot of presumptions and assumptions going on.
Oh, you are not out in the woods. Were you out in the woods under the thousand of problems that living in the wild can cause? And at the end, especially if you have children, and maybe you can do it. Do you want to say that you can do it? I could have. How was the expedition? The donor party. Oh, the donor party tried, They tried, they didn't kill anybody, but at a certain point they said, hey guys, we have to eat also the children of the people that are here because we want to survive. And then, so things, when you are desperate, happen. You start to say, you know what, I don't care, I just want to live, I'm gonna do it. I don't care. I just want to, and even more if you say, you know what, I want that my children will live, so I'm gonna do it. Maybe I can accept to die, but when it comes to my children, no, I'm gonna do it. And there are people that do it. And the wars can be started. The wars can be started by also one or two people, especially if your tribe is composed by 100 people, like an hunter-gatherer tribe that is normal. They are not composed by a lot of people, and maybe 2-3 people are enough to start a war if they speak good, but the other one listen, the other one agree at a certain point. And this is how the human being is. We nowadays we are avoiding, at least between democratic liberal democracies, we are not having wars between us. If we stick to the human rights, we shouldn't have war.
See, you're the reason why we need this system in society, because all I said was I want to get in my property and move around without paying someone or asking for permission. You're over here trying to eat your neighbors.
No,
so
I didn't.
Maybe that's
I
the
just
problem.
tell you that the people did it. The people did it in the world, in the history of the human being. The people did it. The people are aggressive, and they can be it. And so, asking, do we need war? No, but do we need to be aggressive? Is it a need? Yes, under a certain point, it's a human need.
I want you to come back next time because I have to get into this more with you, and I want to ask you. I got to edit now, so we got to get out of here because I got to edit, or they're going to strike me or whatever. The point is,
okay, please don't troll me for the
you
first
next
hour.
time how we get to the point where if the system is there to keep us all safe, why does punishment happen if we don't follow it, even though we're not endangering life? We have to get to that, but not today.
But please don't troll me for the first hour and a half the next time.
I can't make any promises.
Okay.
I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything.
Good night to everybody.
Thank you, Tefano. Paisan.
Thank you to you.
Molto bene and all that. We'll see you later.
Molto bene. Buonanotte.
Bueno. There he is. Tefano. He's definitely Italian. There's no denying it. He's not one of these Medigons either. He's real Italiano. Okay? He eats that other kind of pizza that they don't cook. Real pizza. The pizza I think sucks. Okay. All right, folks. I came on here once again. I wanted to do an hour, 2 max. We're closing in on 6 hours now. I got to give a special thanks to contributors and supporters. I went a little bit freewheeling, abstract, avant-garde. What would be the terminology here? Asylum oriented today. I didn't stick to any of my plans. I didn't go to any of the articles. I didn't present anything that I prepared an hour and a half before the broadcast to do. I just went left with it, as I do from time to time, because why not? That's part of my self-sabotaging / defiant nature, where I will do whatever I want, even if what I want, I don't know what I want, and what I want is going to destroy potentially who I am or what I do. I can't help it. So no apologies. I got to thank, Jack Talcott, man. Thank you, Mr. JT. Sorry had such a shitty guest tonight. Much love. I don't look at it that way, Mr. Talcott. There's always something here, right? There's always something there. No matter what broadcast I do or how I do the broadcast, there's always something there to work with. The question is, can you see it? Can you feel it? Can you do something with it and bring other people along for the ride? So, yeah, I don't have a negative view about it. I'm thankful and grateful. People showed up. I ran my mouth. I did absolutely nothing productive here today, and somehow people contributed value. So I'm thankful and grateful and blessed for that. If nothing else. And we entertained Tefano here today, and maybe a few others, right? So we kept him and others safe. It's at least 4.5 hours they weren't somewhere else eating their neighbors potentially, or doing some other dangerous shit. Who knows what people would do, if they weren't under control, law and order, collectivism. He just said, you fucking eat your neighbors. There was pony fucking earlier. I mean, come on. Sex with animals, eating the mailman. I mean, please. I don't want to get into it. I'm about to eat and eat late, and I'm not happy about it, all right? I'll see you guys back here. Who knows when, okay? We're at a very low bar of expectations at this point. Responsibility, accountability. I had to sit with it yesterday. I go, my channel is literally called Proper Instruction Motivates People. I have little to no inspiration and motivation at this point. I go, I think a rebranding is coming. I'm going to have to, because they're going to go, where is this fucking guy? It's been 2 weeks. He's not broadcasting. He shows up. He's mailing it in. barely making any sense. And the channel's proper instruction motivates people. You can't make this shit up, okay? Jack Talcott was right. Many others were right. I didn't want to admit it. There's definitely a rebranding coming, okay? That doesn't require any inspiration and motivation at all. So we can just show up here, do whatever we want, and all things are taken care of some way, somehow. Gorilla season on the way out. Very apropos. I'm much like a caged animal here when I come here. And yeah. Peace and blessings for everyone. And live without fear. You know, why not?
Yeah. This ain't a season. It's a sermon. Yeah. Still spine. Eyes straight ahead. Silver tongue. Evolution with purpose. You feel that drum line in your chest? Your heart chakra won't give a rest. That's the call to stand for something. Yeah. Yeah. Gorilla season. That's a bloodline reason. Truth stay breathing while the fake ones weaken. Y'all chase trends, I'm tending temples, building bonds that don't bend when it's stressful. Imagine being in the foxhole, praying like an apostle, and the only thing that'll stop you from giving up in front of the obstacle is a man fighting next to you, screaming, I got you. You scroll for a more of the rent. I'm in the trench with intent, truth paying the rent. They quote real till the deal gets signed, then peel off fast when the heat's on the line. Something that's been stuck in my mind is if I start diving money made versus drama looping time. You find this drama looping slaves work about $3 an hour. That's fine, but don't they know we can press rewind, begin to search and find all that line about getting on my level and how to climb. I don't flex clout, I flex conviction. This is permanent red ink, not a subscription. Feed addiction, your timeline faith evaporates quick. Mine built brick by brick, no algorithmic trick. We're talking conviction. Imagine you trying to build a house, but the BQ print is missing. You ain't got a pot to piss in. A window to keep the wind out. What is this? In search of consensus. White gorilla, I'ma need a witness.
It's gorilla season, gorilla season. No off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, truth don't trend. It's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for a pause in life. We be building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for a pause in life. We building systems that survive the night.
I seen prophets turn profit, then vanish in the mist. Spiritual rifters with a sponsorship list. You was woke to the check clear clean, now your conscience on mute. You off the team, but the best part of this gorilla thing is the jungle been know to bring a certain unsettling, meddling with the vision scene. I'm talking camouflage, green and brown, hot with the metal ring. Crouch real low, stop breathing, hold your chest. We hold truth like a family crest, checking lies like we bench press stress. Accountability's the new revolution. Mutual correction, that's real evolution. You talk loyalty,
I live that code.
got brothers who would die for they drop that load. Every word that I write, I could back in flesh. Your authentic brand, just merch at best. But now you stress, cause you got a shopping cart, but it's not adding up. Use your mathematics, bruh, instead of the numerology got you stuck.
It's gorilla season, gorilla season. No off switch, no treason. Truth don't trend, truth don't trend. It's a lifelong reason. Y'all just posting for applause in life. We building systems that survive the night. Y'all just posting for applause in life.
Listen to me.
We building systems that survive the night.
Gorilla don't follow trends, we set vibration. Perennial flame through each generation. No filters, no slogans, no borrowed creed. Just roots and deeds and a soul that bleeds. I don't kneel the metrics, I kneel the mean and planted true seeds. While the clout fiends scheme and they scream real talk, but they talk rehearsed. Selling virtue by the verse, man, the script got worse. I'm calling back the tribe, the aligned, the aware. The ones who build truth like a solar flare. It's there, cause every lie's just a tax on breath. And gorilla don't pay that debt. We
gorilla season, that higher reason. When the phonies fade out and the real start breathing. No slogans, no stunts, no treason. This truth we live in perennial season.
God damn it, Paul.
Civilization is crumbling. God bless you.